Hello.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm good. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, hold on. What kind of microphone do you use for your stream?
My shitty laptop microphone. That's what I use.
Well,
Yes, Mimo. He's doing it too.
alright, hit me up. What do you want to talk about? What's the topic?
Okay. Do you remember when we were talking about that guy? Oh, frick, what was his name? And how I was saying, like, oh, well, there's, like, psychology has a bunch of, like, behavioral signs that supposedly can basically, like, reliably predict, like, if, you know, someone's gonna, like, grow up to be a serial killer. And
sure.
you
I
were
wouldn't
kind
say
of like,
reliably
wait.
predict, but yeah, go ahead.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. And like you made some good points about that. And but we kind of didn't really get to finish going into like details about that and shit. But anyway, it was like, okay, there's the it's something called the McDonald Triad. Yeah. And it's
The McDonald Triad?
yes, McDonald Triad. It's supposedly it's like the three factors that target why
You gnome fuck!
I wasn't listening
crap,
to the
I forgot to
stream.
turn that off.
Just try to combo
Oh, do you want me streaming in the background?
R.I.P. lol.
Yeah, I forgot about my
Yee.
Okay, it's fine. All right, we're good. Just turned it off. Okay, yeah, and it's like it's three in combination, three behavioral
Like traits that predict, like, being a serial killer
Yeah.
or something? Sure.
Yeah. And it's like fire setting and cruelty to animals and bedwetting.
Mhm.
Which is like fucking bedwetting, like that one just gets me.
I thought that, I could be wrong, but I thought that oftentimes bedwetting can be, like, a response to certain childhood trauma.
Trauma. Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
So
yeah.
then in that case, it makes sense. It's
But-
not really the bedwetting. It's that it's like probably the fact that they've been like severely traumatized or something in their childbirth, right?
Well, yeah, see, that's kind of the argument, because it's like, yeah, I mean, because the thing is that I'm not even sure if I know of, like, a case of, like, well, because you know that most serial killers, they they would qualify for antisocial personality disorder. And usually also there's like a combination with, like, you know, another cluster B one, so like narcissistic or like something. But anyway, because I think there's like not even an example of like one person who's like a serial killer that didn't come from a background of at least some sort of abuse, like emotional or physical or sexual abuse. So it's like,
Well, like
Yeah.
from childhood, I guess it would depend on what, on when we started this. When like, you mean at any point in their life or during childhood?
I think specifically during childhood.
Because who
usually.
was can't believe I can't
Oh,
remember the name.
parental neglect also.
The Unabomber, something Gavinsky.
Oh, yes.
Ted Kaczynski, yeah. Because that guy wasn't. I don't think he
Kaczynski.
was traumatized during childbirth, but I know that it's possible that during college, those the CIA tests or whatever might have fucked with his head a lot.
Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about him, but I actually know. You know what? I think didn't he have like narcissistic tendencies or something?
I don't think so. I think he was supposed to be like. I
No?
thought he was a pretty well liked, incredibly talented like
Because
mathematician
I'm putting
that went to school.
100%.
I think, but I don't know. I have to go and look. I'm not sure. But after
Yeah.
basically there was like there were some pretty unethically ran like experiments from the CIA to basically see how hard you could like mind fuck somebody, and then yeah, he was one of those people.
Yeah, that's right. Well, at least that's what his defense argued. But yeah, like the project. Oh no, that's just some source of suggested. Or MK Ultra. That during that time period? Shit, maybe it was.
Mhm.
Oh. Um, but you know what's a weird thing though too, and I think like it's a weird thing is that also some serial killers they'll really like animals and they'll like get along better with animals than people. And like you know, do you know who Chris? Did you hear? Did you Did you read at all about like the Chris Watts case?
Nope, no
That
idea.
one
What
is-
is it about?
No, because that one is honestly like that's been like my I'm really into that one because it's a weird case. Okay, that one though is the he wasn't a serial killer technically. He's the one that is the Uxoricide, the family annihilator. He's a family annihilator.
Okay.
Which is a different category from serial killer.
Does this mean he kills multiple people in the same family or something?
Usually, Uxoricide is with it's almost always happened with a pregnant kills the pregnant wife and like the kids.
Okay.
So yeah, that's usually like Scott Peterson, the husband of Lacey Peterson, like killed her and her unborn child. Well, I mean he just got a fucking appeal, but. But anyway, yeah, and so like with Chris Watts, he killed his wife who was pregnant with their son, and he killed his two daughters, and but their dog, they had this dog, and he made sure to, put the dog in the kennel before he went on his like family annihilating murder spree. He took care of that dog very well. Didn't
Sure.
harm the dog at all.
I guess that's not super surprising, right? It's possible that some like very reclusive or isolated people might just find animals as better company because they're like non-judgmental, basically.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think, or though, you could argue that it's, they're easier to control and they like the animals for that reason, maybe.
Yeah, sure.
Easier to dominate.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel, but then there's also, wait, shit. Hold on. I'm trying to remember what the other thing was. Oh, yeah. Whoa. See, this one, I feel like this is going to be a spicy take right here. Well, actually, no, you said it wasn't a spicy take.
Well, depending on which take it was. What?
The fact that one of the other signs is watching more porn than what's considered typical or average for like
Oh yeah,
men.
sure. None of these, most of your takes are usually just like what are highly correlated traits. So that like the spicy take isn't whether or not the trait is like highly correlated. The spicy take is whether or not that particular trait can be integrated in a responsible manner, or if it's like literally causal. So like for instance, like it wouldn't surprise me if you could if watching a lot of pornography would probably be highly correlated with a lot of different things that I would consider bad. So for instance, things like being misogynistic or having like negative sexual expectations or bad or unhealthy sexual relationships and getting people none of that is surprising at all. The spicy take or the problem comes when it's like, okay, well the only way to change this is to get rid of it completely. And it's like, well, is that true? Is there any way to like integrate pornographic material or whatever like in a healthy manner in your life? Or is it necessarily always going to be causal and having some derogatory view of women or whatever? Like that's like the prescriptive part is like, will you either run into trouble or people agree or disagree, I guess.
Twitch chat, we're fucked.
What's happening? Is your internet fucking
No,
up?
just someone's like, well, Twitch chat, we're fucked.
Oh, because of that point.
Well,
Yeah.
Twitch. Yeah, but you know what? For for like violent offenders and sex offenders, they actually like the link is causal for them.
You
Like,
careful,
they-
you can't say that. We don't know that. For any social or any psychology, you
I
can't.
can
You
say
just
that.
can't. What?
I think we can say
You
that.
absolutely cannot. You absolutely cannot. I bet my entire life savings on it. There's nobody knows that. It's not to say that like one issue is causal of like a behavior that is so complicated and like not well understood. There's no way that we say that like.
Them to offend. It triggers them to offend, and they cannot view porn. They have to abstain from porn completely for the
Well,
rest
sure,
of
like
their
it
lives.
might be like a micro cause or whatever. Like, but that would be like kind of like saying holding a gun is causal to shooting somebody and murdering them. Well, kind of, and that like to shoot someone and murder them, you have to like hold a gun. But that's not why. That's not the question of like why do people go out and murder people, right?
I mean, the thing is though that like with sex offenders, I mean, well, and also certain violent offenders, but also with serial killers, like the underlying thing with all that is sexual domination, and like
I doubt that's true of every serial killer, right?
Oh, no, it's true. It is every
Single
killing is
serial
about
killer
sexual
wants to sexually dominate.
Yes, it is. It's all yeah.
I press X to that. I don't believe that.
Really? Okay, Dr. Todd Grandi says it though.
Show me the study. There's no way. I don't believe that. The Columbine kids wanted to sexually dominate their classmates, or like
That's what serial killing is. It's sexual domination. That's what it's about. Yeah.
No, I think it's bad because you're murdering people, not because you're sexually dominating them.
No, I mean that's the underlying like that's what it's about though.
So when you go and murder classmates and teachers, it's because you want to sexually dominate them?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe that. I reject that hardcore.
You really don't see the connection there, okay?
I mean, like, I could maybe draw one if I were to, like, listen, I did really well in English, so I could bullshit a reason, but I don't, but, like, reasonably, I don't think that anything, like,
What do you think it's about then?
What?
What do you think serial killing is about then?
Serial killing can be a lot of different things. It can be politically or ideologically motivated, like the guy, Christchurch, that shooter down in New Zealand. I imagine the type of person that commits these crimes probably has some kind of like antisocial personality disorder. Generally, they're probably like very isolated. They probably don't have very many close relationships with actual humans, or the relationships they've had have probably been like really bad, such that killing people isn't like a big deal to them. It's possible that they lack some like basic form of like empathy or sympathy for other people. But like sexual domination, like I'm sure there are lots of serial killers that aren't like that interested in like sexually related stuff at all. Like they like a lot of it is more drawn onto other things, I would imagine.
But they always well, that's an interesting take because serial killers generally choose their targets based on physical attributes. But also the Columbine killers, they're not technically serial killers. Okay, so there's different categories of killing, of different types of like profile, like different criminological profiles of killers. So the Columbine, they're mass shooters. So like mass school shoot. That's different from serial killers.
How are you defining serial killer? Is this like somebody that kills people in discrete? Well, are you talking about like multiple murders committed discreetly? So like one event and then some period of time passes and then another event and then some period of time passes?
It's not like all at once, like a sudden like, and school shooting is kind of in its own, like school shooters are in like a separate category kind of because there are some personality like differences
Sure,
with them.
I understand. Okay, real quick, I
Yeah.
think that it's very important to identify these right at the start then because 99% of people are probably going to consider a school shooter like a serial killer.
Sorry.
No,
Sorry
that's
for-
fine.
yeah.
I understand what you mean. Like, there's probably, I would imagine that there is a massively, distinctly different profile between a serial killer versus a mass shooter. My guess is that a serial killer probably has to be way more fucked in the head to be like a serial killer than a mass shooter does. With what that might be like tricked by like a couple, or might be like tripped by like a few events. Whereas a serial killer needs like some super fucked shit in the head to work.
Yeah, and like terrorism is also a separate, of course. Terrorism is also separate because terrorism actually is often ideologically motivated. Yeah.
Sure.
So.
Although terrorism is, I think terrorism is more a political definition than like a psychological one, because there are probably forms of terrorism that could be serial killings, and there are forms of terrorism that could be like mass shootings, and there are forms of terrorism, right? Like the Christchurch guy, that was very clearly, in my opinion, like that was very clearly like ideologically motivated. But the guy that did that killing, is probably his psychological profile probably wouldn't have been very healthy, right? There's no way that guy was a well-adjusted person that grew up with like a loving family and loving friends and shit, and then went out and did that. I don't believe that's possible. There's no way.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So like, it's also kind of weird with like the way that like serial killers are kind of like distinguished, because also like there's, you know, there's you know, like the FBI has their own categorization, but then that's like different from the way like psychology like researchers will categorize. You know, that's always different. Like
for instance, like mass shooting, according to the
different.
FBI, is 4 or more victims, I think, in a shooting.
Yes.
But a lot of people wouldn't consider like a gang shooting where 4 people get shot. They wouldn't consider that a mass shooting. They're thinking of like school shootings. Yeah. Everybody has different definitions, and even countries define it differently.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, you know, I kind of tend to go by like the you know, like the way psychology differentiates, but and like, so like I was saying, yeah, there's the uxoricide, which is the family annihilator type, and that's different. That's like its own category. And then there's like the what is it, sorry, nope, wait, what was that thing I just reading? Because I don't really...
Do you have like a list of these or something? It'd probably just be easier to read from the list, right?
Yeah. Well, this one's separating them based on...
Uh-oh. I'm sure that, like, depending on the angle of approach that you're taking in terms of analyzing this issue, you're probably going to use like a different categorization system based on...
Yeah. I definitely know that school shooters are a separate category, though, for sure. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, organized serial killers, I guess you could say. Organized serial killers. I mean... I guess that's really more of the group that I'm sort of talking about. But, like, you know, Ted Bundy, John Gacy, those types. Yeah. No, but those ones, yes, those definitely absolutely are motivated by by sexual domination. Yeah.
What are we considering sexual domination here? What does that mean to you?
Like dominating their victims? Like
that's that. So dominating somebody could mean I want to have control of you for a small period of time to engage in a sexual activity, or it could mean I want to stand on your neck until you die. And I feel like we need a like more narrow definition of what do you mean by domination here, sexual domination? Because you don't need to murder somebody to sexually dominate them at all, right? So there must be something.
Well, I would say that's the ultimate sexual domination.
Absolutely not. No, of course not.
Okay, what in your opinion is the ultimate sexual domination?
The ultimate sexual domination would be removing all of the autonomy from somebody for the ability to do what you want, like with their body. It doesn't necessitate murder. They could be asleep, they could be in a coma, they could be awake and unable to move. But yeah, that's basically removing any of their ability to resist any kind of sexual advance or to force them to partake in some sexual act, whether they're into it or not, would be like the ultimate sexual domination.
I guess, but I mean,
is there anything? Well, like, so one way to separate this would be like, is there anything that
murder has nothing to do with sex?
What?
Someone said murder has nothing to do with sex. No, not to serial killers.
Well, this is the thing, right? Like, there's nothing that I need to murder you for to get out of you sexually, right? Unless you, like, literally have a fetish for necrophilia. There's no reason to murder any individual to get something from them sexually. You can theoretically, like, get all of that outside of a sexual, like you can kill somebody and it not be sexual, or you can get everything you need sexually out of somebody through a coercive or dominating manner without killing them, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just, I mean, I don't know. You could think of killing someone as like the ultimate form of sexual domination because, like, you literally took their life from them.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with sex? What does taking somebody's life have to do with sex?
Well, because like it gets them off, dude. They literally masturbate to like killing people.
Well,
like,
sure, but like that's what I'm talking about. Like if you have like a very specific fetish for like murder or necrophilia or snuff.
I feel like that sexual rush.
Sure, but like then in that case, literally everything in the world is about sex, which means nothing can be about sex, right? Like maybe I get really turned on if I get an A in a test. So now it's like all test taking. Is that all sexual? Like,
What about Dahmer? Did you not think that it was sexual domination with Jeffrey Dahmer?
I don't remember. It could be. He was an American serial killer and sex offender. It sounds like he was probably had a lot to do about sex with him then, right? I'm sure there are a lot of like serial killers where like sexual, like it seemed, or at least based on like the movies I've seen and shit, like the Zodiac. Whatever. Like wasn't a lot of this like stalking and murdering young women and shit?
Why is it then that all the experts on this say that it's about sexual domination?
Okay, hold on. New rule for conversation. If you say all the experts say something, you need to link a meta-analysis, you need to link a book, or you need to link a statement by all the experts or some consortium of like psychologists to say this. Okay, like. Or like an APA definition where like, oh, according to the APA, the DSM-5, serial killer is defined as somebody who, for sexual purposes, murders their victims or whatever. As far as I know, that type of like widespread thing is not like recognized. Yeah.
You don't think it's... Okay, I mean...
It's possible that a lot of people that are into like that stalking, serial killer, murder shit might also get some sexual gratification. Or maybe it might be for purposes of sex. I'm sure there are people like that out there. I just... It's hard for me to believe that every single one of them is about like sexual domination. Like I'm sure there are other things that motivate people to go I mean Exorcide, like the family annihilation, like that isn't about sexual domination. I mean it's about domination, of course, like with like, okay, so for example, like Chris Watts, you know, like Chris Watts's case, like it's been like pointed out by multiple psychological professionals that he actually showed quite a lot of personality traits that are consistent with vulnerable narcissism. So like for him it was like there was a lot of contempt basically there, and it wasn't about like sexual domination. So like I'm not saying all of them, of course. I just mean there's like that certain category. Like obviously it was the case for Ted Bundy. That was very clear. Yeah, sure. Yeah, it might have been. Yeah, I'm sure there are people where it was. Yeah, sure.
Jeffrey Dahmer and stuff. For a lot of them. I don't really know how to explain it, to be honest. Fuck. I thought I would be able to, but then I'm like, oh, fuck, I can't explain it now.
Sure, but well, moving on, I guess, from this, what's like the next part of, or what about this, I guess?
Did you just clap your hands?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I have a thing that I play with on my desk. Sorry.
Oh. Are you feeling anxious?
No, I'm usually just like, I'm always like fidgeting or moving or something. Like I'm usually like shaking my leg or like tapping my hands or something. I don't know. It's just I have it.
Isn't that anxiety?
I don't know. I guess it can be. I don't know. I just like to move a lot. Okay. Might also be why I'm not fat. I read a study a long time ago that said one of the reasons why thinner people maybe don't hold on to as much weight as larger people is because they engage in a lot of micro movements throughout the day that burn a non-trivial amount of calories, maybe like 150 calories or something in a day from those types of micro movements. I don't know if that was true or not, but I read a study about it.
Oh, that's interesting.
It was posted on the Science.
Just teasing you. I'm just teasing you. Yeah, but okay, what about like power and control though? Don't you think that power and control is like a huge underlying thing with serial killing though?
That wouldn't surprise me if almost all of it was about power and control. Sure. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, you know, you could make the case that it's
that all power and control is sexual? No, don't do that. Because I'm going to ask you questions about like, well, what about like teachers in a classroom that are going on power trips or whatever? Like, are they like secretly wanting to assert sexual dominance over all their children, or like, I don't think that's true.
No. But I mean, what if it's that to the serial killer though? That's the thing. Like, what if to the serial killer it's that like power and control is like always sexual for them.
I mean, it might be, I guess. The thing, I don't have a record. I don't know every single serial killer, so I'm not sure. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. But I don't know. It seems hard to imagine. But I mean, I guess it could be. What do we take from that if that's true? Do we need state-mandated wives, like the red pillars suggest, in order to?
Oh yeah. No. Because there are some serial killers that actually do. There are few, but like there are some that actually do get married. Like they marry a woman, and I mean because generally, so like a common theme, one of those characteristics of serial killers is that they have a lot of trouble relating to women. Like all their lives, they've had trouble relating to women.
Sure, there can be a lot of shitty marriages, though. That's not surprising. A lot of gay people get married to women, right? And like some even and like have kids. So I mean, yeah, like it happens, sure.
Yeah, and like obviously that didn't, like being married to a woman didn't like solve their issues
sure.
with women. But don't you think it's odd though how the vast majority of serial killers, like their victims are almost always women?
I would have to know so much more about the cases because I could think of like several reasons why that could be the case. Like on one end of the spectrum, it could be all the way to where there's like so many things. I can think of like 3 hypotheses right off the head. One, maybe they just really fucking hate women. Maybe it's the case that men that grew up to be serial killers had bad relationships with their moms, and because that modeling was so bad for them, maybe they just grew up fucking hating women. That could be one case. Maybe it's the case that women in general are just weaker and easier to take advantage of. That could be the case. Maybe it's the case that serial killers do most of their murder in the daytime, and at the daytime, men are more likely to be working, and women are more like home alone, so they go in to kill them. I mean, like there could be like a million different reasons why they focus on women. I'm not sure.
They tend to target their victims based on physical attributes, though. Based on certain physical attributes.
Sure.
Yeah.
But the question is why, right?
I mean, yeah. But to be fair, there are those few serial killers who have targeted like young men.
Sure.
Or like exclusively young men, but
yeah, John Lacey, Gain or whatever, that guy. Yeah.
Yeah, but and like that's equally as sexual, of course. It's like the ones who target women. Yeah.
Sure.
John Wayne Gacy. Yeah, that's it.
Whatever his name is.
Yeah. Wait, what did you ask me?
Oh no! Oh, I was just saying, like when we say like why do like, it's really hard that it's really easy to see what people do. It's just really hard to know why they do it, right? That's the only thing.
Yeah. Yeah, and also since like, I mean, it's not like people are reliable. Like people don't know themselves very well.
Or well, we especially don't know what motivates us sometimes. Yeah.
Most of the times, we don't know.
Well,
people,
I mean, it depends, right?
We tend to think that we know, but like we can't access like our subconscious and unconscious motivations.
Sure. Yeah. Depending. Yeah. I always qualify everything because like if I want to go buy a product and one is $5 and one is $10 and the same thing, I probably am buying the cheaper one because it's saving me money. I think I can probably know that. Or like if I'm like driving to a girl's house because she says that she wants to fucking show me how good she is at League of Legends, then I'm probably going there because I want to see how good she is. Like some things are pretty easy, but then some things can be a lot more complicated. Like why do we hate our parents, or why do I have no friends, or why like questions like these can be like a lot more complicated.
Why don't my relationships ever work out?
Yeah. Why? Yeah. Or why do I hate my job, or why do I feel like I have no purpose in school, or why do I feel whatever? Yeah. Like those questions, like the multi input ones that like range back through your entire life can be probably really, really complicated to figure out.
Yeah. Generally. He literally started dry humping roller coasters. What?
You're talking about Dahmer?
No, someone in chat just said that there was some dude who was sexually attracted to roller coasters, and he literally started dry humping roller coasters.
Oh, I mean, there's a person out there with a sexual attraction to literally everything, right? Like,
Sexual deviance, as defined in the DSM.
sure, yeah. There's a guy
can't
that
wait
fucks like car exhaust.
I
or
can't
something.
wait to diagnose people with kinks. Oh boy.
Don't think that's part of your job as a therapist ever is going to be diagnosing kinks, but unless you want to be a sex therapist.
Really? Do you want me to list all of the fetishes that are disorders in the DSM?
Well, first of all, I don't know if a deviancy is considered a disorder, right?
These are, they are considered disorders.
Are you sure?
I will get my DSM right now for you, sir. And I will read them.
I don't think this is true.
You don't think?
So sexual deviancy or paraphilia can be defined as recurrent, intense, sexually arousing fantasies, urges, or behaviors that are deviations, as specified in the DSM-4. Are they necessarily disorders? Are they treated as disorders? Like they're not meant to be fixed or anything, are they?
Yeah, they are. You're supposed to fix them. No, I'm joking. Okay, but yeah, they are. You're supposed to if they want therapy for it, like, oh man, doc, I have a foot fetish, and it really upsets my wife, so I really gotta get rid of this.
I don't know if any of have we ever been able to do anything like that in terms of alleviating people's sexual I'm pretty sure it wasn't homosexuality in the DSM-3 considered a sexual deviancy.
Yes, it was. It was in the DSM-3.
I don't know. Have we ever been able, with any type of therapy, to be able to move or realign people's sexual fetishes or paraphernalia paraphilia or sexual fantasies or whatever? Is that a thing? I don't even know if that works with pedophiles. I know that you can get people to not act on them, but in order to actually change what people are.
It's a whole different category in itself, of course. To be fair, though, that's a whole other.
Wait, why do you say? Is that true? Or what do you mean by that?
There's no way to there's no quote unquote treatment for pedophilia.
Well, there also wasn't any real treatment for homosexuality as well, right? We tried, right? I guess some people did electroshock therapy. Some people did other types of therapies to make people straight, but
behavioral therapy. I was writing there's a paper on that, how I think I mentioned it to you too. Yeah, it's the but what's that what's that type of therapy? Conversion therapy, that's it.
Oh yeah.
But conversion therapy is actually a legit form of therapy. It's just that it was used, they made it into this anti-gay fix the gay.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if there were some like hypnosis. I know people use stuff like this. I know that there are certain behaviors you can unlearn, right? Like dialectic behavior therapy and cognitive behavioral therapy. I know you can unlearn certain behaviors, but I was under the impression that we can't really unlearn or undo or change our sexual stuff.
These are disorders. They are considered disorders. There's an entire section of they're right after the personality disorders. Paraphilic disorders. This entire section. They are disorders.
Well, hold on. Are those types of paraphilia that are disorders, or is that saying that all paraphilia are disorders, though? Because if somebody had a fetish for feet or elbows or some shit, I don't think that this would be considered a disorder that's having a negative impact on your day-to-day life.
It can have a negative impact, yes, because it has a negative impact in your relationships because it's abnormal. It's not in line with socially appropriate sexual.
No, hold on, stop. Okay, so things that have negative impacts on you, insofar as they're talked about in the DSM-5, are usually things that inhibit your ability to live normal lives, right?
Yeah, for some people, it can inhibit their relationship.
Yeah, and if it rises to that level, then it would be considered that. So, for instance, in the sex community, some people use the difference between fetish and kink. I don't know if this is recognized in the psychology community, but in the sex community, somebody might say you have a kink for noses. That just means that noses are sexually exciting to you. But if you have a fetish for noses, it means you require the presence of a nose in order to orgasm or something, right? People might say that.
No, a fetish is just being attracted to a not inanimate thing. It's a non-living.
Wait, so can you have a fetish for asses or boobs? I think fetish is primarily used for like
I think that would
non-secondary
not be-
sexual.
No, that
Halfway
wouldn't be
through an
considered a
undergrad
fetish
and
because
acting
that's
like an authority should
considered
be a disorder.
normal. That's socially normal and socially acceptable to be attracted to those aspects of the human body.
Gotcha. So,
So-
but then those definitions are kind of like worthless then, right? Because it's like what's socially acceptable in some places is probably different in one to another, right?
It's a huge thing that matters in psychology is social norms. That's a major part.
Sure, I guess I'm uncomfortable with the characterization, and I'm 99% sure that in the world of psychology, we don't characterize all fetishes or all deviant sexual behavior is not all characterized as being like a disorder. It needs to be changed.
Some paraphilias primarily concern the individual's erotic activities, and others primarily concern the individual's erotic targets. Examples of the former would include intense and persistent interest in spanking, whipping, cutting, binding, or strangulating another person, or an interest in these activities that equals or exceeds the individual's interest in copulation or equivalent interaction with another person.
Yeah, nothing about this says that all of these are disorders, though, right?
A paraphilic disorder is a paraphilia that is currently causing impairment to the individual, or a paraphilia whose satisfaction has entailed personal harm or risk of harm.
Yeah. So this is what I was saying earlier, where like generally, at least insofar as the DSM-5 is concerned, things aren't considered disorders until they're having like a negative impact on your ability to live like a healthy, functional day-to-day life. So if it hurts your ability to hold down a job, to maintain healthy relationships.
No, or it's a risk.
Sure, or a risk. But like a foot fetish or whatever, or like a nose fetish, these wouldn't rise to the level of being called disorder. Unless you're literally like taking risky behavior publicly. If you're like jerking off on people's noses in a Walmart because you can't help yourself, or that guy that hides under people's like cars and just licking their feet in Walmart, then that probably, right.
Or some people who have the voyeuristic, who are voyeuristic, wait, where is it? Or no, not voyeuristic, exhibitionist.
Mm-hmm.
So, and definitely like a lot of like that's a high, like that's like exhibitionists, like there's a lot of that in
Sure, but even these things wouldn't necessarily be like none of these. So
exhibitionist disorder, yeah, like
but,
they have sex in public because they get off on like the rush and the risk,
sure.
and that's dangerous because
not necessarily. So none of these are intrinsically
that's fucking dangerous to other people.
None of these are intrinsically dangerous, though, right? It's only once they rise to the level of being a danger would it be considered a disorder. So, for instance, things
if you're having sex in public, you're willing to take the risk of putting other people at harm or having other children possibly see you.
But there's a huge difference between driving out to a park and having sex in a car versus like fucking somebody on a playground in broad daylight. One of these would probably rise to a level where like a therapist would be like, hey,
one of them is riskier.
Yeah, well, one of them carries a great risk. The other is a sexual paraphilia that's being practiced responsibly, right? These are one of these.
Responsible having sex in public at all?
What?
Having sex in public is not responsible.
It can be, of course, it can be.
No, the only way it would be responsible is if you're like out in the middle of a forest.
Sure, in places where there's like a very, very low likelihood of you being caught, right?
Yeah, super, super low likelihood.
Yeah, so sure, right? So none of these things, none of these paraphilia are intrinsically or on their own harmful. It's just when they're practiced in ways that are harmful. If you can't help yourself from practicing in ways that are harmful, then they would rise to the level of a disorder, I think, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just that, like, trying to find, but it's all, the thing is that it's also, like, if it's, like, the urges are really strong, and, like, you have a lot of, like, fantasies that interrupt your day.
Yeah, so
like,
it's the whole thing. This is the whole thing around like what the DSM-5 considers a disorder is only if it's causing like significant distress or like life impairment. If it's not, then you're totally fine. Like as long
No.
Yep.
Not
Yes. Absolutely. Yes.
It said also the risk. Like if you're willing to risk.
Yeah, that your willingness to risk shows that it's like become an impairment to your life. Right? If, for instance, like you could be addicted to masturbating. That can be an activity that's healthy, or it can be a disorder. If you can't help masturbating so much that you're like at work and you go like behind a corner and you fucking whip your dick out and start masturbating, that's risen to the level of it being like a disorder. But it's not a disorder because masturbating is bad or because masturbating can be risky. It's a disorder because you can't control the urge, right?
But I mean, it's also like when they describe like when it's causing like impairment, this means that like it could even be something like your significant other is bothered by your fetish. Like that would be considered like it's disrupting your life.
Well, that would depend on a variety of factors, right?
No.
Yes.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes.
If it disrupts your relationship,
No,
then...
that would depend on a variety of factors. For instance, let's say that you masturbate once per week and your partner is severely bothered by it. That wouldn't mean that a therapist would be like, oh yes, well you have masturbation addiction disorder, you have a paraphilia for masturbating, because like there would probably be another problem that they would look at there, rather than assuming that that paraphilia has like risen to the level of being a disorder.
It would probably be a problem if it's like the person is like literally unable to compromise with their partner and like, no, I'm gonna keep on doing what I want to do. And
Sure,
I don't
then
care
that, yeah,
how you
sure,
feel about it.
sure.
That's
Then
a
at that level,
problem
sure,
itself.
sure, that could be, yeah, that could be, sure.
Could be.
But I'm just saying that, like, just all I'm saying is that, like, by definition, a paraphilia isn't necessarily a disorder. There's like a separate entry for like paraphilic disorders. For something to rise to the level of a disorder, it has to be something that's causing distress or having like a negative impairment in your life. Like that's like the most important. Well, that's what makes it a disorder. Otherwise, it's just a paraphilia.
I claimed anything different though.
What?
I don't think I claimed anything different though, did I?
Well, it sounded like you were saying all paraphilia are disorders. You said, or I think it sounded like that.
No, like they can't like no, like every single fetish can be a disorder. Yeah, like there's a disorder.
Yeah, it
That's
can
what I
be,
meant.
but not necessarily. Just because something is a paraphilia or a fetish or some sort of sexual deviancy doesn't necessarily make it a disorder. It's only a disorder when it rises to the level of causing like distress or harm in your personal life.
Yeah, I think that like it's not very difficult to have it rise to that level though, basically.
It's not relevant to the definition. I mean, there are some things where it might not be that difficult, but like I would argue that like I think it feels like there are a lot of very common sexual fetishes that could be incredibly damaging, but most people seem to manage them in somewhat responsible ways.
I don't know about that.
Sure. So this is incredibly anecdotal. I don't know. Well, actually, we could probably get polling data on this, but it seems like there are a lot of women that have kinks for exhibitionist behavior or consensual, non-consensual behavior. That doesn't mean that every woman is going to go fuck publicly or try to get raped, right? There are a lot of people, these would be considered sexual paraphilias, but they're not like disorders, as long as they're practiced in a responsible manner or in a way that doesn't cause significant distress in your...
So it is a thing that people... like women and men who have like high levels of exhibitionism go into like the porn industry or like sex work. So just saying.
Sure, possibly. That's a correlation, but I'm being very narrow in the statement that I'm making. A paraphilia is not necessarily a disorder. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
I'm keeping the debate lively.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay. Triggering the fuck out of me, okay? That's what you're doing. Okay.
Told you I got some spicy points.
Yeah, some spicy. Oh, okay.
take.
All right.
But yes, I do agree. Sorry, I'm not trying to kink shame.
Sure.
Sometimes I
what's your
do
next?
wonder though if it's like I don't know, like sometimes I think that it can be kind of difficult because it's like you know, if a person is around like a lot of like a bunch of people that have like I don't know, like unhealthy sexual fantasies and urges and stuff, and then it's like they start to think like, oh well, that's normal maybe, and it doesn't really cause them too much impairment because they're like around those people, and just or like especially in like certain kink communities where it's like literally like you can't like even question or like be critical of like any kinks or fetishes. I don't know, just
Yeah, some of it can be. I mean, there has to be like a balance between a lot of stuff. right? Anything can go too far in one direction. You want an ultra edgy take? I think that sometimes people can go too far in diagnosing trauma. I think that some people can retroactively make events traumatic if they treat them with too much of a with too much of like a traumatic treatment. I think that it's possible that some people can look back on prior events and then think like, oh my god, wait a second, I've been told so many times that this is traumatic, and then all of a sudden come away feeling more traumatized by them than not. There's an ultra hot take.
Yeah, I don't really agree. You can't really like induce trauma just from like
no, you absolutely can. Of course you can.
but just from treating someone with like empathy and stuff. Like
not just empathy, but I think if you I think that if you impress upon a person how bad some prior event was, that prior event like maybe was something that they had actually like processed, accepted, moved on, that if you impress upon them how actually bad it was and they hadn't fully accepted it, that you might like cause them to second guess like their previous like comfort with it, where all of a sudden it becomes a much bigger deal than it was prior to them, I think.
Yeah, maybe. Though I wonder, like, if that's, don't you think that maybe that's really just, that person helping them to recognize that what they went through was traumatizing?
Well, but if the
Isn't
person
that
is like, I think it's important to try to figure out, like, if some prior event, like, isn't, like, negatively impacting you any longer, or if you feel like you've adequately processed it and you moved on and it's not, like, has some negative impact on your life, I think that trying to go back into somebody's life and force them to say, like, that was traumatic, is like, damn, I don't know if there's, like, a lot of value in that. Like, assuming it's not having, like, a negative impact on them, like, to this day. Like, I don't know.
Well, I can't really fathom if, like, you know, something trauma, because, you know, like, that is a thing, of course, like, to, I mean, I'd say that that's kind of, like, that's actually the normative response, though, is, like, to assume that your trauma, like, wasn't actually trauma, to, like, just kind of minimize it and, like, normalize it, sort of, like, that's generally how trauma survivors react.
Yeah, it could, but I mean, that's kind of the job then, is to figure out, like, if it's still having, like, a negative impact.
I mean, I can't really imagine that someone would go through a traumatic incident and, like, just come out with
It absolutely can happen. There are people that do it. I think it's really damaging to assume that every single person that's gone through a traumatic event is going to come out traumatized and necessarily needs to revisit that trauma.
I'm not saying they come out traumatized. I mean, like, not having any negative impact at all.
Well, it's possible that you can have, like, a negative impact, but you could process it and then, like, deal with it.
Oh, yeah, because there are resilient people. And resiliency is what, you know about resiliency and stuff? And, like, resilience-based psychology and all that?
No, I mean, I know what the word resiliency means, so I can make some guesses, but...
Yeah. So, yeah, like, there's resilient, like, people who are resilient, and so, yeah, they, like, if they go through something traumatic, they're far less likely to develop, like, PTSD or CPTSD as a result.
Sure.
Or other mental health issues. However, do you know how resiliency is built?
Probably by going through traumatic events and then some combination of lucky biological factors or your child-rearing factors or whatever.
No, but personality traits is a huge part of resiliency.
Sure.
However,
personality traits come from biology and like child rearing, right? Like, yeah.
The other huge part is your favorite subject, attachment.
Sure, but attachment again comes from your biology and your child rearing, right? And how you were brought up as a child. Like, attachment patterns literally start, like, the theory of that started with, like, child rearing.
Literally start, like, in the womb, when you're, like, in your mom's womb.
Sure. Yeah, I guess that's possible.
Literally starts then.
Sure.
Yeah. No, but resiliency is fostered through having a secure attachment to a reliable and emotionally available adult. And so children who have that secure attachment to another adult like that, they are more resilient.
Sure.
Yeah.
Or
I
generally
love when I
speaking.
get to bring up attachment patterns.
Yeah, so you can
I love
superimpose
it.
it onto literally every single issue. It's gonna be the end of you if you're not careful.
Every chance I get.
Okay.
Well, it's not like I'm trying to just shoehorn it in there. I mean, it's legitimate.
Sure. Maybe.
Or maybe. What do you mean, maybe? You don't like talking about attachment patterns.
I think it's incredibly damaging to try to like fit I think one of the most positive steps that psychology has made over the past 20 years is moving away from hard labels and looking at everything to be way more spectrum based. We've done it with diseases instead of having discrete like you have Asperger's syndrome or it's like now it's all under like the spectrum of autism spectrum disorder. We've done it with personality traits, like instead of the whatever IMDb, whatever the fuck personality traits we have. Now we've got like the big five where everything looks on a spectrum. We've done it with disorders where instead of like, you have this behavior, but now it's like, okay, well, how many of these like criteria are met for it to be disruptive? And then even with like attachment pattern theory, when they started working on that for adults, in order to make that work, they had to like open up the fluidity between a lot of these categories by quite a bit. So
Spectrum. Attachment is a spectrum. Yeah, it goes from anxious to avoidant.
Yeah. And I get like incredibly like anytime, especially like I know we're not talking like in a therapist environment, but like if I was talking to a therapist and they brought up any type of label like that, I would leave and never go back. I would be done instantly, because as soon as I hear that out of a therapist's mouth, I would assume that they're going to try to fit every puzzle piece in my life to try to match their preconceived idea of what those categories are. And I would assume that they're no longer listening to me. They're just trying to find confirmation bias about like whatever particular label they've given me. Like that would be like, I would be like, okay, fuck this shit. It would be like really frustrating to me.
Just the fact that it's a label?
Yeah. Because it would feel like I think this is a really common complaint that a lot of people have when they go to therapy, is when it feels like you're not actually being listened to, but rather you're being categorized, and now all of your behaviors, people actually complain about this in medicine as well. You're not being listened to anymore. Instead, all of your behaviors are being categorized under some preconceived box that your doctor or therapist has, and they're no longer treating you like an individual, just like a chart in a textbook, basically.
I mean, that's why good therapists don't voice those, and that's why clients can't see what our notes say about them.
Sure. Yeah. Well, yeah. That's what I'm saying. I know we're not talking like in a therapy position or like.
I mean, because like I don't know how you do therapy without like I mean, you call them labels, but like they're just fucking words. I don't know.
Well, so like the goal. Yeah, I mean like the goal, like the only thing labels are supposed to do when we're as humans, labels exist to give us greater understanding of things, basically. Like we categorize things because they fit and because it gives us more power to understand the thing being categorized. But if the label becomes a trap and inhibits your ability to like process new information instead, then the label becomes a negative, right? Not that I'm not saying all labels are bad. I'm just saying they can be bad. They can trap you in a negative way.
That's why there's like a lot of ethical issues around even like diagnosing.
Sure.
And like, whether to actually like put that diagnosis down in someone's like, file and stuff, because there's a shitload of things that happen.
Mm-hmm.
Or like whether to tell the client about a diagnosis or to not tell them, things like that.
Or there's a lot of there's that really super interesting study that was done about people that are sent to psych wards, and whether or not the people being kept there are actually having problems, or if they've got the doctors have the diagnosis, and then they're going to see every single behavior is going to magically fit into the diagnosis. Yeah.
That was like, that study was literally like something that we talked about, in my ethics class. Yeah. I know. But I mean,
I guess like basically a label for me, I like the only time I would ever utilize a label is if I need to make an assumption about something and I don't have the time or the ability to gather the information about it. So if I was a doctor and there was like a patient in the fucking ER and you need to get like a medical history in like 2 seconds, like you're probably going to have to make some assumptions, right? But if you're a doctor and you've got a patient, you're going to do a cancer treatment, you might know that they're like an African-American woman. So you would still probably run tests for every relevant piece of information you need to know. Much the same like if I was talking to somebody and and they said a few things, and it's like, oh, this sounds kind of like a dismissive avoidant attachment, I would never assume that, or I would never move from that. I'd probably just ask questions about what I want to know, rather than trying to make projections about their potential behavior based off of the label that I think they might fit under, right? Because there's no reason to, like, why use the label at that point when I can just gather the information by actually, like, having the conversation.
Yeah, but, like, what if they already have gathered information, though? And
Well, then
that's, like, what they're leaning towards.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if you have, like... yeah, but I mean, like, if you have all the information, then at that point, like, you don't necessarily need, like... I don't know how the label is helping you that much at that point, right? Like...
Yeah. I mean,
like, there might be, like, some forms of therapy where it's, like, in general, like, maybe this type of approach is more helpful with, like a securely attached person or a dismissively avoidant person, or, like, maybe there might be general things. But even all of these, so, like, maybe you can tell things a little bit, but even all those have to be trained. Like, even in pharmacology, even for drugs of the mind, like, we still have to do trial and error, basically. It's completely trial and error for SSRIs, and that's literally, like, medication, right? So, I mean, I imagine for therapies, it's going to be even more, like, oh, let's try this and see if this works, and if it doesn't, oh, fuck it, let's try this and see if this works, right?
yeah. But it's even, like, that's the case for, like, mental illnesses, too. Like, I mean, like, people, like, you can have, like, 50 different people with bipolar type 2 disorder, and, like, they're all going to manifest their symptoms in different ways. Like,
Yeah, for sure.
They're not all going to be identical, you know?
100%.
But they still are going to have, like, the underlying, like, symptom. Like, they're still going to show, like, at least, like, they're still going to meet that criteria, though. You know? It's just that they're not going to necessarily manifest it all the same way. Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
But really, like, I mean, the labels are really just for, like the note-taking, and I don't know, it's just like that. You know, it's just, like, the required shit that you gotta, like...
Is that really required? Do you, if you're like I doubt that. If you're a therapist, do you have to report back to, like, a boss, like, well, this guy is a secure attachment pattern? Like,
do you know that insurance companies literally expect therapists to give a diagnosis on the first day of...
yeah, that wouldn't surprise me to justify like insurance insurance. But that's a lot different than, like, diagnosing, like, an attachment pattern or something, right? Like, they're talking about, like...
You don't diagnose an attachment pattern. That's not an illness or anything.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm saying that, like, you don't have to... you don't need to write down an attachment. But yeah, you'd obviously have to diagnose... Of course, because you have to have something to bill for, right?
Well, I mean, that's just, like, fucking insurance companies, but yeah.
Well, of course, but I mean, like, that's probably fair, right? Like, there has to be a problem if you're going to a therapist that you're, like, a company's paying for, right? Otherwise, you just go to a therapist and be like, LOL, I got to talk to some dude for an hour. Like, my company will pick it up, right?
No, that's totally shitty, and it's impossible to do a diagnosis in one day. Diagnosis takes a long fucking time.
Well, sure, that's a problem as well. But, like, there's got to be, like, I feel like... I've never done this myself, but I feel like for insurance companies, there's got to be, like, a four trial grace period. Like, I'm sure some are really shitty, but it's the idea that you would need one every, like, at the first point, everything. That sounds really shitty to me. I'm sure it's possible with some insurance, but there's got to be some insurance companies that let you go, like, 4 times to try it and see how it works or whatever.
I mean, according to all my professors, like, that's like what will, like, if we're dealing with insurance companies, like, they'll expect you to have a diagnosis on day one, or they won't cover it. I mean, they won't cover the client, but...
Yeah, but, like, there must be some sort of, like, retroactive... Like, if after the 4th session, the therapist is like, for instance, for, like, a lot of these types of therapies, there's, like, pre-shit anyway, where, like, you talk to somebody to figure out if you'd even, like, qualified, whatnot. I guess depending on the type of program you're enrolled in and whatnot, too, right?
Well, that's also, like, that's the insurance companies and stuff, but yeah.
Like, even for therapists, you guys want to do an assessment to make sure that the person actually has problems, right? You don't want to just take on, like, any random fuck person that just wants to chat for a while.
No, you don't have to have problems to go to therapy. Like, plenty of people don't have, like, problems, but therapy is appropriate for everyone who, like, maybe you're just dealing with a little bit of stress at work. and yeah, therapy.
Well, sure. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm thinking more particularly for certain types of like programs, like especially related to like drugs. Like if you're going to see like a psychiatrist, you probably want to have like not just like a chat with them. Like you probably want to have like a specific problem that you're there to like that you would need like pharmacology for or something, right? I would imagine.
Usually for psychiatrists, yeah, because all they do is like their job is to prescribe medicine. So
Sure.
like they don't really do therapy unless they're like Dr. K. But yeah.
Sure. Psychiatrists
Most
can do therapy, can't they?
What? Psychiatrists? They can, but the majority of them don't. They literally will see you for like 5 minutes and be like, "Hi, okay, I'll give you meds. Okay, bye."
Really? Sounds like a really negative take of psychiatry. I'm sure there are a lot of psychiatrists that
Sorry.
work as
Oh, okay, yeah. To be fair, I'm a little biased.
biased.
So.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Because I'm sure there are a lot of psychiatrists that also double as therapists or whatever. Like,
Yeah, I wouldn't say that there's a lot though. I mean, from everything that I've heard, and I don't know.
it also
like,
depends on the
people who see
capacity
it.
probably that the psychiatrist is working in as well. Like, so for instance, like, I know that there are relationships where you see a psychologist or a therapist, and then they refer you to a psychiatrist for drugs. In that case, of course, you're not going to go there to have them also give you therapy. Like, you're just there because your therapist recommended you there for a prescription for drugs, and then you go from there, whatever, right? That would make sense, right?
Yeah.
I guess I don't know how many because I know that when I was looking, because I wanted to try therapy a long time ago, and some of the sites that I went to, like some of the psychiatrists or some of the therapists said they were also psychiatrists, so I assume they do therapy. But then I'm sure there are also a lot of psychiatrists that just, you basically go in, they ask you a couple questions, but the reason why they don't ask you much is because you've already had full sessions with therapists that have recommended you there, kind of like a general practitioner recommending you to a specialist for something like an x-ray or something, right?
Yeah. I mean, it is like my understanding that. Yeah, I know that most psychiatrists, like, you don't go to a psychiatrist if you need therapy. Like, you only go to a psychiatrist if you need medication.
Sure, because they can prescribe medication,
yeah. Like they see a lot of clients. Like, I don't know. I mean, they don't even freaking have time to like give therapy. I mean, I'm sure plenty do. It's just, I think it probably depends, because like if you're talking about psychiatrists that like, you know, that are working with like hospitals and stuff, or like they're almost they usually don't give therapy. It's usually like it's like a private practice.
Yeah,
thing.
that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm sure there are like private practice psychiatrists where
Yeah.
they probably do therapy or whatever, or some shit like that.
We got off on an interesting tangent.
Sure.
Okay, but like, hold on. I still am a little bit confused. Why So you were saying that like, okay, so if you're seeing a therapist, and they mention to you like, okay, well, like, I think that you might have like, I don't know, this attachment pattern, and and you're saying that you would just be like, done, like, I'm just gonna cut you out, never go back to you again, and not even give you a second chance.
Well, I mean, I don't go to therapy, but the reason why I think most people do that is because like when you go to talk to a therapist, the last thing you want to feel like is some category or number or box. Like one of the big reasons when people go to therapy is they have nobody else to talk to, or they can give them the type of like guidance that they need. So if they show up and the first thing that they're being told, or if they're being told that like, oh, like you fit this particular thing, I imagine that would feel like really dehumanizing to a lot of people. Would be my guess.
Certain people, but then there are actually significantly possibly like, I don't know, like a higher amount of people who would actually really feel so validated by hearing that they actually do fit into a certain like group, like that there's not something especially and horrifically wrong with them, that they're not alone, and that the therapist knows what is going on with them. So yeah, there's plenty of people that are like that who really like the label. And it's actually for them to hear that, like, oh my god, you know what this is? Oh my god.
I guess the scary thing is you'd have to be like validation isn't always necessarily good. You don't want that validation to function as an excuse for them though either, right? I guess
therapy is all validating the client's feelings.
absolutely not. That is absolutely not true. Like if you have the feeling that your wife is a massive cunt, you need to murder her. That feeling is not going to be validated by a therapist, right? Or if you have the feeling that nobody loves you, or your life is worthless, and you want to kill yourself, that's not going to be right. The goal of a therapist is probably to validate like things.
And he keeps talking over it. He says the C word, just keeps going like he didn't even say it. Did
Wait.
you just say the C word?
What is the C word?
You said the C word.
Wait, what is the C word?
I don't want to say it. C-U-N-T.
Cunt?
You
Wait,
said it.
no, I didn't. What?
Yeah, you did. You were like, if your wife is a massive...
Oh, did I?
C-word.
Oh, maybe I didn't. Oh, okay. What? Is this a no cursing stream? Anyway,
No,
sorry.
it's
I thought you were saying I
actually-
called you a
No,
cunt. No.
misogyny stream. That's what it is,
Okay.
sir.
It's regardless. Okay. Look, see, you're not validating my use of that word right there. Okay. So enough said. Yeah.
Just gonna drop that word.
Hold me all those.
No, I won't. Okay, but
Yeah, I guess maybe it just depends on the type of person. I guess. Yeah, I don't know.
no. Like therapists are supposed to validate feelings, because
No. I mean, maybe it would depend on the type of person if they'd want to hear what, like, that they're being categorized in some way or whatever. I know that for me,
Yeah.
that is a massive turnoff in a conversation. That I can think of like one or two incredibly distinct conversations where once I like revealed like a personal detail about myself, it completely and totally changed the way the other person like engaged with me, because they started to make a whole bunch of assumptions about me immediately, and it totally turned me off from like the rest of it was so fucking stupid. And I feel like I would have like a similar feeling where like if I'm talking to somebody and it feels like they were very quick to just like slap a label on me, it's like, oh well, this is it. It's like, oh well, okay, well fuck this, I guess. Like that would be the feeling, I guess.
because you'd feel like you're being kind of dehumanized.
Yeah, it's super dehumanizing. Yeah, rather than like listening to the things I have to say or whatever, you're like, it would feel like you're trying to categorize it, and then, oh well. I think that labels are only important when they are actionable. I think that's like the most. I don't know what the ethics guidelines or whatever were, but like for instance, the label of cancer, that is incredibly important, because once we've labeled somebody as having cancer, now we can take a treatment related to said cancer, and like that labeling, that's like essential for the treatment. We can't give chemotherapy or radiation treatment to somebody unless we have that like diagnosis of them like having cancer or whatever. But if you can like ascribe a label or to somebody or whatever, then you can't really do anything else with it.
Attachment patterns are literally what freaking determines like what kind of relationship you're gonna have, and like if like who you're gonna attract and stuff, though, and like whether you're way more
Sure.
likely to get divorced or not.
Sure, but so like again, like the fact that you would even say that, like if I heard this, like, oh well, you have this attachment pattern, so you're more likely to get divorced. You're like, okay, well, why the fuck am I here? Like, you would never ever want to say that to like a patient. Like, why would you ever want them to hear that? You know,
Well,
like,
obviously you don't say it to a client.
yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, like for your own personal like stuff, I guess, like having like these things in the back of my head. I'm talking about in terms of like making a client aware of it, I guess, which it seems like it would be really, really, really bad.
There's certain ways that you talk about things with a client. Yeah, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like, I mean, all of like for couples like modern couples therapy, like that's all attachment. Like, and
It's
that's
not
all
all
like,
attachment. Attachment might play a large part in it, but there's a lot of things that have to do with things that aren't necessarily attachment, right?
I like how you just tell me this, like, okay, sir, please explain to me then. Well, I'm sorry.
Well,
I'm sorry.
because you don't just walk in and it's like, well, here's the attachment calendar. Like, oh, well, I've solved all your problems because I know the attachments, right? Like, attachment patterns are like the predominant way that you like analyze, like maybe like there's a lot of work to be done. Just knowing an attachment pattern isn't going to tell you anything, right? Or isn't going to give you the whole answer. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done past that, right? Yes, this isn't even disagreeable, of course.
I mean, it's certainly like attachment is like the huge part of it, though. I mean, I guess the other things would be, I don't know, because arguably emotional regulation is a part of attachment, actually, since.
So I could have two people. You could take two people, okay? Two people that are dismissive avoidant, okay? One person maybe was neglected by his parents for the first 18 years of his life. Another person might have been repeatedly raped by an uncle over and over again. Now, these two people might both have dismissive attachment patterns, but the way that you address their problems is probably going to be wildly different. Probably going to be far different. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Yeah.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay. Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, I mean, obviously, like, if there's, like, trauma and stuff, yeah, of course. I just mean in general, like, the way that, like, for couples therapy, like, most of it is, like, through the perspective of attachment, and so, like, a big part of that is, like, getting, helping, like, educating, like, your client, sort of, about attachment, to start seeing everything through the lens of attachment, because that's been shown to help, like, a lot, basically, and be the most successful.
What does that mean, I guess, or explain what that means? So, like, let's say, for instance, that one person has a secure attachment and another person has a dismissive avoidant, and these two people in a relationship. What do you say to them? Like, your relationship is doomed, or what? Like, what is the?
No, you would never say that.
Sure, yeah. So, like, what do you say?
Because really, it's not doomed. Like, actually, if anything, like, you know, it's that, like, any relationship could work out if both people.
Of course. Yeah. Well, yeah. Of course. That's my point. Yeah. Or
that's actually what you would say. Even if the odds aren't great. I mean,
sure.
Because it's still about, like, whether people are motivated to try. So, but anyway, yeah, like, you would just kind of. I mean, yeah, part of it would be educating them on, like, you know, how. Because, like, the thing, so if you have someone who's secure and someone who's, like, got dismissive avoidant, well, like, the dismissive avoidant person, like, they're gonna perceive, the secure person as, like, being okay with, like, control. Because, like I said, dismissive avoidant attachment, they, like, they perceive exclusivity and like, marriage and commitment as control, essentially, and as negative. It's like a negative thing, and they very easily feel trapped in marriage and, like, commitment and, like, a sexually exclusive relationship, like, and, like, the secure person, well, they're completely comfortable, like, they can't even imagine, like, they can't fucking imagine how, like, someone could be married and, like, not be, like,
or something, right?
Yeah, like, not exclusive, and, like want to go with other people, and and, like, not be emotionally committed and, like, emotionally interdependent with that person, basically. And, like, the dismissive avoidant person, they're totally freaked out by commitment, because they're like, holy fuck, I can't, like, people are not reliable, people are not trustworthy, and you are expecting me to completely make myself vulnerable to you? Holy shit, that's terrifying to me.
Sure, but again, these are all, like, generalizations, right? It could theoretically work the other way around, right?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Like, I'm pretty sure it would be possible that a person could have a secure attachment pattern and still be in an open relationship, or it's possible that somebody could have a dismissive avoidant attachment pattern but still desire, like, closed monogamous relationships. Like, I'm sure these, like, combinations of traits are possible. Yeah.
Yes, yes. But I mean that it's a lot harder. It would be a lot harder for them, basically.
Sure.
Like like someone who's, like, a secure attachment pattern, you know, they really like they're able to get, you know, they don't have fears of commitment, or, like, they don't view other people as, like, unreliable or unsafe or untrustworthy. So, like, they're pretty much, like, they're comfortable with being committed to, like, one other person, essentially. Like, that's not threatening to them, like it is for the dismissive avoidant person. Like, that's very threatening for them. But yeah, it's just that generally a secure person would be more comfortable.
Sure, generally. That's the only word I'm trying to. That's the only thing I'm trying to harp on. Generally.
Yeah. because it's more about like it's not so much about like it's not that it's about the amount of like partners or whatever the fuck, like because like I said to you, there are plenty of poly people who have secure attachment patterns. It's just that like they can be committed and exclusive with like more than one person. So like they can have a secure attachment pattern with like 2 partners or like 3 partners, and though it's rarer, but you know, like because that's kind of hard to. It's kind of difficult to like be married to like 2 people because you gotta like split. I mean, it's tough enough to like be emotionally interdependent with like one person and like you know, meeting their emotional needs, because that's what relationships are. You meet each other's emotional needs. So like you'd have to be meeting like 2 people's emotional needs. That'd be freaking hard.
Sure. Or people fulfill different emotional needs from different partners as possible as well, right?
What?
People could fulfill different emotional needs from different partners, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Or it could be like they have a secure attachment with one partner, and then the other one it's not. It's an insecure attachment, but
Sure, maybe.
yeah, and yeah, it's about like the commitment and the ability to be emotionally vulnerable and everything with a person. And that's why you see more dismissive attachment, dismissive avoidant attachment with people who have open relationships. Yeah. And less secure attachment.
Sure, maybe. Yeah.
I always find it really ironic because I know you've said like you consider jealousy to be like a sign of like haven't you said that you consider jealousy to be like a sign of insecurity or something?
It can be. Depends on the type of jealousy. I overqualify the fuck out of this every single time I say it, but people still misunderstand it. I don't think that every single person in a monogamous relationship is like a jealous person. But like, I think that there are forms of jealousy that are indicative of insecurity. So for instance, people in monogamous relationships, they get upset when their partner talks to somebody of the opposite sex. I would say that person has an insecurity.
Go, hold on. We're making some real wide sweeping claims.
I would always assert that claim. Yeah, 100%.
Wait. So you think that everyone in a monogamous relationship gets jealous?
No. I'm saying that every single person in a monogamous relationship that gets jealous when their partner just talks to a member of the opposite sex, that's a form of insecurity. Not that every monogamous person has that jealousy, but if you have that type of jealousy, that would be like an example of an insecurity.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. But you know that jealousy is a feeling.
Yeah. Sure.
Like, you know that feelings can be kept within oneself, right? Like, you don't have to act on feelings. Feelings don't lead to action.
Not necessarily, of course. The whole idea behind like CBT, right?
Yeah. They're very separate and distinct.
Yeah, of course. Well, hopefully, yeah.
So like,
depending on how emotionally dysregulated you are, but yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah, just because someone can feel jealousy doesn't mean that it's like a bad thing. Like, it's not gonna like destroy the relationship or cause any problems.
Sure, but now this is my line, of course, because I try not to speak in broad. Like, just because you have jealousy doesn't mean it's going to destroy your relationship, of course. But if you get jealous just because your partner is talking to somebody else of the same sex or as you or the opposite sex of them, that's probably not a good thing. But I mean, obviously, it's being in your head.
That's actually something that's you find that on the anxious attachment. Yeah, sure. Anxious attachment. Yeah.
But just because it's not a good thing doesn't mean it's going to be catastrophic to your relationship. Like, it's possible you could think about it and process it and get through it or whatever, or it just doesn't have that negative an impact on you.
But then it's like, so here's the thing that I don't think you really realize is that, yeah, like on one side, remember we talked about the spectrum? So like on that extreme side is like the anxious attachment where it's like they will feel jealous over like, yeah, their partner literally just having like a friend of like the opposite sex or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But then on the other extreme side is dismissive avoidant people who cannot feel jealousy at all. And that also indicates insecurity. Not being able to feel any jealousy is insecurity. That's
Sure.
not
Well, is it
healthy.
that they're not able to feel jealousy, or is it they just don't ever form an attachment to feel jealous of?
Wait, what?
Is it that they can't actually feel jealousy, or is it that they just don't form the necessary attachments they'd need to in order to be jealous of them? Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, yeah, that's what dismissive avoidant
Yeah.
attachment is. Like, they avoid and dismiss like any emotional attachment. So, and they do that by having multiple partners. They do that by having a lot of like a lot of them will.
Well, my
Keep
guess is
that-
going to be that for dismissive avoidant people, my guess would be that a lot of these people have no partners. They probably don't do much of anything in terms of associating with other people.
I mean, they have casual sex
Maybe, yeah.
because that's comfortable for them. Because casual sex is not emotional intimacy. Like, that's safe for them. They prefer that actually.
Sure, but how many, like, I feel like for if you have like a super dismissive avoidant personality, it's probably harder for you to like meet people and talk to people and everything as well, right?
Actually, because it's so it's correlated with like narcissism. Like people with dismissive avoidant attachment, they tend to be higher with like narcissism. So like they're actually usually very charming, and they actually get like they have a lot of people that like them.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah, they're able to be very charming and stuff. Yep. usually I should say. Usually, not all. No, there's plenty that are like. Because, you know, you get onto, like, the schizoid spectrum, because, like, schizoid, you know, a schizoid personality, you know, they're also dismissive avoidant, but they're not at all, like, charming stuff.
Sure.
They're very, like, aloof, you know, and just, like, expressionless and stuff. But, yeah. Yeah. Hold on a sec.
Just as an FYI, I have to leave in about 20 minutes, okay? Just giving you a heads up.
Oh, yeah, sure. Right. Okay. I don't have any mods, so I had to ban, like, some spam and shit.
Nice.
But yeah, like, I mean, you know everyone has an attachment pattern, right?
Sure, I don't really care much about it, but sure. I don't think I'd factor it much
That's
into
quite
my...
a dismissive thing to say, actually.
You sound very judgmental. I mean, I mean, like,
I sound judgmental?
yeah, for sure. I think a lot of like that's usually what most of my problem is like in terms of like the way that it feels like you characterize things. It feels like you sound like very, very judgmental sometimes. Yeah. That's why I usually try to like temper. I don't think that you actually are as harsh in your mind as you come across. Or at least I don't think so. But sometimes with the way that you characterize things, yeah, sometimes it sounds like really, really, really like this is what these people are. This is what these people are. Like boom, done.
That's generally how it's spoken about.
That's why.
Like, everything things that I've read about, like, attachment and stuff, like, that's how it's spoken. It'll be like, well, people with a dismissive avoidant attachment pattern tend to like this, and this, and they will feel like this, and this, in reaction to this, and this, and like, how do you think I should talk about that then? How should I like any advice on how to talk about that then without sounding judgmental?
Sounding super judgmental. I honest to God, I think it would go like, oh, I think I fucked this up. Oh no. It feels like it would help a lot to just like temper things with like, this is how these people tend to be. I think it's like the usual like, yeah.
But then that's the problem.
What?
Isn't that what you said is the problem? That sounds judgmental, like.
No,
saying,
because
like,
it sounds more like you're saying this is what these people are. Is like the feeling that I get generally.
Is that a you problem or a me problem? Or a both
I am an
problem?
incredibly patient and understanding person, and you trigger the fuck out of me sometimes. So I'm gonna say that's a you problem.
Oh, so we're gonna blame other people now for our. I'm not joking.
If I have to go with like the general patience and level of like acceptance I have of talking to people or whatever, like I think that I have like a decent understanding of how your mind works and what you're trying to say. But it feels like sometimes I don't know. You should pull your audio sometimes. I don't want to say pull mine because mine might be predispositioned against you. But like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Or try having like a, I don't know. This is a really, really hard thing to test. But like 99% of the time, like I push back is usually when I feel like you're making too sweeping of a generalization, and then I feel like yeah, I usually feel like okay, well, but it's not necessarily always like this. So like every single person, and the types of generalizations that you're making.
Like, I'm not saying I'm freaking perfect. I'm sure I do. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying the types of generalization you make is I feel like it's possible that a lot of people make these, and that's why I gave that statement earlier where it's like if I went into like a therapist and the first thing they do is like, oh, well, you're this label, I'd be worried that literally no matter what I say, every single thing I say is just going, you're just going to try to like make it fit into that, basically. Would be like my worry, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, sure hope that's not the case.
Yeah, sure. Well, yeah, of course.
Though, I think it's probably not quite, I think it's probably unfair to say that, it's like, only me, because, like, it's also true that, like, I talk about issues that probably affect you.
Okay, hold on. Now you're actually doing it. Now you're unironically doing it, okay?
Wait, doing what?
You're making an assumption that I'm having an emotional response based upon some preconceived, like, diagnosis you've constructed in your head of me.
I don't have a diagnosis of you.
So right now, rather than engaging with the content of my actions, it feels like you think you've discerned like a pattern in my head, and you're trying to tell me that I'm reacting in a way that you understand that I'm not even capable of perceiving. Is what that's? Do you understand how that statement could feel like that with what you just said?
Yes, I understand, but
Sure. So now, if I was any other person,
that I'm like saying that I come off as like being judgmental. I mean, like if you're having an emotional reaction, I mean, wouldn't that also mean that like, wow, this seems really manipulative.
you're not gonna manipulate me. Don't worry about it.
No. She means you. Really manipulative.
Oh. Oh, maybe. I mean, that's.
Which is something that I've definitely picked up other times.
I am not being manipulative at all. I'm being brutally honest, okay? Okay, if we were to go back and revisit any clip in our conversation, so that I'm not being accused of gaslighting or anything, I feel like most of the times I've stepped in to I don't want to say correct you, but to like assert like a deferring opinion is usually when I feel like you've made a statement that's too generalized or too, yeah, that's generally like, for instance, like the very first thing that we talked about was you saying, I think you said all serial killers are about sexual conquest. And the first thing I did was, okay, well, what do we mean by serial killers? So I tried to narrow the definition of serial killers, right? So we got off of like school shoot, right?
Okay, but like, yeah, but like, what is yeah, but like, what if that is true though? What if that actually is true?
Well, initially there was confusion over even what the definition was, right? Like most people, when they hear the word serial killer, they're going to assume that like school shooter fits that as well, right? That's why I like clarified the definition initially, right?
Okay.
Because most people think serial killer means just more than one murder, rather than like multiple discrete murdering events, right?
Okay, yeah, but okay, wait. I want to go back to like the thing where because this bothers me because like how I don't know like I'm just really confused here because I've never like I don't know.
No one's ever told you sound judgmental before?
Except a few people in my chat have said it, but otherwise, no. It's really weird. It's like a really weird thing to hear. I mean, I thought that I do usually, I thought that I do always, or not, I shouldn't say always, obviously. I shouldn't say always. I do usually say like tends to be and stuff like that, or is likely to be. Like, I was pretty sure I don't use like, everyone is like this, always like that. You know, like, I'm pretty sure I don't use extreme generalized words.
I think that something that
So-
would be super interesting would be to go back in this conversation and look at the verbiage that you use when you describe certain things, because the impression that I get and the places that I feel like I make the most interjections, I feel like I'm usually doing it when it feels like we've like made a really big generalization. That's usually when I feel like I'm stepping in to like insert like different language. That's the feeling I get, at least. Like, for instance, like in the very first, like, well, there was a serial killer thing when we had the conversation about paraphilia. It sounded like I'm positive of this, actually, that initially you were claiming that all paraphilia is disorderly, that any paraphilia is considered a disorder. And then we had to have the conversation walk. It's like, well, as long as it's not negatively impacting your life. And so then it like we qualified it like much more by the end of that conversation than at the very beginning, right?
A misunderstanding then, though?
It could be. But if there's a consistent pattern of misunderstanding where it feels like you're making generalizations, and the feeling that I'll be left with is that, like, okay, well, I can't tell if it's just misunderstandings or if it just feels like you're a little bit more judgmental. Or remember, like in the very first conversation we had, sometimes the way that you describe things makes it feels like you're like incredibly dismissive.
Because I re-listened to those videos and I felt like you were completely gaslighting me.
When it felt
And-
like you were very sex negative?
And that's what my real life friends interpreted as too, including the one who just graduated with his master's degree in psychology.
I would pay $150 to bring him here and have that conversation with him. I guarantee you he would not. I don't think so. I absolutely doubt it. And I would pay for 2 or 3 or 4 hours of whatever he would charge for his clinical time.
I think that is completely unfair because I also felt gaslit in those conversations.
So if you ever feel like this is the same thing that I said to anybody, if you ever feel like I'm gaslighting you in a specific conversation, I would be super curious like which claim I'm making that is totally unsubstantiated. I feel like in the vast majority of conversations I feel like I'm incredibly fair, and I feel like I'm trying really hard to be very charitable towards.
Do you remember how I was very confused in our first conversation because all I did was I was very careful. Yeah. I'm reading what you're saying, Nemo, by the way. I was very careful to make only like correlational claims, but then you kept accusing me of making causation claims, and it was like very strange, and I was like bamboozled basically, and it was not fair.
Well, so remember, like even today, you literally said that pornography was like causal to like being a serial killer.
I did not. Okay, see, this is the problem. You just claimed that I said something is causal when I didn't say that. And
You absolutely did.
No, I said that it's didn't I say it's like a red flag or something?
No,
Like
no, because a red flag is fine, but you said it was causal, and then I gave after that the example of, well, that's like saying that holding a gun is causal to murdering.
Wait. Fuck. Yeah, okay, no. I know
Sure.
what you're talking about. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
It might have been a misunderstanding, but I'm saying like that was.
No.
right.
I did. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
No, I did. I remember now because I said no, but I didn't say for serial killers. I said sex offenders and violent offenders. Remember?
Sure. Which I still would disagree with. And
Yeah,
you would disagree with it as
that's
well, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But eventually what you backed that into was, or what you qualified that as, which is fine, was that like seeing porn or whatever could be like a trigger that sets somebody off potentially, which could be true.
Yeah.
Sure. Which is fine. That's an okay statement to make. Sure. That somebody could see something in a porn and based on who they are and their preconditions or whatever, that might inspire them to go out and do something bad, for sure.
Yeah. Sorry, I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but like.
Or the big problem that I had in our initial conversation that I said is that, like, I think I even said after, I know that you weren't making any causal claims, but laying out, like, a particular set of descriptive claims without any sort of prescriptive claim leaves the impression in the mind of the audience that a certain prescriptive claim is being made. Like, and then I talk about, like, because Jordan Peterson does this a lot, when he'll say something like women, what?
This is a perfect example.
Yeah.
Because, like, the people who literally try and twist Dr. Peterson's words, like, he's very careful with his statements. These are people who are literally reading things into his words and interpreting them in these are called distorted perceptions. And it's like that's on them, the fact that they're trying to twist things that he says.
No, 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 no way. No way.
A psychologist said that.
Absolutely not. Okay, so you can pull. There's no way. Okay, if you lay out a certain set of descriptive claims, descriptions of reality, oftentimes a person's mind will automatically go towards a prescriptive statement. If you don't provide one there and you leave people to guess for themselves, then you have some responsibility insofar as like what that person does with it. Like, let's say in a therapist environment, somebody comes to me and it's like, fuck, like my life is fucked, like I'm feeling kind of suicidal, like I don't know what I want to do. And you say something like, well, if you did kill yourself, all of your pain would end. That's true. You're not telling them to kill themselves, but...
Well, so am I not allowed to talk about, like, the research on sociosexuality then, basically?
No, you
like,
can. You just have to, like, you have to be aware of the potential, like, moralizing that people do, and I think you have to get in front of it.
Huh? Wait. I mean, it is a moral issue, though.
No,
what are you
it's
talking
not.
about? What?
Psychology only deals in prescription. I'm sorry, in descriptive things. There is no morality that like you can discover in any type of scientific field, right? The questions of morality are always like outside of a scientific field.
But I mean, I've definitely read studies where like it's literally says like, and this is morally reprehensible or morally troublesome, or like there's.
You've probably read more psych literature than me, I would assume. I don't think I've ever read anything having to do with psych where the term morally reprehensible, maybe like in something where it's like saying like this behavior might be described as morally reprehensible, but a psych researcher putting out a study and saying this behavior is morally reprehensible, that would be a shocking thing to read in a study. Like, I would be shocked if I read that in any type of psychology study, because psychology that's not the domain of making morally reprehensible claims. It's the job of a psychologist.
Yeah, true. Okay, sure. But like, so your point is that, like, so what should I have done different then?
Well, I think that, like, if you're laying out things where it's like, obviously people don't like this particular thing, personally, I feel like it's important to get ahead of that and say, well, but you could do this instead or something. So, like, say somebody asks me, like, what do you think about music school? I might say, like, well, music school is hard because there are a lot of hours, because the class times can suck, because there's not a lot of money in that degree, and that's it. But if I stop right there, well, it kind of sounds like I'm saying, like, don't go to music school. If somebody were to walk away from that conversation and be like, oh, well, Steven basically told me don't go to music school, I wouldn't go to that person and be like, whoa, I didn't say don't go, even though I technically didn't, but that's kind of where I walked them to, right? But I might, after that conversation, I might say, listen, even though everything that I just said was true.
How I would interpret that.
That's what? That's not how you would interpret that?
No.
That's how 99% of humans would interpret that. That's how every single normal like person would hear that statement and it's like, oh, okay. They usually fill in the prescriptions themselves, guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean that's a cognitive distorted thinking though.
That is one of the most normal human behaviors ever.
Yeah, it's normal, but it's still distorted thinking.
I don't think so. I think this would fall more under. I don't have the background to talk about it, but it's like a philosophy of language basically, where like if I ask like, can I go to the bathroom? I'm not really asking that, right? I'm asking if you'll give me permission for me to get up right now, go to the restroom, and urinate and come back. There's like 50 million baked-in assumptions to every single piece of language we use, right?
Sure, but we're supposed to try not to assume.
No, we have to. We have to use shortcuts to language all the time, right? Like if I ask you, like, are you comfortable with something? And you're like, no, I'm not comfortable. And I go, okay. And I just continue. I'm not technically doing anything wrong. You didn't tell me to stop, right? I'm just keeping on going, right? But that's
like I'm still kind of confused. Okay, so basically you're saying that for like our first discussion, if like okay, but it's how am I supposed to like how do you think I should? I still feel like this is kind of blaming me though for like your own mistake of like assuming that I was making a causal.
Yeah, but the problem is like what you're causing. Yeah, I understand, but the problem is that what you're calling a mistake is like a totally normal facet of human reality. So the behavior has to change on your end, not expect everybody else to change their behavior.
Of course, yes,
Yeah.
sure, but like also, okay, but also you're kind of, I mean, aren't you kind of assuming that like this is the case for most people? Because I don't know, I've never had this problem before.
I know this is the case for most people. This is the number one criticism that's levied at Jordan Peterson, and you can see this echoed across all of his communities on the internet, 100%, and the types of communities that are horizontal to him.
I just haven't, I mean, maybe I just haven't listened to him enough or something, and maybe he does make a lot of like sketchy. I mean, I know he has said like mostly about trans.
No, we don't even have to go. Fuck. Can anybody find where he's having the conversation in the room with the guy about women in the workplace? It's like the best example of this.
Yes, that one. That's right. Yeah, he definitely did basically like imply. Yeah.
But he didn't actually. He didn't really. Now, if I was going into that with like my 100% philosophy cap on, he didn't actually say anything wrong. Yeah, actually, every single thing he said was correct. But holy fuck, the impression that you're left with at the end of that is, dude, women need to get the fuck out of the workplace. Holy shit, they need to leave. All these problems are happening. Rather than, well, wait a second, maybe there are ways that we can more positively integrate both genders into the workplace to overcome the problems that Peterson is accurately describing, right? Like that's the problem. You can't add a whole bunch of descriptions that lead you towards like a potentially dark place and then leave it ambiguous. You have to like fill that blank in for the listener. Yeah, I think you have a responsibility socially to that, I think.
Sure, but you know, the issue that is like disturbs me is the fact that like you repeatedly refuse to take any personal responsibility for your own.
I do all the time. It's literally what I do online. What do you mean?
Well, then you haven't done that with me at all. It's just been like blaming me for like everything.
Wait, what do you mean? I'm giving you like what I feel like is a pretty accurate, like, this is a description that I have of you where it feels like you're being judgmental. I don't think there's necessarily a problem with giving that description, no?
Yeah, no, but then it's like, I don't know, it seems like the like there's like this implication, I guess, that you were saying that like I am judgmental or something, like I sound like I mean, but like it doesn't go through your head at all. Like it just seems like you're not considering that like this is a me problem. Like that's what I would assume. Like if I felt like someone else was being judgmental, I would be like, okay, wait, this is a me problem. It's definitely me.
Why would I assume that though? That sounds like an insecure attachment pattern thing where you instantly assume that you're the one with the problem instead of being secure in yourself. No.
It could be narcissism thing that you assume that you're never the problem and that it's always the other person.
It could be indicative of traumatic experience though, where you've been gaslighted in the past, so you don't trust your own feelings. No. But okay, I'm half meaning. I'm sorry. Like to be like fully serious though, so it's really interesting to me that you said right now. You said that I'm implying that you're judgmental, which is interesting because that was initially my complaint. Or I said complaint, but I'm saying like it feels like sometimes you are implying things that might be judgmental. But the difference is that while you're saying that I am being judgmental, perhaps I actually explicitly said to you, I don't think you actually are. I just think that that's how it comes across.
We're making sweeping generalizations. I really am confused by this. Like, I really am genuinely confused. Like. Am I like, I don't know. I'm gonna re-listen to the video, but like, I re-listened to our first two debates and I was like, what the fuck? I don't understand where I made any like sweeping generalization.
Well, so the worst generalization that you made towards the end of the conversation is when you implied that I was incapable of dealing with the subject matter in an intellectual manner because I was personally compromised. That would be the biggest assumption that you made, I think.
No, I suggested that.
Okay, well, what's the difference? Come on, really? If you suggest something, you're implying something. A suggestion is an implication that this may be true. That's what a suggestion is.
No, a suggestion is to help you to consider this, because maybe it's not something you considered before.
But in helping somebody to consider something, you're suggesting that this might be an alternative thing, which means you're implying this is a distinction with no difference, right?
Like maybe it could be. I'm saying it could be. Yes, like that's what it means. Like maybe consider like, well, what if it's this, you know, and then the other person's supposed to be like, oh, okay, well, I mean, maybe it's also a little bit me too, yeah.
Do you understand that, like, in that sense, you're kind of robbing the agency out of the other person, and you're kind of assuming it yourself, like in a way you're taking control of me in that way?
What the fuck?
So let's say, for instance, towards the end of the conversation, yeah. So you're. So you're taking the agency away from me by implying that I have a problem that I can't perceive that you have. So it would be similar to me saying something to you like, hey, do you think, I'll use an extreme example, right? Like, do you think that maybe you might be PMSing right now? And you might not even have considered that. But for me to suggest that I know that you're like emotionally dysregulated and you can't like...
Really normal behavior that people do with each other. Like, literally people, like friends do this to like, this is literally normal.
There's a lot. First of all, something being normalized doesn't make it good. Okay, excessive pornography usage is also probably normalized as well, right?
It's a positive thing. We
No.
want people to help us see negative aspects about us.
But you no.
We're all blind to it.
You would do this in a different environment, right? You wouldn't suggest at the end of a discussion, because what you've essentially done is I feel like if I could cry here, you would take me more seriously, because another person could. But because what you've essentially done is you've undermined every single thing I said, and you've made the assumption that there has been some experience that I've had that's made me incapable of like engaging with any of the material in like a reasonable way.
No, that's not at all.
That's exactly what you've done. 100%. Yeah.
You feel this way. You feel this way, which is totally valid.
No, because you've made me feel this way.
But that's absolutely valid.
No, it's not. You can't. Well, I mean, like, if you want to go like fucking hard, if you're like trying to fucking throw down with me, then sure. If you want to be like, yo, dude, maybe you're just too fucking dumb to understand this, because that's essentially what you've done. You said that like I am cognitively impaired, I'm too like emotionally dysregulated, and I can't have the conversation.
And that's not at all what I implied.
It is.
That's
though.
not at all the implication that I even meant by that. I understand that, like, that's fine. You can feel that way. Like, I'm saying, like, that's valid. But I mean, that's completely unfair, and that's not at all what I meant.
Okay, let's go through this. So I'm gonna describe a few things. You tell me what this is here. So towards the end of our conversation, you said you may be personally impacted by some of these things, which may alter the way you feel about them. You said something to that effect? We can go back and find the exact clip. But I think
it was that, like, maybe something that we've discussed is like, affects you personally or something.
Yeah.
And then like you'd have an emotional reaction.
Yes, exactly. So this is like one of the like
that you literally are a human being.
Well, no, this is like a classical like undermining somebody. Guys do this to women all the time, and usually it comes in the form.
Assuming that it's manipulative, then.
Well, because
that's not fair at all.
Because you're taking the agency away from me in the conversation. It's like when a guy says a woman is being hysterical because she's upset.
No, that's just been historically like a sexist thing to say.
No. We don't need history at all. It's just even not fuck history. We don't need history at all. If a girl is upset with me over something, I say, I think you're being a little bit crazy right now. I'm robbing her of all of her agency. I'm basically saying that you're
being crazy.
What?
I didn't say that you were being crazy. That would be a terrible thing to say.
You didn't say I was being crazy, but you said you implied that I was emotionally compromised. You suggested that I was emotionally compromised. That's
right. Not compromised, but having like, that maybe like there's like, is it like, didn't I say something like, are you sure that it's me, or like are you sure that it's like me being judgmental, or is it just like your own like emotional reaction to it or something? Is that what I said?
It was like it was a totally separate on its own statement where you basically said, I feel like you might have some personal thing that happened to you, and that's why you have an emotional reaction during this conversation.
That you might have something that happened to you. I did not say that. I said that
it was
that I think I said something like we discuss issues that maybe, or like things that might possibly affect you. I forget why I said that, but it was like, because it was something.
Yeah, whatever statement you just said, that's fine. We can go with that one. But I'm just saying that by saying that, so compromise means that I'm making an exchange that I don't normally want to, right? So like I have exchanged my mental faculty, my ability to make a logical argument with some emotional reaction. That's what you're implying, right? That my earlier arguments or my earlier statement
cannot be completely logical. That's impossible. If you think that you are logical,
all or nothing.
Like
no. I can be completely logical at some points. When I say like 1 + 1 is 2, that's a lot.
Emotional response is not an attack. Holy fuck. Okay, I'm just freaked out by like what people are perceiving as an attack.
Well,
How is
okay,
that an attack at all?
it
That's
is.
not an attack at
It
all.
absolutely. This is like one of the most classical
It
attacks.
scares me. It scares me that there are people out there who seriously think that's an attack.
No,
Like,
wait. This
that's
is
some shit
wait.
that I would expect. Oh my
This is
god.
one of
Okay.
the. This is one of the most classical attacks, like in all of like fucking domestic abuse history, is when you undermine somebody else's like ideas or reality, or undermine some things by saying that they're being emotional.
That's fucked up to say that and compare it to like domestic abuse or something because that's not at all what that is. So you're saying
Mhm.
you cannot point out that someone is maybe having like an emotional reaction? Like
No,
or
not
like
during. No, no, not during a conversation. Absolutely not. No, of course not. No.
like friends do that with each other. It's helpful. It's good. I appreciate when people do that for me. But you see it as an attack somehow?
If I were to tell you right now that I think you're too emotional to have this conversation, how would you interpret that?
Well, I would sit back and think like, okay, wait, maybe I am.
Do you think you're
Like,
being really emotional right now?
yeah, I would consider it, and I would find it helpful. I would want you to tell me that.
Okay, I think you're
If
being
it's
really
true.
emotional right now, and I think you're having an emotional response that's getting really defensive.
You're probably right.
Okay, maybe you
But,
just you might have a totally different way of viewing the world as everybody else. Okay, hold on. Can I just finish like 20-second?
everybody else.
Yeah.
I get along with normal people.
Okay, can I
a
just do like a
lot.
20-second thing, please, without interrupting? Okay.
Okay, yes, I'm sorry.
When two people, I use domestic because this is where this would come up most often. Okay, when somebody brings up an issue where they feel like they have a valid, fair criticism of their partner, they say, "Hey, I think that it's not fair that you don't do the dishes, that when you come home you ignore me, that you hit the kids too much or whatever." If any time you're having like a disagreement like that with a partner and they pull out you know what? I think you're just being really emotional right now, as a way to undermine your argument and basically rob you of your ability to make any points, and then they kind of like end the conversation like that. What's happened is that your entire argument has been completely invalidated by them saying you're having an emotional response, therefore everything you said was wrong, especially if they don't address any of your points. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, but that's not what I did.
It kind of is, though.
It felt like that.
Well, that's... I mean, like, that was the implication. I think most people would listen and say, well, yeah, you imply...
Only if you have a hostile bias and you're expecting manipulation and
would be like
expecting
my
hostility.
worry, I guess.
But like I did not think you were expecting hostility.
Wait, hold on. Okay, can you give me like 30 seconds? Hold on. I just want to listen. I want to see if I can find the clip exactly, real quick. 1 second.
Okay, sure.
Please don't say you guys link me some random, irrelevant, stupid fucking shit. You're gonna trigger the fuck out of me.
Yeah, I mean, sure hope that's not the case.
Yeah, sure. We have more.
Though I think it's probably not quite. I think it's probably unfair to say that it's like only me because like it's also true that like I talk about issues that probably affect you.
Okay, hold on. Now you're... Okay, this is an okay clip, but you fucking... clip chimp the fuck out of this.
It's also true as like
Okay,
it's
wait, can you hear me?
walking on eggshells of like, oh my god, I have to be so careful with what I say because
Wait,
it's
talking
like,
to me is not like walking on eggshell. I'm one of the most open...
I feel like I'm walking on eggshells with you though because it's like, oh my god, I have to be so careful with what I say because it's like
Okay, you want me to hit you up with a big squad W take? I'm about to bring out the big squad W take, okay? You don't calm it down, all right? Hold on. Okay.
Tell me to calm down.
Yeah, calm down. You're being hysterical. Okay, here's a clip. Go to 40 seconds and let's listen to this together, okay?
Okay, wait. Did you link it in Discord?
Yeah. Oh, and just as an FYI, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to ditch you out, but I have to leave in like a few minutes. Just giving you a heads up.
Okay. Crap. Oh. Yeah, I mean...
Let me know when you're at 40 seconds, and then we can turn it on together and listen, all right?
Okay. Sure hope that's not the case.
Oh, you're listening now, okay.
So, I think it's probably not quite, I think it's probably unfair to say that, it's like only me because like it's also true that like I talk about issues that probably affect you.
Okay, hold on. Now you're actually doing it.
Okay, so I still don't see anything wrong with that.
Sure.
Isn't
So
that really normal?
this last statement of it's also true that I talk about issues that probably affect you. At no point in this conversation have I brought up like a personal thing.
Bad at all.
What?
I don't see how that sounds bad at all.
Okay, well, fuck. Maybe we just have to.
Like, I'm just so confused here. Like, isn't that, my God, I don't understand. Like,
Sure.
I'm
So
not trying to like attack anyone.
no,
Oh my
it's
God.
not a matter of intent, right? Intent is irrelevant in all of these conversations, right? I'm just saying that when you suggest to somebody that it's also true that I talk about issues that probably affect you, what you're doing is you are saying that some of the prior arguments I given might be invalid, or I might only be making those arguments because I'm emotionally compromised. That's what the statement essentially means. Does that?
No, I was saying that, no, now I understand what I was saying. I remember that I was saying, this only ever happens whenever I talk to you. It
Okay,
doesn't
listen.
ever happen
That's
to anyone
because
else.
I'm the only real ass motherfucker you're ever gonna meet in your entire life. Okay, I'm being real, being raw as fuck.
Or is it
Okay.
that you're psychologically abusive?
No, I think that other people don't want to say anything to upset people generally and won't say anything or whatever. But I think that this stake is entirely fair. I would put this stake behind any therapist or psychologist or any other person that would like analyze this, and they would 100% agree with me. They would say 100%, like, yeah, for sure, that most people in this circumstance could very easily interpret this as undermining what they'd said prior because you're using an assumed emotional state to invalidate what they're saying.
Experiences do not justify your own experience. Your own bad experiences do not justify assuming that on others. Like,
Wait,
this
why are
is
you
not.
saying this has anything to do with my own bad experiences? This has nothing to do with my bad experiences. I'm just saying that as a matter of fact, regardless of people's experiences, that you can't end a conversation where you've had disagreements by saying, well, it might just be that I've talked about stuff that's emotionally impacted you. Because now you're just saying, oh, fuck, well, fuck me, I guess. I'm so mind-fucked by how emotional I am. I guess I just wasn't capable of, like, even having the conversation. Like, that's essentially what you're saying. Or that could be, like, heavily, heavily implied, I think.
Like, it's just like every time I have like a conversation with you, I come out feeling so fucking bamboozled. I've never experienced this before, ever, with anyone. Like, I don't know. Like, it's just.
Bring them in. I would be super curious to talk to. I mean, you can bring in a third party. Bring in a third party that you think will moderate against me, okay? And we can.
You still refuse to like take responsibility. It just feels.
What am I not taking responsibility for? What do you mean?
Because I feel like you keep putting it on me.
Well, yeah, because you're the one that tried to undermine what I'd previously said by implying that I have an emotional dysregulation.
Oh my God. I didn't say emotional dysregulation. Oh my God. I was just saying that maybe, like, what I was saying that for was maybe you feel like I'm being judgmental, like, maybe because it's like these are topics that personally affect you. Do you see what I mean? Like, and like, because I feel like you were like blaming me.
That's
you're
what
like,
you're saying is literally saying that I'm emotionally dysregulated. Like, that's literally what you're saying. Do you not agree with that, or?
but like, I still don't agree that like, um like that I am like sounding super judgmental, and like I just I'm just saying that I feel like that's very it's just really odd. I don't know, it's just really weird to like um because I'm trying to understand like how, like, just explain to me how I should speak, basically, like, so
Well, I
that
mean, step one is don't imply that somebody's not capable of making a coherent statement because they're emotionally dysregulated. I think that's like a good step
not what
one.
I said though.
That
Like,
is
that's
exactly
not
what
what
you
I said.
said. You said that it's true that I am talking about issues that probably affect you. When you're talking about something affecting me, what you're saying is that I'm having some inability to manage my cognitive thoughts because an emotion is hijacking that process. That's literally emotional dysregulation. You're saying that some of the things that I said earlier might be influenced by an emotional dysregulation I'm having because some of the things you're talking about I've personally experienced or personally impact me. So my earlier thoughts might not be as reasonable or logical as I thought they were. I might just be emotionally dysregulated. I think that's
No, that's not at all what I meant. So basically, that's certainly not what I meant. So clearly, like, if that's what I implied,
Mhm.
then I apologize, because
You don't have to
that's certainly
apologize.
not
I'm
what I
just
meant.
sure. I'm not looking for like an apology. I'm just saying that this is how it
Well,
can
there's
come
some
across.
sort of like serious like um miscommunication between us.
Sure.
So um
Here, listen. Okay, if you want to chat about this more, I have to step away. I'll be back in like 35 minutes. So if you want to, okay, it's up to you. Okay, I'll be
sure,
back.
yeah,
Okay. All right. I'll be back. Be careful. Okay.
okay.
All right. Okay. Fuck. I love you guys. I have to step out for a second. Do I leave my stream up or should I host somebody? Oh man, I've never known that I was more correct in an argument than when I saw NNN take the other end of it. Okay, thank God. All right, I'll be right back. 1 sec. He's gonna maul.
If you really want to do a good episode of Detective Destiny, I'd recommend looking into the really bad accusations against Shahid Buttar, who's the lefty running against Pelosi. Lots of lefty apologist.
Destiny claimed you were being judgmental. You acknowledged that it could be a possibility and asked how you could change your speech to not come off that way. He then went on to completely place a whole bunch of blame on you, and you were left emotionally drained and confused. And he had completely turned off the conversation to how you came off rather than being constructive and manipulative. Yeah, I agree, Nemo. I do think, unfortunately, that like Steven does have.
Who is this guy? What? Okay, hello?
Oh, wait. He's back.
Well,
Fuck.
that is, I am he, yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I forgot. Discord is okay. Yeah, sorry.
All right, what's up?
Sorry.
How are we going? Have we made progress?
Not really. I'm still just as confused. Half of chat is saying that you're gaslighting, and the half of chat saying I'm gaslighting, and I don't know what the fuck is happening anymore.
Sure,
I
so
don't know.
the easiest way when people make claims like this, so if somebody believes that I'm gaslighting, essentially what that claim is that somebody's saying that I'm mischaracterizing or reinterpreting a prior conversation in a way that you didn't intend it or didn't mean it, in a way that's like totally dishonest based on what happened. So if somebody feels like I'm doing that, they should be able to point out, well, in this part of the convo, he lied about something that you said earlier. So I'd be interested to see that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What I want to clarify is that because people apparently thought that I was dismissing your arguments. Can you not say frick? I'll say frick. People thought that I was dismissing your arguments when I said that, hold on, I'm trying to get my thinking straight.
Sure.
Because I definitely was not, That's not what I meant to dismiss any of your arguments.
Sure.
Not
Do you
like that at all.
understand? So, if somebody says that you've made a person feel a certain way, responding with "that wasn't my intention" doesn't really address what's being said, right?
Right, I know.
Mm-hmm.
I know that.
Gotcha.
It's
Okay.
just that, like, I didn't say he was emotionally compromised.
You implied it. Yeah.
No. I outright said
Mhm.
that, and it wasn't about your argument, like, it wasn't about your points. It wasn't about you disagreeing with me. I was saying because you said that, like, I trigger, like, I trigger you or something, like things I say trigger you, and okay. Yeah, you said things I say trigger you, and you said that you feel like I'm very judgmental, and I agreed, and I said, like, yeah, okay, that could be the case, but also I was trying. Also, I said that maybe like you're being emotional, like you're you're having like an emotional reaction because like we talk about things that like personally affect you.
Sure. But
So
I mean, like,
why
do you
is that?
understand that just what you said right there? That's a way of undermining a person's like autonomy. Or do you not agree with that? We can just talk about that.
But
When you imply that somebody is too emotional to have a conversation, that
I didn't say that. I didn't say that you were too emotional to have a conversation.
what exactly are you implying when you say that?
Not with my words. I will not allow that. Okay, I will not allow this manipulation. Okay, I'm not gonna let that happen.
Okay, whoa, hold on, whoa, slow down.
word.
I'm not manipulating what you're saying. I'm just that's like the logical extension of what you're saying. Is and again,
That's not at all the logical extension.
it absolutely
That's
is.
manipulation.
What?
That's manipulation, Steven. That's being manipulative.
Wait.
I know you don't intend it.
No,
but, like-
wait, hold on. Whoa. I'm literally telling you how you're making me feel. That cannot be manipulation. What you're
No.
doing is manipulation, okay? This is manipulation.
Oh my fucking Christ. Oh my fucking
When you claim
Christ.
that me expressing an emotion is manipulating you, that is manipulation, unironically. So, slow down, okay?
Oh my fucking Christ, dude. You're...
All I'm saying is that if you tell... It sounds like if you're saying, hey, this might emotionally impact you. It
Then
sounds...
say I feel.
What?
Then say I feel at first, then. Say I feel at first.
I literally, when I told you that some of the things you say like sound judgmental to me, I literally said, I don't think you actually are, just the way that it sounds. I literally said that verbatim. I think it almost those exact words. I don't think you actually are super judgmental. That's the way that it sounds sometimes. I think I said that almost verbatim. Right?
Okay. Yeah, and then why is it not okay to suggest, like, to say, like, yeah, like, I accepted that. Like, I'm sure, like, clearly I must come off as judgmental somehow. And...
Or maybe not. I mean, you could ask me like, well, why do you feel like I come off as judgmental or something? Rather than implying that I have like some emotional shortcoming.
fair and reasonable. It is perfectly fair and reasonable to say then, like, to express how I feel too. I feel that, like, maybe that's also partially because, like, you're having an emotional reaction because of things that we talk about that are, like, that personally affect you.
But I haven't
Like,
given...
that's perfectly reasonable to say.
That would only be reasonable if I'd given like pretty clear evidence that I had been emotionally dysregulated in the conversation.
No, because people can express how something makes them feel. Always.
You're not you saying that my emotions are compromising my judgment or not you expressing a feeling.
Steven, I suggested it. I didn't say, like, that's how it is. I suggested it so that you could maybe, like, think about it. Like, this isn't a debate. Like, this is, like, us trying to resolve a conflict between friends. Like, this isn't a debate.
Yeah, I'm not... Well, I mean, it is kind of... I mean, we're having an argument, right? Where we have a disagreement of a point. And we're both trying to make arguments to supply each other's side. It's kind of like a debate. You can call it a discussion or an argument or whatever, but...
Yeah, but that's not okay to treat everything like a debate.
I mean, you can call it what you want, but we're having a conversation where both of us believe two different things to be true, and we're trying to provide supporting arguments for why we believe the others.
Though
What?
it's conflict resolution, not a debate. Because debates are about like dominating the other person.
It doesn't have to be. And resolving a conflict can be about having an argument over what a problem is too, right? Identifying a problem is part of conflict resolution.
Well, conflict resolution is supposed to be like you're supposed to use conflict resolution tactics though. Which is what I'm trying to do. But
Like-
I think I need to refresh my memory of some conflict resolution skills.
Okay. I feel like I've been like pretty chill and pretty calm in terms of conflict resolution. I'm trying to give an explanation for why I feel a certain way, and you're telling me, oh, well, I didn't mean to come off that way, and then you're defending and justifying something that I said felt like undermined my autonomy. That's where we're at right now in the conversation.
Why can't I just but I'm just expressing that like I just like what isn't it important though? Like to tell to like make sure you understand that like I didn't intend that though.
I already know that though. That's why I explicitly told you I don't think you actually are judgmental. It just sounds that way. Right?
Okay.
I explicitly said that multiple times. If I actually thought that you were ultra judgmental, I wouldn't be arguing about your tone. I'd be arguing about your judgments. Instead, I would be saying, like, I don't think you can know that. I don't think blah, 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 blah. I would be arguing that instead, but I'm not arguing those points. I'm just saying that, like, sometimes I feel like you make passing comments where you've got, like, a diagnosis in mind and you're making all these assumptions about me and filling in blanks that I don't think you can fill in. And then it sounds like you're undermining some of my prior statements based on some of those preconceptions that you have.
Okay. All right. So then,
Can I give like two examples of like a good way? I think of like what is like an acceptable way to do this and what is an unacceptable way to do this. Is that okay?
yeah.
Okay. If I'm having an argument with a spouse or a girlfriend or whatever, okay, if we're both in a state, or I'll even be one side, I'll say she's in a state where she is like screaming at me, okay, literally, like she's like like screaming and maybe even throwing things or breaking things, right? I think in that case, I think it's fair to say like, hey, I think we should both take a step back from this, and I think we should revisit this when we're both like in a healthier mental state, because I don't think we're going to make any progress here. I think that if the other person, or if you yourself, or me or whatever in this case, right, has shown evidence like, hey, one of us is becoming like out of control of our emotions, I think it's okay to step back, calm down, and revisit the conversation. However, if both of us were having a conversation where we're both like relatively calm, maybe we have a disagreement, but we're relatively calm and we're working through it, and then at the end I throw in, I think maybe you're just being really emotional about this, but that person hasn't given like really any indication for me for it to actually say that. I think that the second thing, I don't think that's okay. I think the first one is fine. If it's pretty obvious that somebody's like emotionally compromised, I think it could be good to step back, let emotions settle, and then revisit the conversation. But if the other person hasn't really given an indication of that, I think you're getting into like really deep like psychoanalysis Andy territory where it's like, I think that you have like a deep-seated emotional problem and that's what's keeping you from coming to understand this argument. That's like, oh shit, I feel like I just got completely mind-fucked there. It like invalidated like everything I said for like, I don't think for any reasonable reason. Because I don't think I said anything that was like, oh man, like Steven is like totally out of control right now. He's totally emotional. Like, I don't think I gave that impression at all.
That's not what I was implying. You can be emotional without showing any outward emotion at all. You can have an emotional reaction without showing any.
Yeah, but for you to assume that my prior arguments were being influenced by me being emotional.
Say that. This is what I mean. Don't twist my word, please.
Okay.
It's just okay. All right. Oh. Okay. No.
I guess maybe we just interpret this like way differently. But I feel like if somebody says at the end to me like, hey, like I think some of the things I'm talking about, they probably just like affect you like really emotionally. That just feels really invalidating to me. I feel like for most people, I feel like that would be a pretty invalidating experience. I think. I think that's a fair generalization to me.
Didn't I like observing some like thing is like pointing out that like someone maybe thinking like maybe also to like I'm just to suggest to you that like maybe it's also because of like having an emotional reaction.
The problem is that your suggestion is relying on some key assumptions that say a lot about what you think about me that you haven't verified. If you were making the suggestion after finding out like a bit more information, then like, yeah, maybe the suggestion becomes more appropriate. But right now the suggestion is highly inappropriate because you're making suggestions based on things that you're completely assuming right now. You have no idea what emotional engagement I have with any of the topics that we've talked about. If we had like a deep conversation about this and I was like, yeah, you know, like when I was like 7 and 8, like I was like brutally raped by somebody that made these ideas. And then you're like, okay, well, fuck, like maybe, do you think that maybe you could be like emotionally impacted? Yeah, sure. That's like a fair suggestion in that case. But I haven't given any indication in this conversation or more broadly that I'm like too emotionally compromised to talk about like attachment patterns. I don't
Why
think.
does that matter though? Because if I feel that way, then I have a right to express that to you.
But you don't feel that way. You can't possibly have these feelings. You're making assumptions about things that have happened to me based on patterns and labels that you've applied to me.
Fair?
What?
That's not fair at all to tell me
I
what
agree
I'm
that's not
thinking.
fair. Well, no, I'm not telling you what you're thinking. That's what you said.
No, I mean, like, there's something really bizarre here. Like, I've never heard anyone have an issue with this before. This is so new to me. I've never heard this before.
I'm super curious what your prior conversations look like, or maybe you engage with other people in different ways or whatever, but like, I think that this is like a pretty standard, I think
It's
that,
just so, like, yeah, but like, this is what friends do, isn't it?
apply like labels and patterns to people and try to undermine their prior points by saying they might be emotionally compromised? No, I don't think
What do
so.
you, wait, I did not apply a pattern or a label to you. What are you talking
Well,
about?
okay, so you've done this multiple times in the past, but in this particular conversation, you're saying that it is true. You specifically, that it's also true that I talk about issues that probably affect you. Like, it sounds like you have a working idea in my head that you're bringing up something that must be like a trigger for me for some reason, and that's impacting my ability to have a reasonable conversation about those things. But there's like a lot of assumptions built into that are kind of like not fair, I don't think, because we haven't explicitly talked about those things.
But I wasn't assuming. I was like thinking like maybe this is the case. Like,
Why would you think this is the case?
okay, so here, this is where, yeah, see, we're getting to like this issue of like, but I just feel like,
Well, no, I'm kidding. This is a really good one. So why do you feel like, so you made this statement, it's also true that I talk about issues that probably affect you. Why do you think these issues probably affect me?
well, because like it's related to like, you know, like polyamory and shit like that. Like obviously, like when
Sure,
when
but you
that
don't, but what is the fact that I'm polyamorous?
like something that is something that like personal to you. So wouldn't it make sense that maybe you'd have like an emotional reaction to it?
So every single thing that I'm personally involved in, I'm going to have an emotional reaction when I'm discussing. Like,
Yeah, that's how humans are.
but we're not talking about just like a normal emotional reaction. We're talking about an emotional reaction that's so severe that you have to bring it up and say that like you talking about this is like evoking some emotional reaction from me. That like when you say that, right? Like,
You think that's assuming? Isn't that what aren't you, don't you think you're assuming like on me? Like you're like projecting onto me all these assumptions that I never even meant? Like,
no, this is like pretty easily read from the text. It's also true that I talk about issues that probably affect you. You're bringing this up because you feel like it's worth saying, right? We say things because we feel like we should say them, generally, unless somebody's forcing you to.
I said that because you feel like I'm being very judgmental, and so I responded with saying like, well, don't you like yes, I understand like that's like me, I probably do come off that way, and like, you know, I got to change that or whatever. Clearly I got to work on that. But then also I was trying to suggest to you that like, well, don't you think that it could be also like just like you having an emotional reaction and like basically like perceiving me as being more judgmental because of like talking about these issues that or like talking about things that maybe there's some things that like relate to you personally.
Sure. So there's like two ways that you can go from this, right? Okay. And also I'm being like, I sound really condescending now. I don't mean to. I do all these same fuck ups. I fuck up conversations and shit all the fucking time. You can ask any of my personal life. So I'm not trying to say like I'm the master of conversations. Or I'm not trying to imply that if I say, I know I might come off that way or whatever, right? But if somebody tells you like, hey, I feel like you're being judgmental, there's two responses to that. The first response is either, well, maybe it's actually your problem. Maybe you're the one that's actually fucked up, and I'm not judgmental at all. Or the second one is, well, why do you think I'm making? Why do you feel like I'm being judgmental? Right?
But that's not what I said.
It is.
That's
You
not
accuse
what
you
I,
instead of assuming, or instead of thinking that maybe instead of saying maybe I am being judgmental, you immediately attack me. You become defensive and attack me. You say, well, maybe that's actually your problem. Maybe you're actually emotionally dysregulated.
That's not what I did, though. That's not at all what I did. I accepted that, like, yeah, I mean, maybe that's true, but then I also suggested that, like, well, I mean, maybe you could look at yourself too.
If I was trying to have like, I'm sorry, my mind is all tied into sexual interactions. But let's say I'm trying to have a sexual interaction with someone, and I go to do something like, oh, I don't like that or whatever, blah blah blah, and I'm like, okay, and they're like, hey, like,
I don't like this. No, I don't like this. This doesn't make any sense to me.
wait,
I
no,
don't
wait,
want-
this makes perfect sense. I didn't even finish. Hold on, let me just finish. I didn't even finish. Of course, it doesn't make sense. Okay. If I'm trying to have an interaction like that with somebody, and then they counter and they're like, hey, I didn't like that, and I go, oh, okay, yeah, maybe that was my bad. Also, maybe you're a prude. Right? Well, that's not really, that doesn't give the other person the feeling that, like, maybe I'm actually considering what they're saying. Instead, I'm immediately attacking them back, trying to say, like,
attack, sure.
what?
Well, that's a personal attack to call someone a prude, yeah.
It's a personal attack to me to say that you're talking about an issue that affects me. You're attacking my cognition there.
Attack at all. That's like a personal attack. That's having empathy with you.
No, oh my God. Okay, remember the conversation we had about benevolent sexism? You just did it right there. Oh God, it hurts. Now you're actually hurting me, okay?
What? I'm so confused. Oh my God, I'm so confused.
Nothing that I've said tonight, I don't need your empathy for having just a normal conversation. There's nothing here that I need you to empathize with me for. I haven't divulged some big problem. I'm not seeking emotional reinforcement or affirmation. I don't need you to empathize with anything. Like, wait, hold on. Your mic cut off. Wait, your mic cut off a ton there. Can you say that again?
We're friends. We're supposed to empathize with each other.
Sure, but
You don't want people to empathize with you? Is that what you're saying?
you're doing it in a way that is sapping all of my power from me, right? Like if a woman complains and I'm like, oh, you're probably just on your period. Like, I understand. I'm empathizing with you. Like, I understand. Like, you're hormonal, right? Like, I get it.
Well, no, because that's like violating boundaries and talking about something.
No, you're missing the point. It has nothing to do with boundaries. Say it's my wife of 20 million years, okay? Even if it's not a boundary, okay? Like, you should never say that to somebody because you're just sapping them. Of like, if they make a bunch of valid complaints, you're like, oh, you're probably just hormonal. Like, well, that's not fair to say, right?
So the entire issue is the fact that, so if I'm understanding this correctly,
Yeah.
the entire issue is the fact that let me just try and understand this.
Sure.
So you feel that, like, you feel essentially like violated by me, pointing out, pointing out an observation like about you.
I feel like your observation is invalidating all of my prior statements because it feels like you're saying that I'm emotionally compromised. Do you understand how I might have that feeling based on you saying? Yeah.
Don't you think that no, I don't, because I don't view emotions as like compromising anything, and I don't.
No. Do you believe that people can become emotionally dysregulated?
Well, I mean, yeah, of course.
Well,
Like,
people that are emotionally dysregulated are emotionally compromised, right?
I mean, well, I don't really like the term emotionally compromised though, because that's like that's kind of a devaluing statement.
It's not. It's an incredibly important statement. It's very important to understand when somebody is emotionally compromised so that they're not taken advantage of, so that they don't do something reckless or damaging to themselves or others, or so that you know that they're capable of making sound decisions.
But also, I consider it to be boundary violations, like, for you to assume all these things about me, and, like, assuming, like, that I mean this when I say this, and I mean this when I say this. Like, this is not okay.
I'm not
And, like,
making those assumptions.
people in your chat are doing this too, and they're, like, getting into my head and, like, assuming that I'm, like, doing all this, like, weird, like, shit, and it's like, what the fuck? I'm literally not. That's not what I'm doing at all.
I'm not saying I'm not saying you're making assumptions on me. I explicitly said I don't think you're actually this judgmental. I said that. I just said that it feels like you're undermining my point when you say things like, "Oh, well, this is probably an issue that makes you emotional, or this is an issue that affects you."
Yes, that's understandable. It's just like and absolutely, like, that's, I mean, like, I'm not doing that for your arguments. Like, I did not mean that, like, emotional, when I said, like, maybe it's like you having an emotional reaction. I did not mean that towards any of your arguments or any of your disagreements, because yes, of course, I understand that that would be shitty. But um like don't you think it's fair for um like, isn't it fair that, like, I can explain how, like, I'm feeling too?
No, not when you've made the aggression on me. It's not really on me to understand your. Wait, what?
But that's not aggression at all.
So aggression is perceived, not intended, right? That's the.
If you perceive aggression, like wait, okay, hold on. Are you saying that aggression is subjective?
What I'm saying is it's like somebody being aggressive to somebody can be perceived by another person, even if the other person didn't intend it.
Yes, of course, but just because someone perceives aggression does not mean that that actually is aggression. And I was talking about this with chat and how you see this a lot with certain people. Like, there are certain people, and I'm not implying this about you. Let me just make that clear, just in case anyone gets on me. Don't come for me. I'm not implying anything about you. I'm just saying that, like, this, it's just like I've experienced this before, where there are people who, like, you have to be super careful with, like, what you say. And you have to be really careful with, like, everything you say. Otherwise, it's like they feel like, or like they interpret, they perceive it as, like, I don't know, like, manipulation or like gaslighting and stuff. But just because they perceive it that way and feel victimized doesn't mean that that's, like, true. Like, doesn't mean that that's real, basically.
Sure, but that doesn't really matter, right?
The C word actually is aggression, defined by psychology, guys. All slurs are aggression. Jesus.
Okay, if you're gonna say that all slurs are aggression, then I automatically get to say that this is an aggression. Then of course, wait, but that you just undermine everything you just said.
That's not controversial at all, though. I mean, of course, like, any name calling is aggression. That's verbal aggression.
No, that's.
What?
No, that's
Yeah, it is.
no, that's not true.
Yes, it is. Yeah, that's how psychology defines it.
That's not how
Do you want
psychology defines
sources?
it. If I'm having a conversation with someone, it's like, wow, yesterday my dad called my mom a bitch, and it would, like, really upset me. Somebody else would go, oh my god, you just aggressed on me in that conversation by telling me what somebody else said.
Well, that's not aggression. That's someone who has who um probably needs therapy then.
No. Oh my god, no. This has nothing to do with therapy. I'm saying reciting a story to somebody, if that story includes a slur, isn't necessarily aggression, right? Wait, you don't think I called you a cunt, do you?
No.
Oh, okay. Just making sure. Yeah, I was just saying a story, like, hypothetically. Oh my god, if this guy called somebody that, I'm not.
No,
What?
say that word.
Oh,
Because
okay.
it's a slur, and yeah.
Okay. If I say the C word, okay, in a story like that, okay, if you're uncomfortable with it, now that I understand that you're uncomfortable with it, I won't say that word, okay?
Like, it's verbal, like, it's verbal aggression, and it's a slur, and it's just it's.
Sure, I'm just saying that, like, reciting a story is not necessarily like a verbal aggression. I mean, maybe you could call it a microaggression, sure, if I'm doing it in, like.
I think, like, a microaggression, yeah. Instead of saying, like, yesterday my dad called my mom the C word, because that, like, it's very understandable for hate speech to, like, upset people. That's a very understandable thing. That's a recognized thing,
Sure, well, all speech could theoretically upset somebody, but sure, but I understand. But I'm saying there's a difference between, like, reciting a
Not
story.
a speech is aggressive.
What?
Name calling is a form of verbal abuse. Yeah.
Well, sure, but I'm not. This wouldn't be considered name calling, right? This would just be considered using a slur.
I know.
Yeah. Okay.
It's just, you kind of seemed like you were very surprised about, like, just like dropping the C word there so casually, like,
Well,
like
yeah, maybe because I have a more international audience, I don't perceive it with the same gravity. I guess maybe because I've been. No, I don't. But different people perceive things different ways. That's fine. I understand that. Okay,
I mean,
that's okay.
yeah, like, I'm not saying you attacked me. Absolutely not.
Sure. Okay.
I know you're not attacking me or anything. No, no, no.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Okay. Just because somebody intended something in a certain way doesn't mean that the other person can't feel rightfully like aggressed on.
And I
right?
said that.
Okay.
But I
Sure.
said your feelings are valid.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. So then, okay. Cool. Now, I feel like you're being judgmental. I feel like you're invalidating my feelings when you,
Okay.
or invalidating my judgment even, or invalidating my mental capacity when you say that I'm so emotionally affected by things that you're talking about, that it's true that these things are emotionally affecting me. I don't feel like you have enough information about me to say that anything is emotionally affecting me. I don't think I've given any indication of that. So I don't think it's fair for you to say that. That feels unfair to me.
Okay. That's understandable. Yeah, I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. So thank you.
Sure.
But then like, but then I can't. But then I can't say like how I feel then, I guess.
You can, but like,
That's what feels unfair. Like, I can't say that then. Like, I
No,
can't
no.
say what I'm feeling.
you can, but like, it just depends on how. Okay, first of all, let me just be ultra rock solid clear to set the tone of this. Okay, nothing. I'm not like super ultra mad about anything you've said. Okay, nothing like this is all whatever. Okay, I'm just like this is like a conversation. I'm not like ultra angry. Like I fucking hate you because you like. I'm just saying that like these are the way that things could be perceived. All right, just so that I make sure that that's like 100% clear. Okay, you can say how you feel about things, but generally, when one side has made the other side feel bad, usually when the side that has, I'm using the word aggressed, not like you're like an aggressor or, usually the side that's made the other person feel a certain way, when they start to explain their feelings, it almost feels like they're providing a defense of them, which makes the other person feel like they're not sure if they need to argue about their feelings. So one really good example of this is when I'm near people, I'm on my phone a lot sometimes. And it bothers people if I'm looking at my phone instead of giving them eye contact. Now, I'm listening to people when they talk. I don't mean for them to feel like I'm ignoring them, but sometimes people have that feeling. So when somebody says to me, hey, Steven, kind of feels like you're ignoring me because you're on your phone a lot, instead of me saying, well, listen, I'm not ignoring you, or I feel like I just want to look at my phone sometimes, but I'm still listening. Instead, I was like, okay, I understand how you're feeling. I'll try not to look at my phone. Or if I really want to fight with them, then I might say, okay, well, listen, I understand you might feel that way, but I'm going to tell you why you should feel differently. If you want to do that, you can. But like generally when you respond with a feeling to a feeling and there's a conflict there, you're trying to say that your feeling is more right than the other person's feeling. And if you want to have that argument, we can, but you have to understand that that's like the intention, right?
I understand that, and I'm very familiar with that.
Mm-hmm.
But, and this is what I feel is really unfair, is that you're projecting, I feel like you're projecting that onto me, and you're assuming that of me.
Assuming
like that
what?
you're assuming that's what I'm doing. And that's not fair because that's not what I'm doing. Like, that's not what I was doing. Like,
No, what I just described is exactly what you're doing. I told you that I felt like you were being judgmental, and then you said, well, I don't feel like I'm being judgmental at all.
No, I didn't say that. I said that like that's fair, but also to suggest like do you like that just because you feel a certain way, like feelings are valid, yes, but like they don't necessarily mean reality.
True.
No,
like, that's actually true, 100%.
Like,
yeah.
Like feelings are not always like fact.
That's fine, yeah. But now what you're saying is now you want to fight. You want to Wait, what?
I'm not trying to fight.
Yes. You're telling me that it's possible that my feeling or my perception of something is wrong. So now you're going to tell me why whatever I'm feeling, I need to change that. I'm the one that needs to change that.
No, twisting my I feel like you're twisting my words again.
I'm not. You're okay. Wait. Okay. I literally said I can have X feeling. And then you're countering with, a feeling, even if you have it, isn't always right or matching reality, right? For you to bring that up, you're implying that the feeling that I have is not lining up with reality, which means I need to change the way that I feel about something. I feel like that's perfectly...
No, that means. That doesn't mean you have to change the way you feel about something.
Why would I want to feel something that's not true with reality? Why would I want to keep feeling that?
Because feelings are valid.
Not all. No,
feelings
they're
are
not.
valid.
Of course they're not. No, they're not.
Yes, they are. All feelings are valid. And this is like a tenet of therapy. Feelings are always valid. But that doesn't mean that, like, you know, like, the way you're feeling, like, that's valid. But it doesn't mean that, like, you know, they reflect reality, is what I'm saying.
Sure,
So it
but if
doesn't
those
mean
feelings don't reflect reality, our goal
So it
is...
doesn't mean that just because you feel a certain way, like after someone did something, like that doesn't mean that like they were being abusive or did something wrong.
Sure.
You know?
Just because, sure, I understand what you're saying, but like some feelings, even though it's valid for you to have feelings and it's okay for you to feel a certain thing, if we think that a certain feeling is wrong, especially in therapy, the goal is to change the feelings, right? This is like one of the big points of therapy.
Well, no, not necessarily. That's just CBT therapy. DBT therapy does not try and change feelings. You have to accept your feelings fully, and feelings are always valid in DBT.
Okay, so in DBT, if you go in and you say that I'm deathly afraid of every single human being I see, then they go, okay, good, accept that and be afraid. Goodbye, thank you for your $200. Or do they try to change the way that you view people?
No, you have to accept. No, it's about acceptance.
So you just accept it and you're scared of people for the rest of your life?
No, I can't. I can't really explain it right now, but it's a lot more. It's not that simple. But yes, it's called acceptance therapy, and dialectical behavioral therapy uses that. You cannot like try and ignore or change your feelings, and you have to stop judging your feelings. That's a huge part. Is like do not judge your feelings. You have to accept your feelings fully. Like okay, this is how I feel, and you use like mindfulness techniques to like accept your feelings, you know.
What is the point of being mindful? Or what is the point of mindfulness under DBT? Or DBT, sorry. I keep saying DBT.
But let's like still go back to the
Okay.
still go back to our argument though, because like I did feel like you were twisting my words, and I feel like you're being really unfair to me by like accusing me of like trying to do all this stuff. Like it's
Wait, okay, hold on. All right, never mind. Sorry, keep going.
like so like I still don't feel like it's right that you know, I like it just feels like like this is so stressful, dude. Like this is so stressful.
I told you these public conversations are stressful as fuck.
Well, I mean,
What you want to say is I'm difficult. I'm making these conversations stressful. Good. Vent. Get mad. Let me hear it.
I'm
This is how I feel every time I play League of Legends. Okay, now you understand the pain. I'm just kidding.
like you're allowed to express like your feelings always.
Okay.
But like I felt like you were saying like I felt like you were basically saying that like I'm not allowed to point out like an observation or like suggest like that like maybe you know like you have some responsibility too. Like that's what it feels like. It felt like you were saying that I'm literally
Okay.
not allowed to make any fucking observation about you.
You keep saying this. I don't... Okay, you keep saying this, and I keep agreeing with you. Yes, you're not allowed to say that in certain conversations. Yes. I'm not disagreeing.
Wait, hold on. That's controlling.
No, that's not controlling at all.
Controlling.
No, that's called basic respect, of course.
No, that's not. People are allowed to express their feelings, though.
Not all the time, of course not. No, that's not true at all. No, they're not.
No, like, you can't have a healthy relationship unless you express how you're feeling.
Okay, you're using... You've used this... You have, like, a suitcase of... And the suitcase is called Express Your Feelings, and you're using it to sneak in a whole bunch of, like, really aggressive statements, okay?
This point of, like, disrespectful of someone's agency. I have no idea what the fuck that means.
When
don't
something is
understand.
disrespectful to somebody's agency, what you're doing is you're taking control away from that person. You're undermining that person, right? So when you tell somebody, hey, I think that the things I've said have had an emotional impact on you, you're inserting your assumption into my mind. You're taking my agency away. You're saying like, oh, like
That's not taking your agency away.
it
That's not at all taking your agency away.
it kind of is. Right.
This sounds like I mean I just like this just very foreign to me.
What part? Well, okay, what part of that?
Um
If I tell a woman that she's being hysterical every time she's upset with me, do you think that's a way of undermining them and kind of like robbing them of their agency?
DBT is you're supposed they help you regulate your feelings, but
Wait,
it's
what?
also acceptance therapy.
It's also change therapy too, if that's what you're talking about. Like,
No, DBT is mostly about like emotional regulation and also acceptance.
and changing your emotions as well. Like that's the next step. Yes.
No, DBT does not No, DBT is very much against changing emotions. It's helping. It's emotional
DBT,
regulation.
after you accept your emotions in DBT, literally the next step is to go through like the fucking states of change. It's literally the next part. But that's not relevant to this conversation. We're not even talking about DBT. We don't need that.
No, dude, it is. That's what acceptance therapy is. You have to accept your feelings. I've learned about DBT.
Okay.
I-
Often, after a patient becomes... Okay, tell me what part of this...
That wasn't directed towards you. That was directed towards someone in chat.
Sure, okay,
I'm
I'm just reading this down. Tell me if any of this sounds not correct, okay? Often, after a patient becomes familiar with the idea of acceptance, they will accompany it with change. DBT has 5 specific states of change, which the therapist will review with the patient: pre-contemplation, contemplation, preparation, action, and maintenance. Pre-contemplation is the first stage, in which the patient is completely unaware of their problem. The second stage, contemplation, the patient realizes the reality of their illness. This is not an action, but a realization. It is not until the third stage, preparation, that the patient is likely to take action and prepares to move forward. This could be as simple as researching or contacting a therapist. Finally, in stage 4, patient takes action and receives treatment. In the final stage, maintenance, patient must strengthen their change in order to prevent relapse. After grasping acceptance and change, a patient can fully advance into mindfulness techniques. It seems like changing like negative behaviors is like a big part of like what DBT is.
not changing emotions though, because you have to accept your emotions in DBT.
You're okay. Changing your feelings then, not your emotions.
Well, like it's
If you're
There's
having
no-
a, if you're having an incredibly negative emotional response
you're
to
not, you can't change your feelings. That's the main thing about DBT. Like I've learned about this. I've learned about this.
So if you go into a therapy session with DBT and you have some really negative feeling that's like negatively impacting your life, you're just never allowed to change that
No, you have to accept it.
and just accept that it's going to negatively impact you forever?
You can change how you respond to your feelings. That's what DBT does. You would change how you respond to your feelings, but you don't change the feelings. That's CBT. CBT changes the thoughts and changes the feelings, but not DBT. DBT is about accepting those feelings. Okay. So, yes, exactly. Thank you, Nemo. Change behaviors and responses, not feelings. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah.
I'm pretty sure that like changing how you respond to things, maybe this is a little bit too CBT heavy, but changing how to like, okay, here, look, this is literally like a page given to somebody going through DBT right now. Okay, like literally the first line says, the general goal is to learn how to change your own behaviors, emotions, and thoughts that are linked to problems in living and are causing misery and distress. This person is literally in a DBT program. Like, I'm pretty sure that you have to change at some point, otherwise you're just going to be miserable all the time. No? Like,
Well, I mean, the change happens through not trying to change your feelings.
that's the same with
Because
CBT as well, though.
No, CBT will actually like directly try and help you like change like your thoughts and feelings, but DBT focuses on trying to help you accept your feelings.
No, cognitive behavioral therapy is all about indirectness, right? The whole point of CBT is that if you change your behavior alone, I think is what you can control, right? Then that can change your thoughts, but can change your feelings. I thought that was the whole point of CBT. You can't directly change your thoughts or feelings.
Okay, well, I mean, I literally have been like practicing like these acceptance techniques and
Sure.
I mean, I've read because I'm gonna be literally like giving therapy. I'm gonna be literally having clients soon, and Like,
Sure,
I
but if
know.
somebody comes in with a really bad thought and they're like, oh my God, like every time I see my child, I hate my life. And you're like, good, accept that. Accept that you hate your life when you see your child. That sounds like a really bad thing to say to somebody.
You can't change anything until you fully accept
Yeah, of
your feelings.
course. You have to accept first. But the reason to accept is so that you can move on to changing it. Wait, sorry. Okay. Regardless, okay? CBT and DBT, neither of us are doing that here right now, right? I think. So that's...
I mean, literally, I've been taught what you do. Like, I know like what you do because I'm pretty sure my professors would have said, no, that's wrong. You're not trying. Like, no, you don't do that. No, I mean,
Maybe.
no, no.
I don't know what those conversations look like. I'm not sure.
I mean, the point is, if you literally try, because like, if you literally try and change your feelings, you're gonna be like suppressing them. Like, that's super toxic. That's
Yeah,
so
nobody
unhealthy.
says... I'm not saying you should... No one is saying that you...
You can't try and control your feelings. Like, that's literally what DBT says is the problem.
Not directly, of course not, but indirectly, right? We do different actions to influence the way that we feel about things so that hopefully the feelings change over time, right?
I mean, yeah.
But regardless, none of this is like... We're not even talking about... This isn't relevant. I don't think this has to do with our prior disagreement.
Like, I just, yeah, okay, I know. Let's just go back to that. Yes.
Sure. Okay. Back
Yeah.
to the judgments.
Yeah, that's what I have a really big problem with. Like, that's, because, like, I feel like you telling me that
Mhm.
I can't say that, that's you being controlling with me.
You told me earlier that I can't say the C word. Is that you being controlling of me, or is that you just asserting a boundary?
I believe I demanded that. I didn't make a demand. I
We're
don't
being
think I made
incredibly semantical right now, okay? Because I didn't make a demand of you. You could technically say whatever you want.
That's not being semantic. Holy shit. No, the difference between making a demand and making a suggestion is huge. Those two things are hugely different.
For the purposes of this conversation, of this conversation, those two things are identical. I'm asking you to do something. You're asking me not to do something. We're making a request, a demand. I mean, like, demand is a little harsh, but...
Demands.
What?
Requests are completely different from demands, though.
Okay, then I'm not making any demands either. I'm making a request then.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, you literally, I feel like you did make a demand because, like, you said, like, you can't say that, which is a demand.
Well, technically that wouldn't be. That would be like telling you what you can or cannot do. A demand would be, I don't want you to, or I'm telling you not to. But like, okay, maybe I spoke too hyperbolically earlier. You can say...
Demand.
Okay, this is incredibly semantic. You can say whatever you want. I'm not demanding you change things. When I say, like, you can't say this thing, that's shorthand for, if you say this thing, somebody will interpret it in an incredibly negative way. So, for instance, you can't walk up to a woman on the street and call her, like, a bunch of mean names. Well, you can. You could if you wanted to. But if you do it, they're going to... Yeah, that's what I mean when I say you can't do something. Sorry, I'll be more clear with that. I'm not saying that I'm not allowing you to do it. I'm just saying that, like, okay, yeah. I'm not demanding you by way of you can't, right? Yeah.
But I mean, you understand that, like, you know, like, words matter. That's why I try to be very careful with my words, because there's a difference between, like, making a request and making a demand. Like, you know.
Okay, firstly, I'm the one that is incredibly careful with my words, okay? I've done that this entire conversation, okay? You caught me one time being slightly hyperbolic, all right? But generally, like, I spent the first half of this conversation trying to define what serial killer meant, right?
I'm not trying to catch you in anything, Steven. Like,
I didn't say you were trying to...
I was trying to do that.
I didn't say you were trying to catch me in anything.
Well, I mean, I thought because you said, like, I caught you in something or whatever. Like, I'm not trying to catch you in anything, Jesus.
Okay. You did, but you weren't trying to, but it happened where you caught me making a mistake. You noticed me making a mistake. You observed me making a mistake. What word?
Wait, what do you mean by mistake?
As in, I was hyperbolic when I said, you can't say that. I should have been more clear on my language and said, if you say this, it'll sound like rude.
Everybody makes, yeah, but like, okay, I mean, it's really minor. It doesn't matter. Everybody makes mistakes and slip-ups. Literally everyone. You're not perfect. Don't you? Nobody's perfect. Like, it's fine.
Wait,
It's a small
yeah, I don't disagree.
thing. Okay.
Okay. It wasn't a big mistake. It was just whatever. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's cool.
Sure.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
I'm not like I'm not gonna hold it against you.
I never
Like,
said you were going to. This is really intense for no reason. Okay. So you understand what I said earlier is that if you say this, I didn't mean to say you can't say it. Okay. Anyway, backing up. So you said that, or I made the claim that you probably shouldn't try to like assume something about a person's emotional state at the end of a relatively calm conversation. And you said that that was controlling. Do you feel like that's controlling, or do we want to talk about that or not?
sorry, can you...
Sure, sorry. That was like a really... Okay. I don't believe that if you're having a conversation with somebody and it's a calm conversation, at the end of it, to claim that the other person might be emotionally affected by it, especially if it was a disagreement, I don't think you can make that judgment at that point in time. It feels like you're undermining what the other person says. You say that that's manipulative or controlling. Is that controlling, do you think?
I feel like you're not listening to me.
What did I miss?
I feel like you're still accusing me of like trying to dismiss your arguments when I did not. I did not dismiss anything. And I literally just said that maybe like I was just suggesting like as a friend, like, you know, maybe like the reason why you feel like I'm being judgmental is maybe a little bit of like your stuff too. I mean, like, isn't that normal? Like,
No.
what people are supposed to do?
No, I don't think so.
Like if you feel okay, I mean, did you feel like I was dismissing you then?
Yes.
Like you felt like okay, well see that's different. That's completely different than saying you dismissed me. Like it's completely different to say like I feel like you dismissed me. Totally different. Those two things are very different things. Like one is an attack, the other is not an attack.
Okay, but sure. Okay.
And I will literally point you to resources. I will literally point you to sources that say that that is the difference between an attack and not an attack. Because communication is super important.
I understand that. So I'm being polite, but just to reaffirm, this is what I've said the entire time. I literally have this written on a notepad in front of me. I feel like you are being judgmental. That was why I said in the beginning, I don't think you are judgmental. To make it not an attack, I explicitly said, I don't think you are. I think sometimes it sounds that way. Maybe I didn't use the literal, like, I feel word. I might not have said that in the very beginning, but I very clearly expressed that. That I said, I don't...
I feel for these things. I don't know.
What?
I don't remember that. I don't remember that you said I feel for, like, before, like, the... I mean, sometimes I don't say it, too. Sometimes, like, I forget to put the I feel first. Because that's what makes it a non-aggressive statement.
Well, that's what makes people feel like it's a non-aggressive statement. I mean, you're conveying the same idea. It's just a way to make the other person feel better about what you're conveying, right?
People are supposed to say I feel before everything. Otherwise, it's aggression. Yeah.
It's interpreted as aggression, but it's...
Look up Dr. John Gottman.
I don't need to look up. This is literally just relationship speak. It's like, you don't have to say it. You mean the same thing, but you say this to make the other person feel better about it, right?
Well, because when you don't, then it is an attack on the person.
It's interpreted that way. But if I tell you like, hey, whoa, you're being judgmental towards me, or I say, hey, yo, I feel like you're being judgmental towards me, both of those things actually mean the exact same thing. One is just framed in a way
one is an aggression. One is an aggression.
It's
and
an
the
aggression
other
because it's interpreted that way, but it's the exact same statement.
I know, but those are huge.
I understand. Well, they're felt differently, but linguistically, they're virtually identical. Right?
But still, like Dr. Gottman's research shows that like people
I understand.
who
Yes, there are. I feel statements are very powerful when describing problems, so that the other person doesn't feel attacked.
escalation.
Yeah, I understand. Yes, I understand that. Okay, sure. However, whether I did or didn't use the "I feel" jargon, which I think I did in the beginning, but we'll assume that I didn't. I was very clear afterwards that I wasn't attacking you because I said, I don't think you are judgmental. I said that verbatim. I don't think you're actually this judgmental. Just some of the things you say, sometimes it sounds that way. I literally am saying like I'm not attacking you. I explicitly clarified that. I didn't need to use a verbal trick like I feel to make you understand that. I literally came in and said, I don't think you're actually judgmental. Just some of the things you say, like it feels that way. I think that's fair, no?
Yeah, but then like I'm not allowed to say. But then there's still the issue of like I'm not allowed to say how I feel then back.
I mean, if you want to, you can, but then I'm allowed to say that, oh, well, I feel like you're being judgmental. I mean, if you want to take that issue of saying, well, I feel like you're emotionally dysregulated, okay, well, fine. I feel like you're undermining my prior conversation and arguments. I mean, technically you can, I mean, if you want to, but it's just like, it's like super dehumanizing. It makes me feel like...
Though.
What?
Because, no, it's not, because humans have feelings.
Just because humans have feelings doesn't mean that every human is so emotionally compromised they can't have a legitimate argument or a legitimate discussion.
This is what I mean. I feel like you're interpreting this in really twisted ways. I feel like you're really like interpreting this in a way that's like very unfair to me.
Okay, and I feel like you undermined my entire prior conversation by implying that you were talking about an issue that personally affected me. Also, keep in mind that we're just talking about that statement. The conversation that we had past this, actually, if I would have attacked you, you proved the attack correct by literally validating my attack, saying, well, yeah, I did say that, but it's because you're in a poly relationship. So I think that my statement about you was actually correct. So you actually did validate, like, your...
What? Wait, what?
I said that I felt like you were being judgmental. Or maybe I even said you're being judgmental. And then later on in the argument, you said, well, you're in a poly relationship, so maybe this thing is having... What?
I did not say that.
You explicitly said that. If you don't...
I didn't say, well, you're in a poly relationship. I said, like, because since, like, we talk about things that are, like, highly controversial, and you identify as poly...
Yes.
That's what I said. I didn't say you're in a poly relationship.
Okay.
I said...
Yeah, maybe... Okay. I might not be hitting the verbatim... I might not be hitting the verbatim 100%, but you said that I was poly, okay, which justified your earlier attack against me, that you felt like I was becoming emotionally dysregulated during the conversation.
There's a huge difference between saying you're poly and you're in a poly relationship.
What's the difference?
Because I'm not trying to talk about anyone else. Like, I'm not trying to bring anyone else in here. Like, you know, like...
Neither one of those do.
I guess I just feel like it does.
Like,
that's
okay.
why
To be like,
I
guess I don't interpret
so
it that way.
it's
It's really interesting to me.
You're in a poly relationship. I'm not trying to like bring anyone else here. Like,
which is interesting.
Like, I'm not trying to disrespect anyone else.
Well, no,
I
say complaint. But whether you say I'm poly or in a polyamorous relationship, those are the same things that might be
me.
judgmental. But the difference is that while you're saying that I am being judgmental,
I mean, yeah,
but to be like fully serious though, how does that
prove your judgment? Just because I recognize that, like, we've talked about things that like and like relate to like
well, because you're like now you're
like that.
Okay, so
and you're like, well, wouldn't you have like an emotional reaction?
Okay, so this is everything that I'm saying right now is just further proving the fact that you're using an I feel statement to actually launch an attack, but because you're using just the I feel words themselves don't actually mean anything, right? It's part of like a larger tactic to make another person understand what you're saying without them feeling attacked, right? You're using I feel statements to smuggle in attacks against me now. I don't know if you realize it. When you start saying, well, you are poly, right? Now you're justifying your earlier attack on me, saying that these issues probably do affect me, and I'm emotionally dysregulated, so I can't have the conversation. Like, you're literally justifying that statement.
I feel like you're being like manipulative again here, because I feel like you're saying that like I attacked you. Well, I didn't. Like.
Okay. Also, wait, real quick. Let's listen to this thing real quick. Okay, hold on 1 second. We can both listen at the same time. Tell me when you open it.
To say I felt that though.
Sure. This is the very, very first time I said, I think, okay, this is I think I said it feels judgmental. Let me know when you open this so we can listen to this exactly the same way.
Okay.
Wait, let me know when you open it so we can play it at the same time.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Go back to the beginning, pause it, let me know when you're ready.
Okay, ready.
And go.
Okay.
don't think I factor it much
That was
into
quite
my.
a dismissive thing to say, actually.
You sound very judgmental. I mean, I think. I mean,
I
like,
sound judgmental?
yeah, for sure. I think a lot of like that's usually what most of my problem is like in terms of like the way that it feels like you characterize things. It feels like you sound like very, very judgmental sometimes. Yeah. That's why I usually try to like temper. I don't think that you actually are as harsh in your mind as you come across. Or at least I don't think so. But sometimes with the way that you characterize things, yeah, sometimes it sounds like really, really, really like this is what these people are. This is what these people are. Like boom, done. Okay. So I used two I feel statements there, and then I said it sounds like.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, you're right.
Okay.
I guess it's just the previous ones, I guess, like I guess all like the ones that have come after, like it's kind of been like just accusations sort of.
Gotcha.
Me? Like you're like me all these assumptions that I never
Hold on.
even meant? Like
No, this is like pretty easily read
everyone
from the
operates
text.
on biases.
Talk about issues that probably
Everyone's biased.
No.
Destiny's not free of biases.
Sure, but now you're hold on. You can, okay.
Everyone's
Here, one more. Let's listen to this. This is the last one. Okay, go to the very beginning. Let me know when you clicked it.
Okay. Like you're like projecting onto me all these like you're never onto me all these assumptions that I meant. Like
No, this is like pretty easily read from the text. Issues that probably affect you. You're bringing this up because you feel like it's worth saying, right? We say things because we feel like we should say them generally, unless somebody's forcing you to.
I said that because you feel like I'm being very judgmental, and so I responded with saying like, well, don't you like yes, I understand like that's like me, I probably do come off that way, and like I gotta change that or whatever. Clearly, I gotta work on that. But then also I was trying to suggest to you that like, well, don't you think that it could be also like just like you having an emotional reaction to me, like you're like projecting. Yeah. Okay. So wait, what's wrong with that though? Like
So in this,
like
yes.
people are always have responsibility in everything. Like everyone's always responsible.
Well, no. So the thing is that like so in this
responsibility.
Sure. So in this conversation, you reflected back to me my I feel statement. You literally said, you feel like I'm being very judgmental. You didn't say that I attacked. You literally reflected it back to me. So I know that you understood that I said that I was feeling like you were being judgmental, right? But then
Yes.
so something else, if we want to use conflict resolution tactics, right? So you talk about I feel statements. Another really important conflict resolution word is to never, ever, ever use the word but. Because when you use the word but, every single thing you say before the word but is completely and totally deleted. Did you notice that halfway through the statement, you used the word but, and then you went on to defend the thing that I said made me feel like you were being judgmental?
Yeah, I understand. It's just like I guess I just thought like I don't know. I guess I don't really I guess hard to express myself as stuff. I don't know.
Sure, I understand.
I don't know.
Listen, don't judge me, okay?
Like obviously I don't know. Obviously like I guess like I somehow come off like being judgmental, and I have no idea how to change that. I really don't. I really actually have no idea. But then it's like I feel like you're just blaming me, and I feel like you're just other blaming.
Well, right now, right now I am blaming you. Yes, of course I'm blaming you right now.
Abusive.
No.
Yes, it is. That's called other blaming.
No.
Because you're not taking any responsibility for yourself, and that's what I was
okay.
trying to get
You're
you.
using all of these terms in like the most
Abusive.
No.
Other blaming is abusive.
No.
Tactic.
No.
Yes, it is.
No. Stop. Okay. Blaming is only abusive when you do it in an unjustified manner or to manipulate somebody, okay?
No, blaming is always abusive.
So if my husband comes home and he beats the fucking shit out of me and then I blame him for breaking my arm, am I being abusive? Or is it my fault too?
Like such an unfair statement though, because that's like such an extreme like thing.
Because that's how we test an idea, right? Where you're saying that blame is always an abusive thing. Well, I'm very clearly giving you an example where it's not. I can think of a ton of ways where blame
other blaming is abusive.
Okay, it's not abusive if I legitimately think you're at fault for something and I can enunciate that in a way where I'm not trying to manipulate you or abuse you by doing it.
Because there are ways to to express that someone is responsible for something without blaming, right? So like if you say you make me do this, that's blame and that's an abusive statement. But then if I say like I feel like I feel disrespected or something when you do this, that's not an abusive statement because that's not blame.
So can I not tell? Okay, were you other blaming me earlier when you
Psychologists who have written articles about this.
stop? Okay, stop saying that. It's not relevant what we're talking about. Okay, earlier.
People don't believe me. People think like I'm making this stuff up from my head, and it's like I'm not.
Well,
I learned all this everywhere.
Sure, but I think you're taking a lot of concepts, and I don't think that we're applying them in in the best way to these conversations. Like I don't think that like every time you blame somebody, that's not abusive, right?
Well, I mean, it's like an abusive behavior. I mean,
Okay, but remember what I said earlier, where it feels like you are too wide with your labeling. Like this is an example of that. Just because somebody blames somebody for something, if I'm supposed to meet a friend somewhere for dinner,
it's literally what I read about, though. I learned this.
if I'm supposed to meet a friend for dinner and they're late 30 minutes and then we lose our reservation, is it fair for me to blame them? It's like, hey, dude, you were late. We missed our reservation.
It's not okay to blame them.
Why is that
That's
not okay?
That's not how you're supposed to handle that
That is
situation.
an absolutely perfectly fine way to handle the situation.
No, that's abusive
It's
to blame.
not abusive. That is totally fine.
It is. It's
Unless I'm
abusive.
dealing with somebody that has the emotional regulation of a 4-year-old, that is a perfectly fine way to approach that conversation. There's no
Like, the thing is, like, what? Yeah, like I don't know, like, because you like, there's no need to. Well, I do actually think a lot of your chat is very abusive. I've seen very abusive statements from your chat. I'm just saying.
Okay, what is the alternative way to approach that conversation?
Like something like hey, remember we made reservations. I'm kind of upset that you're late because
That
that's
sounds like the most passive-aggressive statement in the world.
that's not passive aggression.
Hey,
That's
remember we made reservations? Well, of course, that's why I'm here 30 minutes late. What do you mean, of course? What do you mean? That's so passive-aggressive.
so many articles on this, on how to communicate with these things. And yes, you are supposed to be very gentle. Like that's how, because otherwise it's aggression and it's attacking. And
Okay,
when-
we're going way off. It sounds like okay. You said that it's like walking on eggshells with me, but these conversations tactics you're talking about sound like you're dealing with a literal psychopath who's about to snap on a hair trigger and like blow the whole place up in 2 seconds. Like you're talking to a guy with a bomb that you're scared to say, "Hey, dude, you were 30 minutes late." Not cool. I think that's an okay statement to say to somebody. That's not going to cause them a great deal of pain or mental anguish. I think that's a perfectly fine statement to say. You don't have to like reframe every single thing in the most overwhelmingly positive way in the world. I think it's okay to express disappointment in somebody when they mess up.
Listen, Dr. Gottman's 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse predict divorce, and one of those things is literally saying you, like blaming, and that predicts divorce.
Okay, but again with the broad statements, just because a behavior can predict something doesn't mean that behavior is always bad. Right? This is the difference between like correlated and causal.
But I still am going to read this article because he literally says it's a form of verbal aggression.
Sure, link me the article if you want. If you have the article, we can link it. We can read it on stream right now.
Okay. And like, yes, I'm not perfect. I know I make mistakes and I often like I slip up and forget to say like I feel. Instead I say like you, and like I know you're not supposed to make you statements.
Sure. Between the two of us, I don't care if you don't ever.
Forget.
Sure, I don't care if you ever use an I feel statement. They don't mean anything to me. So if you do or don't want to do it, that's fine. Okay, I don't care. It's all right. Because I interpret all of it the exact same anyway. Because at the end of the day, it is the exact same, and I'm not gonna get super bent out of shape.
It's not at all.
It is the exact same. It is the exact same. When you tell me something, guess what? Everything you tell me is what you feel because you're not God. So if you say, "Hey, Steven, you're being unfair," what you're really saying is, "Hey, Steven, I feel like you're being unfair." So I interpret those two statements the exact same way. Now, if you were God and you told me something, "You're being unfair," well, that's a totally different thing. You're making like an objective analysis of reality. But otherwise, everything you say is like a thing that you feel, of course. So like if you say I feel or don't feel, that's fine. It doesn't make a difference to me. I'm not going to interpret one differently than the other. Generally, it's probably good to speak that way, especially when people get like really stressed out. But whatever you say is fine. I'm okay with that.
Okay, but like, what about the fact that I'm still very upset because like you accused.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you accused me of like literally trying to like control you or take away your agency or something.
Yes, you
Like,
did.
no, I didn't. But like, or okay, like I shouldn't say that, but like that's really unfair to accuse someone of.
Not if I believe you actually did it, and not if you actually did do it. So now the argument is whether or not you actually did do it, right? That's what the conversation.
Well, that I did it doesn't necessarily mean you did.
Wait, what?
I don't agree that that's what I did. I don't agree that that's what that is at all. There is literally nothing wrong with observing someone having like an emotional response to something.
I wasn't having any emotional responses though. You were projecting them onto me. That's the problem.
No, that's not projection.
You were, yes.
That's not projection.
It is.
That's not projection because projection is when you're in denial about it. Like, I'm an emotional person. Like, I know that. I can admit that. Like, projection is when you're in denial about like your own thing and then you project it onto like the other person. Like, I don't deny having emotions.
We can
and, like,
project onto other people that they're going to act the same way that we're going to act or respond to a given circumstance, right? If you might be emotional about a particular thing, you're projecting onto me that I must be as well, right? Or that's what it feels like to me. What?
Steven, you're literally a human being. Like, you literally have emotions.
Just
literally
because you have
emotional
emotions doesn't mean you become emotionally compromised in every conversation.
That's not what I said.
It is.
I did not accuse you of being emotionally compromised.
Then why would you bring up the fact that these are topics that are close to me?
Because you said that you're feeling like I'm really judgmental. And like
I said that after you said this.
Like maybe there's part of that. Maybe part of that is because of like the topics that we talked about.
But I wasn't emotional at all in our conversation. You're being manipulative of me by implying that I might be too emotional or I might be having an emotional reaction when I've given no indication of that. That's not fair to do to me.
I did not imply that you're being too emotional.
Okay.
And that's not fair to say that I'm... Holy shit, this isn't manipulation, my dude. People are allowed to observe, like, emotions or like, emotions. Yes, people are allowed to do that.
You can't just call this observing. You didn't observe. You
okay at all to try and control people.
That's the difference. You didn't observe an emotion. You invented this emotion. That's the difference. That's why I'm having a problem. If I would have started screaming or shouting at you, and you would have said like, "Oh, well, maybe you're having an emotion," it's like, okay.
You to be emotional? Holy fuck! What is? Oh my god! What the fuck is this?
What?
Oh my god!
Wait, what?
But like, chat, how the fuck, guys, like, this isn't okay. This is terrible, guys. People are allowed to observe, like, that maybe a person has, like, an emotional...
This is one of the most undermining things you can ever do to somebody. This is one of the worst things you can ever do to somebody. I don't understand how to convey that.
It's not gaslighting. What the fuck? It wasn't me trying to end an argument, though. I wasn't trying to end an argument, though. Like, I wasn't trying to, like, dismiss your argument or anything like that. The whole thing was about you feeling like I was being judgmental, and so I suggested, like, well, maybe, it was because of, like, the personal topics. So, but you don't think that's okay to do?
I don't think it's okay at the end of a calm conversation to say, hey, maybe you're just really emotionally affected by this.
Well, don't you think that, then wouldn't it be not okay to say that you feel like someone's being judgmental?
No, not if I feel like they've said something that's judgmental to me.
Well, then why can't I say if I feel like you were being emotional, why can't I say that?
Because you have no
like
justification for it. Because I wasn't having an emotional reaction. You invented
So
it.
no, this is a double standard. This is not okay. This is not okay at all.
This isn't a double standard. I'm responding to you calling me emotional because I feel like that was unfair. You called me emotional with no provocation. I didn't do anything to warrant that. I can respond to your behavior saying it was an inappropriate response. That doesn't make mine automatically bad.
You did have an emotion.
No,
You
I
explained it felt like
no.
I was being judgmental and stuff. And I was like, oh, well, that would indicate to me that like it must be me, but then it also must there's something like you too, right? Like maybe you too. Like I don't know, like maybe you could consider that too. Like
So I'm pretty sure you made the statement about me first, and then I said you were being judgmental. This
But
you're flipping the order of events. This is pretty important. Now you're gaslighting me because now I'm starting to wonder what you actually said. I'm pretty sure the first thing that happened was you said that I was perhaps you were you said it's also true that I talk about issues that probably affect you. You said that, and then after you said that, I remarked, I feel like sometimes you sound like you're being a little judgmental. That was what I said
No.
after that. What?
first.
What?
Wait, what? Didn't that come first? I'm pretty sure that came first though.
Find the clip. Somebody find the clip. Okay, I don't know. I'm getting lost now.
That you had first said that was judgmental, and then when I was explaining about
Why did I say? Oh no. I think I said that I feel like you're being judgmental because you say things into it. No, never mind. I think you have the order correct. Never mind.
yeah, I thought so. Okay. Okay, thank God. Huh. But this wasn't it's not like this was like a friggin' debate, like that part, like obviously that's not.
Well, no, I was just making an observation that it felt like sometimes you sound really judgmental because you generalize things hardcore.
Totally, you can do that, but then like people also have the right to tell you that they feel like you're having an emotional reaction. People have every right to do that.
Yeah, but the difference is
I'm responding their boundaries to try and tell them that they can't.
I'm responding to what you've said. You're putting things in my mind for you to respond to. Do you understand the difference between those two things?
Wait, so you feel like someone pointing out an emotional reaction.
What was my emotional reaction?
Well, you said that you feel like I'm being judgmental. That's an emotional reaction. You felt a thing.
Okay. This is abusive. Me
What?
just making a simple statement about something, that is not an emotional reaction. It is totally unfair to characterize it as such. Do you understand that? That is really not fair.
I disagree. I think that is an emotion. I think that can be an emotional reaction, though. I feel like this is all hinging on like emotions are bad or something.
I've never said emotions are bad, but oftentimes when emotions are driving conversations, they're counterproductive to having productive conversations.
But like I feel like but that's what I feel like a problem is. Like I feel like so much of the time, like I don't know. I feel like you're. I feel like you think you're more emotionally detached than you are.
Okay, you're projecting more onto me now.
I'm just telling you how I feel. I'm just telling you how I feel.
I understand, but you're using subtext that doesn't exist. Now you've got this idea. This is being unfair of me now. I'll openly admit this because now I'm trying to piece together what's going on in your head, because now what it feels like is what you're actually thinking is Steven has an incredibly negative view of emotions. He's fighting back so hard that I'm accusing him that perhaps he's being a little bit emotional, and that now he's trying to say he's detached from all emotion in order to just win this argument, and it's absolutely ridiculous. He's treating emotions as though they're this intrinsically negative thing, and he refuses to acknowledge that he could have any emotional response. That's what it feels like you just did by when you just said it there, this is now what I'm hearing playing in your head about me. And now it sounds like you're trying to win this argument against me where people can have emotions and
please stop seeing this as an argument and as though someone's trying to win or not win.
It sounds like you're trying to It sounds like you're trying to guide the discussion in such a way that you're trying to convince me that emotions are healthy. But this is not at all the conversation that I'm having. Like, this is not at all like what we're talking about.
But I'm being honest with you when I tell you that I do feel like like, and like, see, okay, so the reason why I'm telling you this, that I feel like this, is because then like I'm hoping that maybe like you'll explain to me like, oh no, this is wrong. Like I understand that you like you feel this way, but let me explain to you why you're wrong about that.
Okay.
That's all I'm
You're
looking for.
okay,
So,
sure.
okay,
So you're really
so
close. But
I've
you're,
expressed to you how I feel, how I felt, that I feel like, you know, you're like really devaluing emotions in general and stuff, and like maybe that's where this is like, because that's what I'm starting to feel with the
sure.
conversation, you know, and I'm just saying how I feel.
Sure, but like
Like,
a way to you're not just saying how you feel. You're asserting like some fact about me, okay? With your feelings, okay? You're asserting a fact about me. That's I'm not taking issue with how you feel. My issue is the fact that you are asserting like things that are you think are going on in my mind, right? This is my issue, okay? Just because you phrase those in an I feel way, like what?
that's not what this is.
Okay, that's what it. Okay, well, that's what it feels like to me. If you have these thoughts, then a fair or good way to approach that might be to say like, "Hey, do you feel like sometimes when you talk about things like this, do you ever think you get like emotionally involved in them, or do you ever think you have an emotional response, or do you think that your prior involvement with these things might shade your ability to have a conversation with that?" Now, that's still like a tad aggressive, but that's a way more fair way of approaching the conversation than saying, "Well, I brought these issues up, and it's true that these issues probably affect you." Like, notice how the first one, like, gives me agency. It allows me the opportunity to answer what goes on in my head. And the second one just takes all my agency away and says, like, oh, no, like, these probably affect you. Like, probably having an emotional response, right?
Yeah, I can understand that. It's just that I don't agree at all. I don't see that as taking away your agency
When
at
you
all.
ask me questions and you give me a chance to explain what's going on in my head, it gives me the power to tell you, to present my own feelings and thoughts to you, rather than having you tell me what you think is happening in my head. When you say, hey, do you ever feel like you have an emotional response to these types of conversations? You're inviting me to share with you how I feel. When you tell me, right, I have agency. Cool. I get to like dictate. I could say, you know what? I'm not really comfortable talking about that. Oh, cool. Or I could say, you know what? Maybe you're right. Or I could say, no, I don't think I do. Right? I've got agency. I've got so much choice in that conversation. But when you say, you know what? It's also true that I talk about these issues that probably affect you. Well, that's just a fact now. Like, you've just like asserted that to me, and now the only response I have is to fight against you, because now you've like made a claim about my mind, the state of my mind, and I think that claim is false. So you've invited me to like have a fight with what you just said, right? Rather than like, because you've taken agency away from me. So I either have to submit to that, right, and allow you to dominate me and say like, oh, okay, sure, I guess that's what's going on in my mind, or I have to challenge your statement, and now it's going to be a fight because you kind of asserted it as fact.
I think that's the huge problem. I think that's the huge problem, because you're perceiving this as domination and stuff, and that's not how I perceive it at all.
That it doesn't matter how you perceive it. I'm just giving you a description of what you actually did. Intention and perception don't matter here. You're
like, but you're literally accusing me of doing this thing that I didn't do,
you
though.
did.
I'm not
You
trying to
did.
dominate you. That's not what this is about at all.
The domination is like a secondary emergent thing, but that is what's happening. You're putting a feeling into me. You're saying, this is a quote, "It's also true that I talk about issues that probably affect you." You're telling me that these issues are emotionally affecting me. You're telling me that. It's like a form of domination.
I say that they probably affect you, though? Like, but wait, okay, hold on.
If I say that, like, you're probably retarded, right? Can I say, well, I just said probably. That's not a you
Oh,
can't.
no, because that's hate speech, though.
No, oh my God, you're missing the point. Stop, hold on. If I say you're probably being an idiot, that's still bad to say. Even if I say probably, it's not a good thing to say, right? Just because I'm using probably doesn't take away the assertion that I'm making about your mental
There's
state.
literally nothing wrong. There's literally nothing. This is like, I don't know what the hell kind of like reality this is, where like people live where like emotions are a bad thing or something to have.
No.
Like, I don't.
It's not about emotions being bad.
We're both wrong here. It's not like either of us
No,
are
it's
right.
not
Like,
about who's
everyone
being right
has
or
their
wrong.
responsibility.
I'm
What?
willing to bet that you've probably had a class where, like, if a patient comes in, you probably never tell that patient how they feel, right? It's probably a matter of asking questions to help them figure out, like, how do they feel, and then, like, gently guiding the conversation. But you probably never say, like, oh, you're probably really upset about that, or, oh, that makes you feel horrible, doesn't it, right? You would never suggest a feeling like that to a client, right?
I do. what we're supposed to do. I will literally read it to you in my book. Yes, we are
No.
supposed to do that.
No, you're absolutely not. You're absolutely not supposed to do that.
I will
I will
get my-
bet every
I'll get my
fiber of my
I'll get my book.
Okay.
I'll get my book. I'll get my
I-
book. Yes, this is what we're supposed to do. I'm telling you, this is not normal. I'm sorry, but like this is not normal. Like people point out other people's emotions, okay? There is nothing wrong with
Well,
this.
maybe
like it's
maybe
a normal
wait,
thing.
You might after like another person has talked around it, but you're never
It's
going to try to
actually a really good thing.
So what
like
you're
it's a good
it's
thing.
not what you're talking about is literally called priming. It's one of the most like fundamental things studied in all psychology. You never do this to a person. You never prime a person's feelings. No, this is
Nope.
not true. Like
No,
this is
it's
priming. You're not
actually-
supposed to do that. Like it's possible you
No, you are.
Okay.
This is not priming. This
is
is
priming. It's
literally
absolutely priming.
observing people have emotions.
No, you
People are absolutely, this is normal. What people do, this is normal. This is completely normal. You can suggest, like you can also guess, like you're supposed to read people's emotions. You are supposed to read people's emotions.
No, that's not your job as a therapist. Absolutely not.
We have to literally write down how people's moods are.
But you don't have. But
Just
you do that
observing
based on.
them.
No, you do that based on something called self-reporting. On self-reporting and your observations. You don't make
No.
guesses. This is why, as a therapist, if
Yes,
your
you
client lies to you, you
do.
can't help them.
No, that's not true.
It is
dude.
true.
I just wrote up an entire like biopsychosocial report, and yet I had to literally observe all their emotions because Steven, people are in denial about their
Yes,
emotions.
and this is one of the biggest frustrations that therapists have: is that when clients lie to them, they can't do anything to help them. You're fucked.
No, clients don't lie. It's that they literally don't recognize their own emotions.
No, sometimes clients lie because they just don't want to fucking talk to a therapist. It absolutely
Okay,
happens. Sure.
Sure. Sometimes people lie about their emotions, but still, like,
Sure, and
like,
and sometimes
it's a
they
good
don't
thing.
understand. You're
It's
right.
a good thing when a friend can like point out to you, like, like an emotion, because then you're supposed to take that. You're supposed to take that as a like, okay, they care and they're trying to like empathize with me and stuff. You're not supposed to take it as this weird, freaky, like fucking personal attack.
It's
like,
not
oh
a
my
person. No.
God.
Because what you're
Being
talking about, the way that you do this in a conversation is you're being reflective. If they're getting at an emotion, you reflect it back at them. You don't imply something that they haven't explicitly
You can
said.
reflect, but also you can suggest.
Based on what they've said, though. You would never just throw something out of nowhere like, I bet you hate your wife, don't you? Like, whoa, what the fuck? If they weren't talking about that.
There are clients that you don't do that to, and it's schizoid clients, because yes, those are the clients that do feel like they're being intruded upon and trying to be controlled if you suggest, like, if you try and tell them about their emotional feelings. Yeah. I mean, like, yeah, those clients, but all the other clients, no. No, you can absolutely say, like, it seems like you're feeling this. I've literally done that in my classes. We've learned to do that.
Okay, what you're saying there is, okay, this is valid. What you're saying is correct, okay? It seems like you're feeling this, but that's only after the client has brought it up or the client is talking around it. Your goal is to help somebody discover their feelings, not to implicate or insert your own kind of like ideas into their head.
But like if you're a therapist and like, but also this is just for normal people though. If you observe a friend who has like an emotional reaction, like, and
You
like
didn't
you
observe
think
an
that they don't
emotional-
notice it, you're supposed to point like
But
that's
the problem,
good. That's being
this
a
is
good friend. A
no,
good friend
this
points
is why
out.
I'm saying it's projection. You didn't observe an emotional reaction. You're assuming one.
Yes, I did.
You didn't. I didn't have any. Me saying that I feel like you're being a little judgmental, that's not emotional. That's just me making a statement. I wasn't crying while I said it. I wasn't screaming. I wasn't shouting. I wasn't completely bothered or upset.
But you don't have to have any outward affect signs to have an emotional reaction.
Then you don't know if I'm having an emotional reaction. Because if I don't know, you sure as hell don't know. What do you mean? There's no way that... Do you have a probe in my brain? Like, what do you mean? This is why you're supposed to ask questions. Why would you assume that I'm having one?
Being intuitive, though. It's called being intuitive and, like, sensitive. I don't know.
It's not being sensitive or intuitive to assume that I'm having an emotional response to something because I disagree with you.
That's just what people do with their friends. Like, you can sense, like, if someone's upset, you know?
Yeah, but that's usually because a bad friend would imply that you're being upset when you haven't done anything to seem upset. Like, you would assume somebody's being upset if they're acting upset.
No. You don't need to, like, act upset.
Then why would you imply someone's upset? If I messaged you out of the blue, if I DM'd you tomorrow morning, like, hey, are you upset? out of nowhere. Well, assume we didn't have this conversation. If like in a week, if I just message you like, hey, are you upset out of nowhere? Or even if I asked that in the middle of a conversation,
I didn't claim to know. Yeah, I didn't claim to know you guys. Like,
no, but I mean,
really
like, that
didn't
would feel like really bad.
you. And I thought that maybe, because I thought like, maybe, I mean, maybe like I thought it was like something to suggest to you so that, you could just take it and like think about it and be like, well, maybe you're right. Maybe it is a little bit on my part, instead of like constantly blaming me. 'Cause that's fucked up.
If you were to tell me, like,
Abusive.
if you were to tell me that you had a friend that was like really disrespectful towards you, and you're like, oh, this is like, I don't like the things that this girl or guy said or whatever, and I would say, maybe you're just upset. You don't feel like that would be undermining your complaint a little bit?
No, because that's what me and all my friends have always done. I assume that this was kind of just normal. It's not being judgmental and condescending. I mean, it's literally just like noticing something and showing that you care.
But you didn't notice an emotional response from me. I was being perfectly like level the entire conversation.
That doesn't mean that there's no emotions, though.
But you don't have a right to assume that I'm having one. You'd have to ask me to figure that out. You can't just project that into my brain.
It's not projecting. That was just like making, like, that's just me making a suggestion. Like, maybe that's why, kind of thing. Like, so you could think about it.
Okay. Why do you think that okay. So wait. Maybe your emotions are why you're saying the things you are. Why do you think I think I'm saying the things that I am? Like, if I'm giving you an argument, why do you think that I think that argument is correct?
Wait, what?
If I'm giving you an argument over why something is good or bad or right or wrong or some discussion, why do you think I believe the argument? This isn't like a trick question, or you can think through whatever. Like,
sorry, can you repeat that?
yeah. Why do you think I believe my arguments?
There's a lot of reasons why people believe things.
I'm not asking why people. I'm being very specific now and personal. I'm asking you, why do you think I believe my arguments are correct?
Maybe personal experience, a mix of personal experience, a mix of like, I don't know, having like researched things.
Okay, let's go with those two things. Those two are fine. So maybe I believe that my argument is correct because of my personal experience with it and because of research I've done on it, right? For you to come in and say, well, maybe the reason you believe your argument is correct is because of your emotions. What are you doing to me and my prior beliefs about why I thought I was correct?
It's just like, okay, there's something serious.
No, wait, can we just follow this train? If I thought my argument was right because of research and experience, and you come in and you tell me, hey, maybe you think you're right because of your emotions, then you are whatting me. What are you doing to me? You're undermining my feelings.
That's how you're perceiving it.
That's exactly what you're doing, though.
That's how you're perceiving it.
Sure.
Other people do not perceive it this way.
Really?
Other people do not perceive it this way.
Are you
No.
sure?
Yes, plenty of people do not perceive it this way. This is not fair to take like your feelings and assume that like, like everyone, like this is the way it is. That's what I feel like you're doing. You're assuming, and because like you've accumulated a chat that like is similar to you, and like you will attract people that are similar to you, and like your chat like similar to you and stuff, and like I mean that's not fair to assume that like everyone is like that though. Because there are plenty of spaces where people are not like that at all. Like that don't perceive it that way.
Fuck. I completely disagree, but I guess we just have to agree to disagree on this.
Yeah, like, I'm not in space, like I don't know, I'm not around people like that.
No, it's not around being, but like I would never do this to anybody ever. Like I've learned time and time again that this is an easy way to start a huge fight with someone. What?
Wait, just suggesting
that somebody's emotionally dysregulated. You know what, actually? I used to do this when I was 19, And 20, I would do this when I wanted to fight with my ex, because I knew that when I do shit like this, I knew it would fucking piss her off. And that would be the only time I would ever use a tactic like this, was to gaslight her, to make her feel like, no, hold on, I don't think you actually believe that. I think you're just being really emotional. And I would do stuff like this to fight. What?
This is not at all gaslighting.
It is.
This
You're
not
you're making me doubt my experience.
No, I'm not making you do anything. Don't forget, that's abusive to say that.
It's not.
Yes, it is. You don't ever say, like, no, people are not. No, that's abusive to say you make me. That's an abusive statement. That is an abusive statement. I will bring you up all the articles about it. Like, I will bring up all the articles about it.
Any article up you want on it, but what you're actually doing, is you're trying to make me doubt my experience and research in favor of the emotion that you're inserting into me. That's what's happening.
You're literally twisting my words. You are literally twisting my words. This is manipulative.
Your words were, it's also true that I talk about issues that probably affect you. You don't know that anything affects me. You're inserting that into me, that it affects me. You're undermining, and I asked you, why do you think I believe my arguments? You said that it's because of my experience and my research. So for you to insert that maybe it's because these are affecting me, you're undermining my experience and research and saying it's emotional.
No, I think that there's also emotions involved, because you are not some inhuman robot.
We're not talking about emotions being involved. There's emotions involved in everything. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about emotional dysregulation.
And the reason why you believe some of the things you do is also because of emotion. Because
that's not what we're talking about right now.
For everyone.
That's not relevant to the context of this conversation.
But you asked me that.
No, I asked you why I believe my arguments. And you said it was because of my research and prior experience, which is actually true. I agree with that. I think that's why I believe my arguments are correct.
Like, it's just that,
like, if you ever have the chance to talk to any emotionally abusive person ever, and I used to be incredibly emotionally abusive, and you ask somebody, what's the number one way to piss your partner the fuck off and get them physically abusive? Usually what it is it's undermining their feelings. Like, hey, like this, listen, you're just being emotional. You're fucking tired, okay? You're just being a bitch. I know you just have a problem. You're just blah, 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 blah. You probably just feel mad because of some shit that somebody else said. This is exactly what you do to get somebody ultra fucking riled up. Because now they feel like they have to fight you to justify what they said before. This is like emotional abuse like 101. I'm not saying you're being emotionally abusive. I'm just saying that like that thing of like saying maybe you're just being emotional when somebody's been like relatively like calm and reasonable during conversation, it's like incredibly like undermining to a person's character, I guess. Or at least that's the feeling that I get.
It's like, this is just like really insane, because I feel like, I don't know. It's just so
also,
strange.
throughout this conversation, you've compared me to a schizoid. You said that my response is incredibly abnormal.
This is what I mean. You're interpreting it that way. Please stop twisting my words.
Okay.
Please stop it.
Okay, I'm sorry. It felt like when you brought up the fact that this is the way that you talk to schizoids, it felt like you were comparing me to a schizoid, but maybe that wasn't your intention. My bad.
Abusive, and you're like, dude, I'm just so tired of it. Like, I'm not that's not what I did. I didn't compare you. Oh my god. Dude, oh my god.
I mean, you brought up schizoids as an example of this, right? How do I not take that as a comparison?
God, this is just insane, dude. Like, this isn't okay, like, to be so abusive like this and manipulative.
I'm not being abusive or manipulative. What are you talking about? I can cite every single thing I said. You brought up like schizoid people as having like this similar type of response. Like, oh, well, maybe to a schizoid you can't insert an emotion, but to normal people you can. Like, oh, well, what's the implication? What am I supposed to take from that? It kind of makes me feel like I might be a schizoid, or at least that's my assumption. I think that's a pretty fair assumption of me to make.
I just, I don't know. I just, like, I don't know. mean, I just feel like the implication is that like I'm wrong about everything, you know?
I don't
Like
think
I'm
you're
just
wrong about anything. Nothing you've said is like wrong or horrible. I'm just saying that like it
I
just
thought
some.
you were saying that it is.
No, I'm just saying that sometimes the way that you phrase things, I feel like it feels a little judgmental sometimes. That's all. That was like my original criticism. That's it. Most of what you say, or at least most of what I'm thinking what you say, is generally true. I don't think you've said anything that's like absolutely fucking like crazy or wrong or anything.
Like I'm abusive and gaslighting and all kinds of shit.
Wait, what? Say that again. Your mic.
Well, because your chat is saying that like I'm um
So the gaslighting part, I guess, is that sometimes I think you bring things up that leave like a really strong feeling, but then when I say that like it feels like you did this, then you say you didn't, and that feels like then I feel a little bit mind fucked. Like I think it's fair.
see how. Like I don't understand how. Like I read about this stuff constantly to understand it. Like
Okay, you, okay, hold on. I'm
I
a
was an
human.
abuse
Wait,
counselor. Like
sure.
so
Okay.
it's really weird for
Sure.
your chat to accuse me of it.
No, don't. First of all, don't worry about the chat. Okay. Also, I'm a human being. You have to have a conversation with me. Okay. I don't care what you've read or whatever. Okay. We're having a one-on-one conversation, right? All I'm saying is that like when we're having a conversation and you constantly say that like my reactions are incredibly abnormal, or you point. Now you didn't say I was schizoid, but you're like, well, this might.
I didn't say that though.
Hold on. You explicitly said that. You said that normal people don't react that way. This is crazy. This is insane. This is not normal. You've uttered these statements multiple times, right? I'm not upset or anything. I'm just saying that you've littered these throughout the conversation, right?
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I
That's
know
fine.
that's
No, I
wrong.
don't. No, it's okay. I don't. Not
That's like my reaction because this is really strange. Like
Sure.
I've never heard this. I just, oh, it's strange. It confuses me. Like I don't know. I've never come across this.
sure. Yeah. I mean, that's why I brought it up. I don't know. Um, yeah. Fuck. Well, fuck. I don't know. I mean, I don't really want to like drag the conversation on. Like, that's fine. But
It's just like I feel like you never take any personal responsibility at all for anything. And it's always like blaming everyone else. Everyone else is like always the problem.
I mean, I feel like I take a great deal of personal responsibility for things in my life, but maybe that's just a difference in perception, I guess. I mean, if you feel like you're in the right and I feel like I'm in the right, I mean, we both.
Your feelings or like anything. I never said that it was abnormal or like it's just like I'm saying like that like that like you know when you're trying to like what I mean that's abnormal and stuff is like when you're trying to tell me that like making like just like pointing out someone's like emotional reactions like that being trying to control them like that's what I'm saying that I like that's what I was reacting to as like this is like really abnormal like that's what I feel like or something I don't know not like your feelings or anything just I don't know like
I mean, I think it
like,
might be possible that.
okay. Like, that's also not okay to accuse someone of like trying to control you or taking away your agency. Like that's aggressive. Like that's really harsh to accuse someone of that, you know?
Sure, but I mean, like that's what I mean. Yeah, I mean I mean that's it. That's what it feels like you did. I mean,
It's not about me not wanting to admit that I'm wrong.
I don't care about. We're not talking about. It's not a matter of being right or wrong or whatever. Like,
Well, I mean, it's just like your chat saying things and stuff.
sure, if I don't ignore them, I guess. Okay, I've had 2 conversations in my life where I feel like when I revealed a personal detail about myself, it changed the way the other person dealt with me completely. And once the other person had that piece of information, they had changed the way that they had saw me so much that every prior thing that I had said became irrelevant, and they had a whole new picture of me in their minds. And it was incredibly frustrating for me during those conversations because now I felt like nothing I said mattered because they had a complete image of me in their head that was totally fabricated. That when you say something at the end of the conversation where it's like, oh, well, I talk about these issues that are personal that probably affect you. That's what it brings to my mind. Is it feels like you have a picture of me in your head that you've kind of filled in, and I don't have a chance to change that perception. I guess is like the frustrating part for me.
That's understandable. and that's really valid, you know? I get that. But I don't think that's fair though, to assume that that's what I'm doing. Because I try not to. Like, I try not to.
Sure, I don't think you do it intentionally. That's like going back all the way to the beginning. That's why I said I don't think that you're like this secretly horribly fucking judgmental person. I don't think you are. Otherwise, I wouldn't fucking talk to you ever, right? Because that would be dumb as fuck. I don't think you are. Just sometimes like some of the things you say just comes off that way, right? Or
Yeah, and
I feel like it.
and I'm open, and I'm open to criticisms about how to like say things better, of course.
Sure. Or I mean, you don't even have to be. You can say, "Hey, you're being a little baby fuck, and you're taking it way too personally." You could say that too. That's a counter to me. That's fine. Like, yeah, but that's just an observation that I made. Like, I don't know.
It just feels like I don't know. It's just hard because I mean, I'll just like obviously I'll try not to I mean, like obviously I'll try not to like come off like I'm assuming your emotions since obviously like you really don't like that. It's just I just don't think it's fair um to like accuse someone of like trying to like control you but like through that, I guess. Just because like I mean if it really is like if it really okay, listen, like if it really is like if there's like psychology research out there, you know, that says that like actually that is like a form of trying to control someone. Um so like obviously, I mean then yeah, then I would say like, well, I mean clearly I'm wrong then, right? Like I'm not gonna argue against like research. Um
Well, okay, I feel like we're pivoting way too much to like what the research like this is none of that is relevant to this. This is just a conversation, right? Like we don't have to talk about like the research or a study or a class. Like we're just having a conversation, right? I don't know like what you're not going to read a paper on like a deep dive into the mind of Stephen Bunnell and then here was the answer, right? I don't think
Well, I mean, yeah, it's just like if there is like there's a difference between things that are actually like controlling tactics versus things that like people maybe someone perceives as like a controlling tactic, you know? Because if it's like not really a controlling tactic and it's like that person perceives it to be, then like that would indicate that it's something that the person needs to work on, you know?
sure, I don't disagree with that. I'm a little uncomfortable like pursuing this conversation though because it feels like if this is something that um because now it feels like it's a really personal back and forth if I bring up any disagreements here.
It's not like yeah, oh my God. One of the it just reminded me. Oh my God, yes, that comment just reminded like also I'm not trying to insist that like you did feel a thing if you're saying that you didn't feel it, you know? Because yes, that would be messed up to do that. Um so like I don't know, I probably like implied that, but I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Um but like I just remembered a thing that um I just remembered like this thing that I learned in my psychology class like last night. Can I just say um like and I literally tried to argue with my professor over this too. Um it's like
Tried to over argue over what particular thing?
Well, I didn't try to argue. I just tried to like tell her about this, like because my professor was like, yeah, you like, because like we were like I'm telling you, it really is a thing that therapists can say to clients like, this seems to make you angry.
For sure.
Like,
Yeah, 100%.
yeah, we are supposed to say that. We are supposed to observe and point out their emotions that we see. Like, that's a thing. And I fucking know that there are people who can't stand that and they're fucking triggered by that. Civilly avoidant people particularly don't like that. They view it as like a really big intrusion. And so like I literally said to her, I was like, I don't know, this feels a little bit like aren't there going to be some clients that really don't like that? And she was like, no, like she was like, don't worry about it, because if you're wrong about the client's emotion, like they'll just correct you. It's no big deal. And I was thinking to myself, lady, I don't think you know. I don't think you know. Like, I mean, I'm just saying, and I guess that's like how I almost feel like maybe I don't know, like you are kind of. I don't know.
So, like,
Maybe I'm wrong.
wait, do you feel that I'm what?
Like I feel like that's like you basically. Like I don't know.
No, okay,
Like
hold
that
on. No. Okay.
sets you to
Let me.
if for someone to like point out a
No,
possible
no,
emotion.
no, I'm not at all. Okay? So everything that you said, that your professor said, sounds absolutely true. Okay? So I
Yeah.
wrote down quotes that you said. Okay? These quotes are so important. Okay? So the first thing you said is, "This seems to make you angry." If a therapist is listening to somebody recount something, and that person is getting upset while they're doing it, it is totally valid for that therapist to say like, "Hey, it seems like this makes you upset." They're reflecting that anger back to the client, right? That they're displaying. Sure. Or when the next quote that you had is, "We are supposed to observe and point out their emotions." If it looks like a person is recounting something to you and they're getting emotional over it, it's totally valid for you to say like, "Hey, it seems like this might be making you feel this way," or whatever, right? That's totally valid. Now, there might be some people that actually can't stand that, but yeah, those people would have to be like, like, there's like a huge fucking pathology or something going on if that type of thing makes you upset, okay? But all I'm trying to say is that what you've done, or what it feels like you've done, is markedly different, because I wasn't describing anything that made me emotional, and I wasn't giving you an emotion to observe or point out. You just merely added it on to the end of that statement, saying like, "Oh, well, I'm talking about things that probably affect you." That was like the difference.
But you did say you're feeling something though.
Well, I said that you were feeling judgmental,
Yeah, so that's a feeling.
but that feeling was a meta feeling about the conversation, not or a feeling about like how.
And I was suggesting that well, like what if it like maybe it could have been that, but also could have been something else. Like that's all I was saying.
I think that the way that I presented that feeling was calm enough, rational enough, and probably, I think, supported by enough arguments that I don't think it's fair for you to try to pivot that contention to an emotional response. Like, if I say, like, "Hey, it seems like this is an observation I'm making," you go, "Oh, well, maybe you're emotional." Like, I don't feel like that's a fair thing just because I'm telling you, like, yeah.
To like I just like there's nothing wrong with like suggesting to someone like, well, I mean maybe it's just like partially that you're like more emotionally involved or something. Like I don't
Okay. I mean, like, maybe I think this would be really interesting. We can talk about it in a future date, because this seems to be like the main point of the main point of contention is that you don't think there's anything wrong with suggesting somebody's having an emotional response, even if they're not exhibiting any properties of that. And personally, I think that that's undermining of somebody's, like, I guess, like, prior statements. But it seems like we disagree on that. So, I mean, like, well, we can circle back, but this is like our fundamental disagreement, I think.
I mean I don't know. I mean I thought that like I don't know. I thought you did give me like a feeling like since you felt like you had a feeling like reaction and stuff. So like I mean it's not like that's a bad thing. It's just
No,
I
well,
don't know. I just
it
thought
is.
maybe like you could consider that it wasn't like just me, you know? I don't know.
Well, like the reason. Well, we're gonna be circling if we go back because now we're just arguing the same point.
Like it's not assuming a reaction, that's just observing one, isn't it?
I didn't have a reaction though.
But saying that you feel like us being judgmental is a reaction.
I feel like you're judgmental because it feels like you generalize a lot sometimes. I don't think that like that's not an emotional response. It's just a statement.
But I thought you said that like I triggered you or something? Like
No, what? I never said you triggered me. No, what?
or some things I say like triggering you or something?
Well, they like trigger response, but like when I hear something, it's like, oh wow, that sounds like you're generalizing a lot. And that's usually like when we talk, I usually use a lot of clarifying language where it's like, well, not every person like this is like that, or not like I think like earlier I said, not every single person in a poly relationship is a dismissive avoidant. Not every single person in my relationship is a secure. Like I try to like avoid, like I usually just insert clarifying language about generalizations. Usually what I do.
But I mean,
I don't mean like nothing. I don't think I ever said that like, oh, like when you say this, like it's making me personally triggered. I'm very upset right now. More just like you trigger a response or whatever, I guess. You trigger like this feeling, I guess.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I could have sworn I did yeah, like I understand that um okay, I mean, yeah, like sometimes people mess up and like silly generalize, I guess, and maybe I do it more and I just don't realize it, you know? Um yeah, I've already admitted that like I could be wrong, but but it's upsetting because you don't ever admit that like you were wrong too. And that's what's really hurtful.
Wait, admit that I am what?
That like, you know, like take any responsibility at all. That's what like hurt
The
it's very
only
hurtful.
responsibility I'll take for this conversation is that there were like 5 seconds where I got like pretty frustrated and spoke pretty fast. But otherwise, for the rest of this conversation, I think I've been pretty clear on what I've said. I think I've been pretty calm, and I don't think I've been like really aggressive or rude or mean or anything. I think I've been like pretty reasonable in this conversation.
But you haven't taken like any responsibility for like any of this conversation?
I
Like
take well, you're mixing up like I take responsibility for everything I said. I just don't think anything I said was wrong. It sounds like you don't want me to take responsibility. You said it sounds like you want me to admit that I made a mistake somewhere or that I said something that was like rude or offensive.
oh, um I mean I guess not. I mean I guess no, not really. Just like I don't know. Yeah, like just
I mean, like, what do I need to take responsibility over? What part of this conversation am I abdicating responsibility over?
I mean like the fact that like you know like I mean uh, the fact that like I mean that like you didn't you just like I don't it's very hurtful that you like I feel like that you assumed like all of my intent and stuff.
I didn't assume any of your intent. I don't actually know. I don't think I ever make statements about your
Like
intent.
I mean, but
I'm just telling you what your actions do.
statements about that.
Wait, what?
But you did make statements about that. Like you assumed that like you said that I was like trying to control you and take away your agency and stuff and I
Mhm.
mean that's pretty hurtful.
You can take away somebody's agency without necessarily intending to. You don't have to have an intention there. Like a lot of, I hate to use these examples because I don't think you're abusive, but like a lot of like these types of behaviors can be totally unintentional.
That's what it felt like to me instead of like accusing me of it.
Well, I mean, like I mean, I guess it sounds accusatory because I think your actions did. I don't think that you have like malevolent intentions. I don't think you're like trying to like fuck with me or be like really mean or rude or like abusive towards me. I just feel like that some of your actions, like that's what they end up doing. That was the end effect.
Oh,
Wait, what?
but that's abusive in itself to like
No, it's not.
say that like yes, it is.
It's absolutely not abusive. No.
Oh my God.
For me to say that I feel like you inserting an emotion into me is robbing me of my agency in the conversation, that's not abusive of me to assert that claim. I don't think.
Well, then why is it not? Oh my God. So if you can do that,
Mhm.
but yes, that is kind of, I mean, that is actually abusive. He's not defending himself. What the fuck? He's not being attacked. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my God. God. Dude. I just don't. Oh my God.
Well,
Don't you tell your cat to get therapy or something? Oh my God.
I don't think just telling somebody to get therapy is very helpful.
Like, I mean, like, can't you say that, like, I don't, like, it's subjective. The fact, like, someone tried to take away your agency, like, that's subjective, and you're making it sound like it's objective. That's what's not okay.
No, I think it is like it is a.
That's not okay at all.
No, I think we can use like deductive logic to like make a syllogism that deductively says doing this action removes agency from somebody else.
You accuse me of it as though it's a real thing, as though that's the objective fact.
Yeah, I think because it was the objective fact. It might not have been the intention, but it was the effect, I think.
Okay, but that's what you feel. That doesn't
Well, no, that's
mean
what
that...
it was, unless you...
See, no, this is wrong. This is not okay.
I mean, like I said, we're circling back on that one statement for there's nothing wrong with suggesting...
If you're failing to respect my perspective, too,
Well, yeah, because I don't respect your perspective.
Dr. Gottman says that in every conversation
Mm-hmm.
that you have, you're supposed to not make objective claims, and you're supposed to respect the other person's perspective, because everyone's perceptions are valid. And I will, I mean, I'm going to be trained in Dr. Gottman's method,
Sure.
and that's what he says. That's how you're supposed to deal
That's
with
great.
conflict.
That's great if he says that. I disagree with that. I don't believe that all perspectives are valid.
Otherwise, it's abusive, though.
Maybe for Dr. Gottman it is, but I don't believe that all perspectives are equal. I don't believe that...
Though, because now you're dismissing, if something says that, oh my God, it's I mean, what do you consider, what is a valid, source for abuse then? It doesn't make sense.
What, a valid source for abuse? Well, I don't know. I have things that I understand to be abusive, and if something matches that pattern of abusiveness, then I would call that abuse.
In a conflict, I mean, you're supposed to respect the other person's perspective, and...
No, you don't have to respect the other person's perspective. There are a lot of perspectives that I genuinely discount.
That's being dismissive.
What?
But that's being dismissive.
Yeah, I am. I am incredibly dismissive of certain perspectives. Yeah, of course.
That's abuse! Oh my God, my dude, that's abuse. Being dismissive is literally abuse. That's
Sure.
emotional.
Somebody tells me they think that black people are subhuman, I'm dismissive of that perspective. Somebody tells me they think they want to kill my kid, I'm dismissive of that perspective. I don't respect all perspectives equally, of course not. If that's abusive to those people, then that's okay. I'm okay being abusive to certain perspectives that and discounting, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I'm crying because, your behavior is, really just, I guess, I don't know, it's very, dismissive, and, I mean, yeah, being dismissive is abuse, it's psychological abuse. I can pull up the articles on it and stuff if you don't believe me.
Being dismissive of another person's feelings about the way that maybe you've treated them, you're doing the thing that I said in the very beginning. I feel like you do is you're overgeneralizing you're overgeneralizing a lot. It's not like you have to consider somebody's feelings at every single point in time. That's not true. No, you don't. If somebody's being
Do that.
If somebody's
care about people's feelings.
No, if somebody's being incredibly disrespectful towards you or your boundaries, you don't have to consider that person's feelings. You have a right to assert your boundaries and walk away. You're totally okay to do that. You don't have to respect every.
You have to be considerate of their feelings. I mean, that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to be considerate of their feelings.
No, you don't have to be. Not if they're not being considerate of your own. If you have an abusive spouse, you don't have to be considerate of their feelings. You can just leave. It's totally within your right to do that.
Sure, but I mean, yeah, but you still should have to consider people's feelings no matter how terrible you think they are.
No, absolutely not. I
Morally
totally
right
disagree.
to do.
Nah. If you have a parent that was sexually abusive to you growing up, you don't have to consider how they feel when you're 20 or 30 if they reach out and want to talk to you.
We're talking about us being friends and stuff. Okay?
Well,
please don't deflect to all these other weird examples.
Okay, hold on. I'm not deflecting. You're just giving me these absolute arguments, saying things like, okay, hold on, okay. Fuck. I don't want to I'm trying to diffuse this, okay? But you are attacking me a lot, and I don't think you realize it because you keep telling me that every time I make a very simple statement that I'm being abusive, and I mean, you literally have said this conversation, I'm engaging in this pattern of abuse. Okay,
That's abusive.
what?
But I said like that's abusive, as in like that's an like abusive
Yes,
behavior.
but what I'm telling you is I'm giving. But
You are an abuser. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying you are an abuser.
okay, sorry, you're saying that I'm a person that engages in abusive behavior. That's what it sounds like.
No, I'm just saying in the moment right now, and
Okay,
like
I'm a person that in this moment right now is engaging in abusive behavior. Okay. Okay, so as you say that, you're backing this up with arguments saying things like, if you don't consider another perspective, then that makes you abusive. But I don't believe that's true. I think there are plenty of times when there are plenty of perspectives that can be disregarded. So in this conversation, you've shared your perspective with me that you don't believe that you are undermining my personal feel of a conversation, and I disagree. So I disregard that perspective. I mean, like, I understand it. Like, I'm not like being a dick about it. I'm not like screaming over it, but I disagree with it. So I disregard it. I think that's okay. And I've given you a perspective that you disagree with, and you seem to be disregarding mine as well. That's why you're attacking this argument, right? It's because you disagree as well. That's fine. That's okay.
I'm telling you that that's very hurtful because it is psychological abuse. It's like to be dismissive of that.
No,
of, like
normal, healthy people should be able to have a conversation with somebody that
okay,
disregards.
well, then I'm just gonna have to get the article on this and like read it to you about how it's psychological abuse.
I mean, yeah, if you want to, sure, but I don't think it's going to disagree with anything that we've talked about here. Like, telling somebody that you disagree with them is not abusive. Or telling.
I know, but I'm not saying that saying you disagree with someone. I'm not saying that that's abuse. I'm saying like the failure to like at least like engage with like try and understand their perspective, you know?
I mean, I understand your perspective. I just disagree with it. So where does that leave us? What am I supposed to?
You do understand my perspective.
Wait, what?
But I don't think you do understand my perspective though.
Okay, tell me to ask me to explain any part of your emotional perspective, and I'll do my best to do so. And you can tell me if you feel like I understand or not. Do you want me to explain like right now why I think you feel frustrated, or I can try that.
Well, because
Mm-hmm.
like just the fact that just the fact that like you keep on saying like no, this is what happened, it's objective, like you keep on like you think you're saying that it's objectively true that I tried to like take away your agency or some shit.
Yep, and I still stand by that. Yeah.
Okay, well that's what I'm saying, that's not right, because like that's I don't agree, and like
Of course you don't. Yeah, and so we disagree on that. Yeah.
but like I mean that's not how you're supposed to like have a healthy like conflict, because you're not respecting my perspective then.
Wait. So if I don't agree with every single thing you say, I'm abusing you? That's what it sounds like you're saying?
You're twisting.
I'm not twisting your word. That's legitimately what it feels like. Like how I feel like I've treated your argument as well as I can. I feel like I've given counter arguments. I think I've considered it as much as I could. If you want me to explain your side of this, I can try to do that. But
That's completely understandable to say like you know you felt like I was like taking away your agency, but you're not doing that. You're saying no, you did. Like
Yeah,
that's an accusation.
Yeah, well, because I feel like you did. Yeah, you did.
Well, okay, is it that you feel like it, or is that like you're saying it's a fact?
I think it's a fact. I don't think you intended to. But
That's not fair, because like then I can you can say all this stuff, but then I can't.
You can say whatever you want. You've been saying tons. What do you mean?
Yeah, but like your chat doesn't call you abusive and manipulative.
Because I don't think I'm being abusive or manipulative.
What if I do think you are?
Then that's perfectly fine. If you feel like you have a good justification for feeling like why I might be abusive or manipulative, that's totally valid. If you
Like being dismissive is like being abusive, but
I don't think it's fair to say that I've been dismissive. I think I've
I mean like
Sure.
not yeah.
I think I've wholly considered like your point in your argument and all the points supporting it. Like
I just don't know what people are seeing as like me being manipulative. Because I just don't understand how.
Sure. I mean, maybe we can revisit the conversation at a future date and look over it, and maybe we'll.
Yeah, but like, I mean, I mean, I mean, it just doesn't make. I literally go by like the book on this stuff. Like,
it. It feels like you're taking like disparate concepts from a book and trying to like hammer them together to like explain parts of this conversation, right? I don't feel like that it always applies. Like, I don't think we've needed a psychology book for what?
like, how can someone know if something like it's not like it's not like I'm such a narcissist that I think like, oh no, I don't need to read anything about abuse. I know everything about it. Like, what?
Well, I mean, I can give you what I think is a fair model for a way to abuse somebody in a conversation, and you can tell me if you agree or disagree with the model. And then once I've given you the model, we can apply the conversation to the model and see if it matches. I mean, but no, I don't think if I was having this conversation with anybody, I would never need to cite like a psych book for this or like an article. I think I can have the whole conversation with just like basic like facts, like explain like, oh, this is this and that is that, I think.
Just because you feel like all the experts are wrong, that makes no sense.
I don't think
Why
that this is
experts. Like, that's so narcissistic.
no part of this conversation needs experts. There's no like expert. Like, I don't need
But,
like a
like,
referendum from like a PhD to tell me like, is it
you
abusive
do.
to do that? No, not. I don't think. I don't think so. I don't think for any of this part of conversation it's needed. I don't think so.
I mean, I'm pretty sure like experts who have studied abuse are going to know more.
Sure, they might.
That's why that's why I always read that stuff for myself because I don't trust myself. I'm just like, well, okay, I'm going to listen to the experts on this, of course,
Sure. So
because what I know.
you're talking about a guy called Dr. Gottman?
Yeah, Dr. Gottman. He's like the relationship expert. He's an expert, like a really well respected expert. Like, I mean, it's fine. Like you're allowed to express your feelings, but then like I express my feelings and then you say I'm not allowed to.
No, you can always express your feelings. What do you mean?
Yeah, but like that's what I did. I did express my feelings. And you're saying that I was trying to like take away your agency.
Yeah, but well,
So like I can't like express them then because otherwise I'm taking away your agency.
like the types of feelings that you can you're using that statement like express my feelings. You weren't expressing your feelings. You were using your feelings to make a statement of fact about mine. Like that would be like me saying, I feel
No, I
like
didn't.
no, stop, listen. It would be like me saying, I feel like you're being a massive piece of shit. Like, well, that's not just me expressing my feelings. I'm like attacking you. So if you say, I feel like you're being overly emotional, well, that's not just you telling me how you feel. That you're like making a statement of fact about me. You're sneaking that into an I feel statement, and you make what?
If someone feels like you're being overly emotional, then that's what they're feeling. That's not an attack.
It is.
No, it's not. That's perceived. Like people can perceive it as an attack.
No, it is an attack. If you feel like somebody's being overly emotional, you're attacking their point. You're saying you're being too emotional. You've been emotionally compromised. You can't have a.
But if you say I feel like, but not if you say I feel like you're being overly emotional. People are allowed to say like that's not an attack. That's a person's problem if they take that as an attack.
Okay, you're radically abusing the words I feel. Okay, we're using these words. It's kind of like saying like it's better to have like wood than steel because you can't cut somebody with wood, and then you're making a giant bat with the wood and you're smashing it over someone. It's like it's safe because it's wood. That like this is what we're doing. You can't use I feel statements and then just disown all like responsibility past saying I feel. Like we have to like we can still analyze the contents of our statements, right? Like
no, I mean.
Do you think any single thing?
That
What?
I just You're allowed to say how you feel. I don't
Sure.
understand.
And I'm
I
allowed
know-
to give a response to your feelings.
Yeah, but you're not. You can't just like justify. Like just because you feel attacked does not justify you like claiming, like accusing another person of trying to control you or something. That's not okay, and that is abusive.
Okay, if I reframe the whole conversation how you want to, does this sound better? Hey, I feel like you're being abusive. I feel like you're projecting emotions onto me. I feel like you're being really unfair and you're totally undermining everything. I feel like you've robbed me of my agency. Does that sound better to you?
Well, yeah, of course. That's not like accusing me of anything. That's just like expressing your feelings. I mean, it's still like it's hurtful to hear, of course, but you know, that's completely different than what you said.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
I don't know. Because that's not aggressive language, you know? That's just expressing how you feel.
I feel like most people wouldn't take it this way.
I mean, maybe not, but I don't know. I mean, feelings are always valid, so like,
I feel like they aren't always valid.
I mean, invalidating someone's feelings is really hurtful and painful for people.
I feel like it doesn't always have to be hurtful or painful.
Mm, I don't know. I just know that like when someone's feelings gets invalidated, like that's like a conflict escalation, you know?
I feel like there are certain types of feelings that could be invalidated that I feel like maybe wouldn't cause an escalation to happen.
I mean, it usually does cause an
I feel
it
like it
usually
could,
does.
but it doesn't always have to. I feel like it doesn't always have to cause an escalation. It could, though.
I know that like I know that people are going to perceive that as abusive, of course, like or like as gaslighting, like saying it's just how like a person feels or like saying like it's just like their feelings or whatever. Yeah, I know. I can't really change that though, unfortunately. But
Okay, well.
but
Is there any other part you want to go over, or are we good? We moved on from this.
I don't know. I mean, I just um but like do you believe me though? Like I could still try and find
Find the what? Or, I mean,
um
concerning what?
the part of my book.
About which part?
How like therapists are supposed to like there's like I don't know, there's nothing like that it's like that we're supposed to like interpret clients' feelings because like you didn't believe me. You said that that's not true.
I I feel like our interpretation of what interpret means is maybe a little different, but
Um,
I feel like it's generally pretty important to interpret your client's feelings, but I also feel like it's probably important to respect their feelings and let them bring stuff up and not try to like insinuate feelings on your own.
yeah, so like, um, um, I just, um, like, it just kind of hurts that, like, you don't, I don't know, you don't seem to think that, like, it's an issue that, like, you should work on. You're, like, expecting other people to change for you.
Expecting other people to change in what capacity?
Like, to not, like,
Project feelings onto me?
I mean, I feel like that's unfair because I don't think that's what I did.
I feel like it's acceptable for me to tell other people that I'd rather they deal with the merit of my argument than try to apply a feeling they think I might have. Or I think it's
Yeah,
fair for me to, I feel like it's okay for somebody to ask me questions about my emotional state. I don't feel like it's okay for somebody to assume an emotional state from me.
right. But, like, also remember, I didn't try and validate your arguments at all. It had nothing to do with your arguments
I
or
agree with you.
disagreement.
I don't think you tried to. It just felt like you did.
Okay, so, like, if it felt like I did, then so can you please help me understand how I could, like, point out that maybe you're being emotionally affected by something,
I feel like asking me
you're not
questions.
realizing it.
Yeah, I feel like asking me questions might make me feel like I'm coming to the conclusion myself, and it might make me feel that I'm a little bit more in control of the conversation rather than somebody's trying to like read my thoughts. Even if that's not what you're trying to do, it feels to me like you're trying to like glean some insight or whatever. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Then so, like, then we can, like, I'm not, like, upset. I'm not, like, super upset because of, like, anything really particularly that you've said. It's just um, mostly because of chat saying that I'm, like, manipulative and, like, abusive and gaslighting and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's really, upsetting.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably a lot of trolls between both chats right now.
Yeah. Well, they're definitely, like, your fans, your hardcore fans.
Maybe. I mean, I'm probably picking up a lot of riffraff right now too because it's pretty late and people are just strolling through to see what to watch. But if I ever see
You think
duplicate names in chat,
they're
yeah. What?
mm,
I feel like I ban people if I see them like misbehaving in other chats. We're pretty aggressive about that. If people
calling someone abusive?
what?
Like calling someone abusive and manipulative?
Um. Well, I mean, I don't know. If that might just be their feelings on it.
I mean, really? You think people constantly, like, saying, like, you're the abusive one and shit like that and being nasty? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably some level of parasocial fascination going on. If they identify with me, then they feel attacked. If they feel like you're attacking me, so that's like their way of
Of
lashing out or
course.
being defensive.
Yeah. Mm. Um, Yeah, I don't like deny like I mean, unfortunately, like every one of us like slips into like abusive tactics from time to time, you know? So it's like it's not like I don't want you to think that I'm like trying to be like I'm such like a beacon of like fucking moral superiority over here and like I never make mistakes. Like I'm not trying to say that. Like everyone slips into that shit from time to time.
Yeah, I don't
Um
disagree. I don't think you're. I've never thought that you're like an abusive person. And you said the same as me. I think you clarified when I said earlier that I said you were calling me an abusive person. You said, no, I just think you've done a couple of abusive things. So I don't think you think I'm an abusive person. Yeah, no, it happens. It's fine.
like we all like slip into that sometimes and like yeah, I've done that like I've slipped into it too. Like I caught myself a few times like of like being like using it like an abusive like statement or something like that, which I try not to do. It's just sometimes like if I get well, I mean like with most people, we all slip into that from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
Um um but like usually like pointing out something like a statement as being abusive like is to like try and like point out how it's hurtful and harmful basically. I don't
Yeah.
know if people I don't know if like you thought like perceived that as like me trying to like I don't know if you perceive that as like me trying to be like manipulative or something like or like trying to do some sort of like gotcha thing. Like I don't do that shit, but no. So like I the point of that was just to like emphasize how hurtful that is. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. Okay, so like thank I appreciate
The conversation.
uh no um I appreciate you like like helping me to be able to like explaining like that there is a way that I can still like express that basically instead of like um just like kind of shutting it down and saying that I can't at all basically. So I do appreciate that.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I think I need to sleep pretty soon because I gotta do
Me
shit in a little
too.
bit.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. Well, hey, thanks. Didn't know this conversation was gonna be so intense, but thanks for the conversation. All right.
Me either.
All right.
Yeah.
Have a good night. Okay.
Yeah, you too.
All right. Bye. Jesus. You guys should see how I handle my important personal conversations because I am nowhere near this calm and collected. God damn, I'm a fucking piece of shit. All right. Hello, livestream fail. Because you have updated your rules, I am now here to read tweets on stream. Wow, slashers. Tweets. Twitch and Amazon will be rebranding Twitch Prime to Prime Gaming to make it clearer to members, in line with other Amazon products such as Prime Music and Prime Video, according to documents I've received from sources. Prime Gaming. Wow. Prime Gaming service helps members improve their gaming experiences by offering exclusive and exciting content for the games they already love. Now, the real question is, does this mean that Twitch Prime will no longer be tied to Amazon Prime? And Amazon Prime is going away in favor of a separate program that you're going to have to pay money for? Because if so, we're talking about like a 85% reduction in Prime subs, probably. Maybe more. It's going to be a massive, massive decrease in Prime subs. Holy shit.
Tonight, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Your favorite hoe? Good name. $5. I feel a fucking headache. Saint Nick 2. She's going Dr. K. I feel like it's true that this conversation is about things that might affect her. Yalmar, $3. Dumbass. Destiny, I swear to God, every time you talk such debate with a girl, Twitch check is
Shut the
train
fuck
wrecks
up,
viewers.
Newton, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Fuck, I didn't bet Dan about this, did I? Dude, Dan is like the fucking prophet right now. Holy shit. This is probably true. They've been adding more and more gaming-related rewards for Prime. Here's like, here, I'm sorry, we are so...
Fucking dubstep.
Oh god, I'm getting all sorts of information. Damn, wait, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that I'm getting this. I'm getting all the hookups, dude. Oh shit, I kind of want to go and read all of this just so I
Damn,
can
that was
fucking
some abuse.
one up Devin for tomorrow because he's not covering this shit right now. Wait, hold on. Can I go over this on stream?
You are my fucking hero. That was exhausting.
It's all good, it happens.
You're a genius, dude!
You seem to attract all the crazy and manipulative ones. Also, happy 1 year.
Wait, oh wait, am I allowed to? Oh shit. I'm probably not actually allowed to go over this on stream. Because I'm pretty sure my Twitch contract would cover like secrets of the business that aren't supposed to be done publicly. I'm like 99% sure I'm not allowed to read any of this on stream. I'm sorry. Hold on.
Shut the fuck up, Newton, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Dr. Gottman feels he wants you to consider the idea that sometimes you're wrong and sometimes he's right.
You're a fucking statistician!
Last free sub Pepe hands.
Oh, I'm sorry. Real quick. I really don't like... this trend of giving like 50
Stop stuffing
junk
your fat
things.
fucking mouth.
That's one of the reasons why I never liked Amazon Prime Gaming in the past. Like every time I saw those drops, it was like, here's 17 random, here's like $1 indie game, here's like a skin to some random game, here's like an extra DLC to some. It all just, it looked like a
Because
shitty
I'm
like
putting
$1
100%
like oh god, what were the names of those packages of games? Humble Bundle? Like it all sounds like the 30-cent like Humble Bundle shit. Like I don't know, I don't care about any of it. But
I feel like it was an amazing stream, woof.
Shut the fuck up, Newton, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
Hello Mr. Bonnell, Dr. Gottman here. I feel like you are a dumb fucker. Ooh.
stop.
Steven, I feel like you're a gigantic piece of shit and an overall scumbag. Dr. Gottman agrees with me that this isn't an insult cause I am just expressing my feelings.
Because I'm putting 100%... Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
Nathan.
You're a fucking statistician!
Steven, thank you for convincing me to change my major from psychology to computer science. If snowflakes like this exist, I don't want to be around them in academia.
Chill, okay? Let's calm down, guys, okay? We're getting good conversations here. I'm sorry, holy fuck. Amazon Prime is gonna go away. That's what's gonna happen. Wow. Well, time to take Twitch chat off the screen. Sorry, you guys are going away for a long time. You guys are going away for a long time. I'll bring you guys, I'm sorry. I'll bring you guys back out in a few years. Oh no, wait, maybe not. Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on.
Do you ever
I
feel
don't.
like
I
an
actually. I don't think I'm allowed to
NPC
talk
in,
about
like,
this.
someone
I really
else's
feel like
life?
I'm gonna get in
Te
trouble.
amo.
Wait, never mind. Hold on. Just forget I said anything actually about that.
I feel Pepe wins.
Shut the fuck up, Mutin, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme. Fucking dubstep.
My last Prime sub. Your Twitch chat was full squad W with you were talking with her. Kinda weird.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth. Shut the fuck up, Mutin, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Wow.
Sorry, fuck. Well, I'm being really boring now. Destiny, if you want a real fucking high viewer meme stream, it may be worth it to get some psychiatrist stream to walk through conversations and behavior. Oh, maybe. I don't know. One thing that I have.
Thank you, Steven.
Wait, did somebody give subs? No, you dumb fucks are just subbing.
She was using hidden you statements instead of real I statements and thinks she can say anything without hurting somebody. She misunderstood the whole I statements thing.
You're a fucking statistician.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Any primers? I mean gamers?
Call slasher? Do you want to talk about it?
I feel like Donkey calling chat weird was very abusive, and if he reacts to that he's probably a schizoid. Didn't realize we were doing another cooking stream. All those eggshells must mean you're making omelets, right?
Stop. What do you guys want to talk about?
You're a fucking statistician.
How would you describe her tendency to try to source studies for random things? Well, I mean, like, obviously I disagree with the way that she did it, so when you're asking me to characterize how she did it, it feels like we're just going to be
Do you
shitting
ever
on her.
feel
So, I
like
mean,
an
like,
NPC in, like, someone else's life?
Ayo Dest. Good job in that conversation. Destroying her ego. Squad.
good one, dude.
You're a genius, dude.
I feel like he wins, and I also feel like the previous donator who felt like Pepe wins can suck my dick.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
I might have to mute these, sorry.
Fucking dubstep.
It's, I can't, okay, I'll just do this quickly, okay? Fuck, it sounds mean, but I'm not trying to sound mean or whatever. But like, okay, but it's not mean. It's not really that mean, okay? I feel like sometimes, I feel like I'm relatively good at this, and I feel like a lot of people struggle with this. So there's my jerking my narcissism off or whatever. Sometimes it feels like people have a lot of trouble, or maybe they do. I don't know, it's just a feeling. I think something that I'm good at is I think I'm pretty good at like taking a lot of stuff and like piecing it together. Like, I feel like I'm good at that. I think most people are pretty good at that. I think people would be surprised if they start reading things. How
Because
much
I'm
stuff,
putting
like,
100%.
kind of like fits together. But sometimes it feels like people learn kind of disconnected pieces of information, and then they have a harder time sticking it together in like a meaningful or coherent way. And I feel like that was like the main problem with that conversation, or that's what it felt like. Like I think I understood.
Any feelers in chat?
Or I think I
Woo.
had like a decent grasp on like most of what she was bringing up, but it felt like it was being brought up in like a in like a
Wowie.
yeah, like a not good way, I guess. There you go. I think she was just really into her studies and kept trying to use it in a casual conversation. Kind of, but this is like another thing that can be difficult, is that it's really hard to, it's really hard. I think it's really careful not to learn a certain thing and view the entire world through that lens. The pieces of information that you learn should be slaves to you, not your master, I guess. Because that's what I feel like what happens sometimes. Like when you acquire new information, what you're getting is you're getting a new way to view the world, a new way to gain perspective on things, which gives you new ways to solve problems, right? Everything that you acquire should be like a servant to you, right? A useful servant, but a bad master. Don't learn a new perspective, and that becomes like the way that you view the world, right? I think that like perspectives or ideas that you learn should be tools that you can take out of a toolbox, but not like bubbles that you step into that shade your view of the entire world, I guess is like what I would say. Yeah. Something that I learned, I don't know what it is. I have like different modes in my head where when I'm having a conversation with somebody and I feel like it's kind of like an adversarial conversation, I feel like I'm so incredibly patient and like pretty understanding. Okay. My personal conversations do not look like this. Okay. I get incredibly defensive. I can turn into a fucking asshole. I can be manipulative. Okay. I am not like, oh my God, dude. My personal conversations with fucking Melina, when I'm super fucking ass mad, do not look like this. So if you ever see shit like this, if you ever see a stream like this, and you're like, oh my God, I bet when Destiny does conflict resolution in like his personal relationships, dude, I bet it must be so much fun. It's not, okay? I'm actually just a huge fucking asshole. Okay? But why is it so different? Probably because there's a different level of emotional investment. It sounds very cold to say, but at the end of the day, I mean, like, I like Anna is her thing. Anna, I think she's a cool person or whatever. But there's like different levels of like attachment that I have to different people. If I were to argue, if somebody were to come onto my stream that was a parent and they were to argue about whether or not they should vaccinate their child, then I would like be whatever. Like, oh, like, maybe you should consider that. Like, your child's going to die. Like, let's look at the research. Like, I would have like a very dispassionate, incredibly intellectual conversation about it. If Rachel told me that she didn't want to vaccinate Nathan, I would tell Rachel that I'm buying a lawyer. I'm going to sue her for a kid. I'm going to sell the fucking house and her Jeep, and she can go starve on the fucking streets if she doesn't vaccinate my kid. And I would be incredibly nasty while doing it. And it's not even a good way to argue. I just get like, when things are like closer to you, you get like more emotionally like turned, like I would be like very nasty about it. Yeah, it's easy to look like a dispassionate god on stream when you don't have like a super personal interaction with a lot of the things that are going on. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. That's just a thing to keep in mind. Sometimes people like email me like, "Oh my God, Destiny, you're so good at conversation. Like, how do I do this with like my mom or my son?" Like, I don't know, dude. That's like doing a personal conversation is a lot harder. Do you consider her a friend? She called you that a few times, even though it seems you've only had a few conversations. Oh yeah, we actually talk a lot offline. So I was actually pulling from a little bit. I could have been more aggressive in the conversation. I was trying to be like super chill, but we talk quite a bit. We talk quite a bit offline too. But the problem is that like offline, she offhandedly makes a lot of statements where it's like, like offhandedly, like even in personal conversations, she like I might mention something like, oh, like I think that like it's important to like, I think that sometimes like I might say something like, oh, like I don't feel like I have many boundaries personally around a lot of things. And she's like, oh yeah, that's really common among like avoidant detached people or whatever, or avoidant dismissal attachment patterns. And I'm like, why? Why would you say that to me? Like stuff like that like drives me crazy. I didn't want to cite like a bunch of like personal examples, like yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh shit, sorry. What was I gonna say? The biggest problem that I have, here are my psychological Andes, okay? Here is my biggest problem, because I've identified a way in which I can have very healthy conversations, but oftentimes the people that I date don't let me do this, okay? If I feel like I am emotionally dysregulated, this is an expression that I've used a lot, okay? When you are emotionally dysregulated, what it basically means is you're having an emotional reaction to something that's so intense, you can't like moderate it, and it's influencing your ability to make like rational decisions. It's like fucking you up, right? Whenever I feel like I'm in this state of mind, I need like 6 hours and I'm good. But oftentimes, for whatever reason, the person that I'm with absolutely cannot fucking accept that, and they have to resolve the conversation now. So it is incredibly difficult for me not to escalate the fuck out of any conversation, because when I'm in that mood, like any little problem will basically turn into me like, if you don't like this, then just fucking break up with me and fucking leave. I don't know why the fuck you think I'm going to change this stupid shit for you. You are fucking crazy. You're literally retarded if you think that I even give a fuck about this. You don't like it, then fucking go away. That's like, this is me when I'm like upset and somebody's trying to have a conversation about shit. But like, if you talk to me like 6 hours later, it's like, oh yeah, it's easy for me to change this thing. Like, I can chill on that. Like, that's cool. And I'll do this. I love you a lot. Like, yeah, this isn't a big problem at all. Like, the angry Steven, personally, versus, like, just give me, like, 6 hours and chill Steven are, like, two entirely different people. Holy shit. But a lot of the times, it feels like the people that I date are, like, if I don't solve this right now, I'm going to be incredibly anxious for the next 12 hours. And I'm going to think that you're going to come back and tell me that you hate me, you want to break up with me, and it's going to be horrible. And it's like, yeah, so that's, like, a really difficult thing. Holy shit. I've been trying to get better at having conversations while I'm emotionally compromised, but it is so insanely difficult to do. Oh my God, it's so hard for me to have a conversation when I just want to tear the other person's fucking head off. Holy shit, it is so fucking hard to do. Every text that I read looks incredibly fucking evil, even though I know that it's not. Every like thing that I say is like dripping with fucking snark and cynicism and passive aggressiveness. Ugh. The next step is to realize you're compromised and then resolve it, which is super hard to learn. Took me a long time. Yeah, well, I guess like I'm trying to find more aggressive ways of resolving, because what I really need is I need an aggressive way to resolve my emotional reactions to things. Because if I wait 6 hours, I'm done, dude. I'm chill. I'm like Nathan, or at least it seems like it. Like for Nathan, like when Nathan would get like really mad at something, he'll be so mad he fucking hates you. I hate you, Dad. Blah blah. And then like 2 hours later, he's like done. It's like, okay. You had your tantrum. Good job. And I'm like the exact same way. Like, I'll be really fucking mad. Just let me fucking sleep on it and wake up. I'm not mad anymore. Whatever it was probably fucking stupid. Okay? Let's be real. Like, nobody's done anything that's incredibly, like, a huge fucking deal. Like, maybe you said some dumb shit, right? But it's fine, yeah. Like, ugh. But in the moment, dude, it's so fucking hard. Does Destiny actually rage fat? No, I can't. I don't know why Molina said that. I don't mix emotions at all. If I'm having sex and something funny is brought up and I start laughing, I'll literally like fucking lose my erection. I can't do it. My like mixed feelings don't work, man. I can't imagine hate fucking somebody. What level of emotional distress triggers that behavior? For me, I feel like if somebody my problem is that I think my problem always revolves around, I feel like somebody's doing something that is irrational. And as soon as I feel like somebody is irrational, I become very condescending. And then I feel like the conversation is beneath me. And then I become incredibly dismissive. And then I come off as being very cold and uncaring. And that line of detachment, I think, is like really hard for like a person that's more emotionally intelligent or more emotional in general to deal with. Because now it looks like, because from their perspective, when they're dealing with me, it probably looks like, oh God, I said something stupid. Steven thinks I'm a fucking moron. He's going to keep thinking I'm an idiot. I'm totally changing the way that he views me. Now he hates me. Like, as soon as he like figures it out, like he's going to break up with me. Like, I think that's like the thought process that I put people through if I have that reaction. But that's because nobody can just give me like 6 hours to just chill. Like, just leave me the fuck alone for like 6 hours and then I'll be fine. God, fuck. It triggers me so much. I don't know. but you do think they're dumb in the moment. I mean, like, I think they're dumb in the moment, like, because I think they're being irrational. But, like, I do a lot of things that are dumb in the moment, and I don't think I'm a stupid person. I say a lot of stupid shit in the moment. Like, it happens. Here's an idea. Practice emotional control by revealing stuff that people might attack you for. The problem is that, like, I don't really get emotional, like, on streaming stuff because I don't really care about anybody's opinions that I talk to. Like, nobody from fucking 4chan or no random person is going to, like, emotionally dysregulate me, right? Like, there's, like, 4 people in the world, I think, that can have that impact on me. Like, random people that I talk to on stream aren't going to hurt my feelings or make me, like, get emotionally thrown off, right? I'm just looking at the next dig or something. Even high-level business courses I did at Harvard, one that came to Australia, suggests stripping emotion from your thoughts, teaching that. Well, yeah, I mean, you can never strip all emotion. The best you can probably do is, like, being cognizant of when you're being emotional so that you can, like, take a step back. I'm the same way. Tough right now with quarantine in a studio apartment with my girlfriend. Sometimes I just need time to cool off. I feel you. Oh, yeah, dude. The most agonizing feeling for me is physical proximity to somebody that I'm irritated with, where they can't just, like, just leave the fucking room. Just leave me alone. Just leave me alone for 6 hours, please. Just leave me the fuck alone, and then I'll be fine. I will be so much better. You don't want to have this conversation right now. I promise you don't want to have this conversation right now. Fuck. Does it happen often enough that the 6 hours is a sizable chunk of your month? No, with me and Melina, it probably, like, I'd say, like, once, maybe every other month, we get into, like, a fight over some shit. It's like, I don't know. It's not, like, super. I don't think we've ever had, like, an ultra. Maybe we've had, like, one, like, pretty bad fight in, like, the year and a half we've been together. We've had, like, a few, like, bad fights, but it's always over something, like, really fucking stupid. Or at least I think it's really fucking stupid, and then, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Do you ever get into arguments in your head with a person you don't want to talk to? Never. I've never done that before, and I've never understood people that do that. If I have arguments in my head, I just argue with the person. Like, I don't know. But I'm a very argumentative, and sometimes I'm confrontational. I guess it depends on the issue. Sometimes I'm not. But, like, when it comes to, like, having debates or arguments with people, yeah, I'll message a person. Try to recognize the signs leading up to the fight so that you can stop it before then. That's another good way. Yeah, the problem, though, is that, like, it feels like sometimes it's strange because I feel like I've been with multiple people that exhibit patterns that trigger the ever-living fuck out of me. And I tell them, please don't do this, but they still do it. This is, like, the number one pattern. If any of you ever get the chance to date me, okay, here's the number one thing that will set me off every fucking time, okay? If I'm just, like, if I'm in a mildly off mood, let's say that maybe I'm a little tired, maybe I'm a little hungry, maybe I lost, like, 4 games in a row out of league, like, so, like, not like I'm, like, super angry, but, like, just, like, a minorly kind of whatever mood, right? If you come up to me and you're like, hey, how's it going? And I'm just like, I'm okay. And you're like, are you upset over something? And I'm like, no, it's whatever. Are you sure? Because you kind of sound upset. No, I'm not upset. Are you upset with me? No, I'm not upset with you. Why the fuck would I be upset with you? You sound like you're really mad right now. Well, no, it's just you're asking me, like, a lot of, like, well, why would you be responding this way if you weren't upset? Okay, yeah, I guess I'm a little upset. Well, why did you lie to me? Why not just tell me at the start you're upset? Well, because I wasn't really that upset. Dude, this is the #1 way this will always escalate into me like fucking losing my fucking mind. I don't know how these types of fights happen, but this like drives me crazy. Like, oh my fucking God. I don't know why people do this to me. I feel like a fucking cow and they've got like a cattle prod and they're just like fucking poking me until I'm like upset and I was like, okay, yeah, now I'm fucking mad. Okay, what do you want? Now I'm fucking mad. Is this what you wanted? Well, you got this mad over me just asking if you were upset. Sounds like you were this upset at the very beginning. It's like, are you fucking serious right now? Oh my God, this drives me crazy. Holy shit. So you haven't had a conversation in your head about how you would approach your sister about the money she owes you? Hard to believe. No, I just ignore my family. Because I don't care. I'm never getting that money back. What is this? Oh my God. Sorry, all these insult donations. Hold on. Willpower King, $5. Can I ask you a question? How do you think about the community you created here? Is there a percentage of people here who probably take your arguments the wrong way and use it for the wrong reasons? What percent of people here do you think are just off their rocker? I'm sure there's a lot of people in my community that just stand whatever the fuck I say and don't think much about it. I'm sure it happens. It's whatever. It is what it is. I don't know what the percentage would be. Patrick donated $5 and said, how do your thoughts work? Do you actively think of things or do you passively parse things together to come to a conclusion? I do not have thoughts outside of problem solving, i.e. math. Tripping shrooms changes that and I can follow through on thought. Most of the things that I've learned in my life, like 40% of my knowledge comes from, there's like a thing and I'm just kind of curious how it works and I like Wikipedia it. That's like 40% of my knowledge. The other 40% of my knowledge is somebody asks me some obscure random fucking thing. Like, what is the event horizon of a black hole? And I don't know the answer. And then I look it up because I'm curious. Oh, I don't know. Oh, let me Wikipedia that. And then 20% of my knowledge is shit I remember from high school or research I do for debates. 4343. Why do you think other people don't have the same detached approach when it comes to arguing about things that seemingly aren't very personal? Other people are probably more emotionally healthy than I am. I think I probably have an unhealthy disconnect emotionally with like the world. So it lets me like observe things from a little bit more third person. But I don't know. That's just a guess. That might be a little bit too psychological. Anything. I don't know. Willpower King again.
PogChamp Fisher.
You're the kind of guy who hides his emotions behind his intelligence, but you're emotionally dumb. That's why these girls go in and out of your life and take advantage of you. I don't think any girl has ever taken advantage of me, but okay. I feel like most of my relationships are like generally like, most of my relationships like a year long. I don't know. I think we do okay. I mean, some of them have been pretty, I fucked up, or they fucked up. But hey, it is what it is. Did you see the ELS thread on your Reddit? Nope. Have you met a girl who wanted to sleep with you because you're Twitch famous? I don't know. I don't think so. I think that I have like a very bad well, I mean, this is like I know that there are girls that have messaged me because I'm Twitch famous.
Chat, go to bed, it's late, also ye neither lose.
But I think I probably have to push a little bit more to seal the deal. I don't think I can just be like, hey, got my own subs on my website, by the way. Wanna fuck? Like, I don't. The problem is like threefold. One, I do a lot of boring fuck games that don't have any crossovers with girl communities. Girls don't play fucking Factorio or Oxygen Not Included. Two, I do online politics and fucking arena blood sports. Girls don't watch any of that fucking shit. And, fuck, there was a third reason and I forgot that as well. But I don't play the right games. I do internet politics. Fuck, I don't remember. Third, because I'm white. Yeah, true.
You gnome fuck!
Ye on ye crime makes up 80% of the toxic behavior in Destiny's community while being only 30% of the total chatters.
Nice.
Idiots, 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 idiots. I feel the last Idono is abusive. Pepe wins.
This is unironically what the Willpower King retard sounds like. He did the same psychoanalysis shit with Mizkif and got confronted on stream. Wait, what?
Imagine being a loner and not being invited to play games with Hassan and XQC. Drop the weird champ ego and you might have real friends. I know you like to think you're better than everyone else and you want people to reach out to you first, but don't be a weird champ. You're only making your depression worse.
Shut the f up. Imagine telling me who I should hang out with. Go watch XQC. Please leave my channel. I absolutely cannot stand you viewers. Get out.
It's pretty easy to tell you're depressed because you always come back to this game when you need a safe space. Stop letting your ego destroy you. Do you wanna talk in Discord? It would make for a good YouTube video.
Sure, get on my Discord. How do I know this is actually you?
This is me. This is the person.
Okay, so what is all of this for? You go on your streams to escape from reality. You said yourself you just want to be left alone when you're going through troubles. I hate to say this, but where can your son go when he has problems?
Hold on, we're listening to you talk to Mizkif right now.
Hold on. First of all, can you unban me so I can play Marbies?
No, yikes. You sound so pathetic. You actually sound so
yeah,
pathetic.
I sound pathetic?
Yes.
You know what sounds pathetic? You playing fucking Mario Party to hide from the depression of you wanting to play with Hassan and XQC.
You've donated to me $20. And you sound like you're 30 years old, fat as fuck, and pathetic as hell. This is actually a living... You live in your mom's basement, and that's the best part. You can hear how old he is. You can hear how old he is. What is wrong with you? I think it's genuinely funny how nervous and pathetic you are. You are so nervous to talk to me.
How would I be nervous? I came here.
Because you haven't said anything. You have literally said... You so far have shown me you're a fat fuck. You have a fat fuck laugh. Other than that, you have absolutely nothing.
Right? Everything I told you is true.
That I'm depressed and I play Mario games? Do you realize my channel is based on Mario games? I've been playing Mario games since for 2 years before I even knew who Hassan was.
Right, and...
Okay, Oof. Okay, we'll go, these are the Dark Triad hours, okay? I'll say this not so that you can do it, so that you can identify maybe when other people do it. I don't know, a lot of people that engage in emotional abuse or emotional manipulation aren't actually totally aware that they're doing it, but they're not totally aware that they're doing it, but they're very good at it. I don't know how aware this guy is in terms of like him doing it, but he's also doing it in a very effective manner. We'll watch the rest of this conversation with Miz because I'm super curious. If you're trying to make somebody feel bad, this is actually true of every lie in general, right? Only lie as much as you have to, but a good lie includes a whole bunch of truth. If you're really trying to make somebody feel bad, it's really good to take a very mean statement, but stick it at the end of a few things that are likely or definitely true. And it really makes that last mean thing that you say super stick. Because now, because you followed it up with like if I just come up to you and I'm like, you know, like, I don't know, if I just make a statement like, hey, fuck, I can't think of it. I'm trying not to think of other streamers because it's like really mean to do it. If I make up like an imaginary streamer, no, fuck, I can't think of this off the top of my head. Like the things that he used here earlier to insult Mizkif were like pretty good because all of these things like probably have a small nugget of truth in them. Like, does anybody really like to message somebody first to get invited to play a game? Not really. Usually you want to be invited, right? Generally, right? But this guy takes that little nugget of truth and he ramps it up, right? Drop the fucking ego. Maybe you'll have real friends, right? Oh, holy shit. Like, notice how but like this little nugget of truth is like, that's kind of true. But then he uses it to slide in this like big, like this big burn at the end, right?
Everyone else and you want...
These types of insults are like very irritating because they get under your skin really easily. If you're not aware that somebody's doing this to you, that one, hold on, he had a second pretty good one here too. It's pretty easy to tell you're depressed because you always come back to this game and you need a safe space. Stop letting your ego destroy you. He makes this statement conditional, right? Hey, sometimes you do like to go back to playing games that are enjoyable, and it's easy to just zone out and play them, right? But he makes that conditional on like a negative quality, right? Like maybe you go home and maybe you just like drinking Pepsi. Maybe that's like your vice or whatever. Like, oh, sometimes I drink Pepsi, right? Going up to somebody, it's like, I mean, like, I guess it's kind of hard to deal with the fact that you're like a fat piece of shit, but at least you can always come home and drink a Pepsi to feel better about it, right? Like when you take something that is like, well, this is true, I do like drinking that, and then you can join that with like a shitty attack. Like there's a million different like little ways to do this where you can just tear a person's fucking mind asunder by like very subtly like just like driving the needle underneath their fingernails with like these types of comments. Is that sociopathic behavior? I don't know. I don't know if this guy's like aware that he does it, or if he just says like whatever mean shit, like, you know, whatever. So like the donation that he sent to me last, right? Okay, so what is all this for? You go on your streams to escape from reality. You said yourself that you just want to be left alone when you're going through troubles, right? So he hooks into that real thing that I said earlier, right? I hate to say this, but where can your son go when he has problems, right? And then he attacks the Nathan angle after hooking into like a true thing that I said earlier, right? So it like leaves me with the impression where it's like, fuck, dude, holy shit, you're right, right? Like it's supposed to make you feel like shit. I'm really curious where the conversation goes. Let's find out, okay? It's possible that the guy's just a fucking moron and he just like lucks onto these like decent insults, but didn't he just donate to you? Yeah, he just did. Yeah. Now we're watching him talk to Mizkif, because I'm curious.
Since for 2 years before I even knew who Hassan was.
Right, and that's your safe space, right? You're in your safe space right now. You're in your 4K viewer, Andy.
And you're in your parents' basement, which is probably a very nice safe space for you, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's cool. Okay, anyway, we're talking about you, Miskiv. Anybody can see it from a mile away. You don't want to fucking deal with anybody.
Okay, I usually don't. So why are you telling me I have to go hang out with Hassan at XQC if you're telling me
you don't have to go deal with those people. You don't have to do all
Okay, so let me get this
all
straight.
right,
You are
hold
a
on,
typical viewer who, when you talk to a streamer, all of a sudden you start saying they don't have to do what you told them to do. You literally told
I
me
didn't tell you
that I
that.
need to go hang out with XQC and Hassan
I didn't tell
to
you
lose
had
the
to go
ego.
do that
And now all of a
shit.
sudden
I
you're
didn't
telling me
tell
I don't need to hang out with XQC and Hassan. You act like a little bitch, and now you're terrified. And look at you, you're fucking terrified. You genuinely are terrified because your donation sounded really scary, and then all of a sudden right now you sound like a little bitch.
You really think I would
Because
come
so
on
far
here
your argument's been invalid twice. You told me that first of all, Hassan and XQC, I could go hang out with them, but then before you told me I can't hang out with them.
If my donations didn't ring a bell, you would not be here talking to me, right?
I'm literally talking to you right now because yeah, it's fucking annoying, and I don't know what kind of person is gonna do this shit. And it's typical. You're a fat fucking loser in your mom's basement. It's just I wish I could see someone that was actually doing well. You could hear in your voice how pathetic you are. You're 30-something years old trying to irritate a streamer. How pathetic are you? You're 30-something years old, fat as fuck, in your parents' basement trying to irritate a streamer when he's just hanging out with his community. What is wrong with you? You have problems, man. You have to go get your life fixed.
Are you done? You want people to come out to reach to you, right?
False.
I think that's your big deal. What's the deal there? Why is Mario your safe space?
You have no argument. This is great. You have no argument so far. You literally have no. Okay, so let me get this straight. My little Wario is my safe space, right? I love Mario because I'm a little child. But guess what? I get paid a lot of money to be a little child.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything, right? It doesn't mean anything.
You're right. What matters is hanging out with XQC. That's what matters, and I can't do that.
No. You don't have friends. Can we be real? You don't have like real friends besides maybe E-Rob, and you know, I mean, I don't count him as a friend, but
why?
I mean, actually, E-Rob is pretty cool. But anyway, streamer people.
You're doing great. You're doing great. Keep going.
Streamer people don't think like normal people, right? The streamers, they have their own little fucking inner circle, and you're not part of that inner circle right now. You just want to be by yourself. I don't know what it is about you, right? You want to be by yourself. You want to keep to yourself. You want to play this little Mario game by yourself.
I'm crazy, man. I'm crazy. I thought to myself, what if I try a single player game
so
and just hang out with my community?
Off? Listen, I know you're a streamer. You guys are a fucking big deal. Whatever. You guys do your own thing, but you're not a part of that thing. You're not a part of that clique. I think they see you as like an asshole. You fucking, you just talk shit all the time.
So what do I do? How do I fix this? I gotta get out of this. You're right.
All right,
I'm done playing these baby ass games. It's time for me to become an actual streamer. You're right, dude. You're right. Why do you hate me? Let's get to that. Why do you hate me?
You. I don't. Do you think if I hated you, do you think I would donate $30 of my Trump bucks to you?
Let's see. It's just very interesting how you project so much about how much you hate me, and then when you call me on the phone, now you're all of a sudden my friend. Imagine being a loner and not being invited to play games with Hassan XQC. Drop the ego, and you might have real friends. So like either that, or are you like my therapist or something, dude? You're pretty rough.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you like an asshole therapist?
So I'm gonna tell you right now what you need to do. Okay. What do you want out of life? You got the girl, you got the money. What do you want out of life?
I want to become a YouTuber.
All right, jokes aside, come on. What do you want out of life?
To get as much attention and farm as many low W's as I possibly can.
Yes. You want the attention. So when you don't have the attention, what do?
Apparently get really low in viewers because that is how you get the most attention.
No. You get mad. You get mad and you stare at a wall 10 hours a day until you get your attention that you want. Am I right?
No,
am I right?
You're so wrong. If I want my attention, I go on my alt stream and I complain.
This is the end. All right. You are so far gone when it comes to interactions with other streamers. All right.
So who do you like on this website?
I mean, I like you a lot. You're a good guy.
The thing is, I'm just a loner loser who has a huge
No,
ego.
no.
You said that in your donation. You can't say. I'm gonna replay what you said. This is what Train talks about.
Hold
you
on,
people
stop.
come at streamers
Stop.
and you're like, I hate you, and then you come in Discord. You know what, man? I actually really like you.
I never
Imagine
said
being
that.
a loner and not playing games
I
with
never said
XQC and
that.
Hassan. Drop the weird champ ego. You might have real friends. You're
Because I'm
jealous,
not streaming.
dude. You're jealous.
No,
Yes, you
no.
are. You're jealous. That's why you attack streamers because you're
No,
jealous.
No. Listen,
Jealous, Andy.
Do you think Forson's happy doing whatever he does?
A multimillionaire who just plays video games all day and barely talks. Yeah, I think he's pretty happy.
You really think money brings you happiness? Listen, I used to make a lot of money on the internet. I used to make like 600 grand in a month.
Nice job, dude.
Making out your first $100.
You're telling me that you give me $3 donations and you made 600 grand a month? What the
Back
hell,
in the day,
dude?
back in the day, this
Back in
is-
the day. Yeah, back in the day. 600 grand now is nothing. That's back in the day. Back in the day when Radio Shack was around, right? Those were crazy
I'm
times.
just telling you, money doesn't matter at a certain point anymore. So what do? You go act out and you go stare at a wall for 3 hours. You want people to feel sorry for you.
You came in here and to have an argument with me, claiming that I have an ego, and that's why Hassan or XQC will not hang out with me. So I'm waiting for you to show any sight of any logic in anything. So far, my whole chat has just been laughing at you. You've made no sense, and every argument you say has been terrible. I'm all for if you want to shit on me, and I'm giving you props for being in my Discord, but so far it just sounds like you're very jealous, especially
Haven't
if
I
Train.
made your day better? That's all that matters, right?
Dude,
We're all having a good time.
I was completely fine having fun playing Mario, and then you came in there and
No,
started.
you weren't. You were mad. You were upset. Now I'm here. Now we're having a good time, right? You guys are laughing at me. It's okay. Right?
Yo, hello, dude. I don't know. I only came here because I'm watching this, and I'm just like, why the fuck are you doing this? It's like I'm so confused. What is going on?
Because Mitch, this guy, he literally came in my chat and started spamming all this. He thinks he's so cool. So I'm like, all right, let's do this.
I actually want to know your opinion on me. I heard your opinion on Miz. It's that
Alright,
he,
you want-
what,
you
he
want
has an
my
ego
opinion on
and
you?
yeah, sure, go ahead.
You live in a fucking mansion with other people, right? They
Not for
take
long.
Advantage of you.
I'm about to live in a shack, bro.
Well, that's good. Maybe that'll humble you.
Wait,
Yeah,
does,
but
does
like-
Mitch have an ego?
Yeah, of course Mitch has an ego.
All right.
Mitch, you
Welcome to the
wouldn't do
club.
this shit if you didn't have an ego, right?
I wouldn't do what shit without. Like, what exactly were you saying?
Stream.
I hardly stream, dude. I've been streaming on my like second channel for the past like 2 weeks.
Right, but
Actually,
go back in the day. Like you wanted the attention, right? You just.
Yeah, I mean, for a while, I definitely was craving like trying to be like as what is it liked? I guess like I just crave the positive attention, right?
Yeah.
So you are just like, are you like a hate watcher, or are you just like, are you actually trying to like gain anything from your comments, or are you just trying to get like you're giving us shit for like what streaming for attention, but the shit you spam is pretty attention seeking, no?
Ooh, true. You're so attention seeking, but you say that I'm attention seeking.
Yeah, I mean, if he's spamming like shit in everybody's chat trying to like trigger them, that's like trying to get attention, right? I mean, trigger boys have been around a long time, and normally they don't get in Discord because they're too scared to do this. But I don't know if he's necessarily like a full blown trigger guy or if he's just kind of like a troll. Like I can't tell.
Obviously, I'm not a troll. I'm here talking to you guys, right? Like,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
we
you're
never
talking.
come in here. We're talking to you guys. I'm just putting thoughts out there, and the
Yeah,
streamer
but you claim your
vibes.
thoughts to be 100% factual when in reality it's all malleable depending on a lot of different things, correct?
Yeah, sure, probably. Yeah.
But
You
yeah,
learned a
I
lot,
don't hate
Michelle.
for it,
You
man.
learned a lot, man. You're pretty smart, man. I'll give you that.
Thank you.
Let's let Espen have the floor. Espen, this guy isn't a serious hate watcher. He hates trade. He said I'm an egotistical loser and I have no friends, and that's why no.
Yeah, I mean, but everybody knows that.
True. This is why I like Espan. He's a truer of the trues.
True.
Wait, so you like Espen?
Not really.
Yeah, but he doesn't dislike me yet.
You love Espen? Not really.
Will, what do you think about Europe to do once?
Frown.
What is wrong
Glad
with
you
him?
like it, E-Rob.
Hey. All right, yo, E-Rob.
Yo.
I miss saying yo to you and coming in your room.
You should come in my room every day and say yo.
I came in E-Rob's room every day and I said the same. I would say yo, E-Rob.
Okay. All right. I don't know what the point of that was. That was boring. That was way more boring than I thought it would be. You remember when you visited Ice and he left you in the room with that ascended god of QAnon levels? Hi, Lily. Lily, let's go. Oh, fuck. I want to do Jamulus, but I don't know how to make it. I have to make like ACO for all work with my OBS. God damn it.
You gnome fuck!
Destiny, everyone knows that you are jealous of Bob 7. That's why you are playing boring progression games and drinking Pepsi
True.
at 2 in the morning.
Yep. Nice. There it is. That was a good one. There you go. You're working on it. Could I make this work? Let's see. Jamulus. Okay, hold on. My whole stream might get fucked up. Let's see. This, you hear this, right? You can hear this, right? Yeah, you can. Oh, she's not on Discord. Now she's ignoring me on Discord. What a fucking bitch. Fuck, I'm trying to think of how I'm supposed to hear this. Oh, it's because she's an official Twitch partner now. She just doesn't care anymore about us. Asio for all is literal fucking cancer AIDS. This fucking interface was built for 386s. God, this is fucking cancer. Oh, now she's saying her sound doesn't work. Oh my god. Where do you enable that MSGS wave sync table bullshit? Oh my god. Okay, out. This is not working. Okay, well, this is about to be a boring troubleshooting stream for a little bit. Wait, hello? Hello, test? Is that the Lily? Play something. Does it work? Is that you? Destiny, he donated. You never answered my question. What do you want out of life? Try not to give a sarcastic answer. I mean, that's all you can give because you don't know what you want. Oh, I actually perfectly know what I want, my dude. I just want to do things that make me happy. I can't hear shit. It's like a constant thud noise. Check your ICO buffers. Fuck. How do I get my input to work? Oh, no. Okay, USB audio. I need to turn on this wave synced jing... No, I think I said a bad word. I didn't mean that. I need to turn on this shit, okay? Will there be a live stream debate with Milo on August 16th? Oh, don't donate right now because it's not going to play. I have to read. I'm sorry. I might miss it. I thought I said the CH word maybe. Okay, choose your... Manage sound devices? Oh! Oh my god, it's working! Oh wait, hold on, I just need to make my thing work! Yes! Oh my god, wait, fuck. Stop. Okay, hold on. We can't hear her? Oh no, wait. Setting up. Audio, desktop audio. Oh no. I can't make you guys hear her at all. Oh no. She was super quiet. No, you're just hearing it through my headphones. Wait, hello? Can you hear me? Nope. Wait, so you're not using the SEO for all for this? You're just using a USB input thing, which is USB input, yeah? Fuck. Okay, hold on. Okay. Fuck. They can't hear you, loser. Fuck you. How do I make my shit work without using ASIO for all? Oh my god. Yes, duh. But it auto opens ACO for all. Please, tech, help me. Master Lily. Where? What do you change it? You can't hear her. Jamulus? Oh my god, wait. Device? It only lists ACO4 generic USB device. Why does it list yours? What the fuck? Is that your device? Fuck. I'm gonna remove ACO for all and see if it helps. Fuck it. Be right back. Fuck. Okay. It's not gonna let me do this without using this shit ass. Guys, just if you've never heard of ACO for all, your life is just so much better. Okay, you have no idea how good your life is. That you've never had to deal with this shit ass fucking low latency bullshit ass fucking driver ass bullshit fucking cucky bullshit. Oh my fucking god. Using Jamulus with USB mixer. Oh no. Oh my god! Go eat fast, or what do you need to do? Install ACO for all. No! Why can't I just plug my... Why can't I just use Jamulus with fucking... I should be doing this off stream, sorry. Why can't I just use this with my other USB shit? Why does it have to be, like, under devices? I don't see anything. Except for ACO for generic USB device. Why can't I just have my generic USB device? No usable ACO audio driver found. You having an emotional reaction right now? Yes. I am. God damn it. Getting USB to audio interface with drivers might be an alternative to ACO for all. I mean, I have... I don't have drivers installed for this. Should I? Would that help? Okay, real quick. What is my mixer? PN. What does anybody know what my mixer is called? We have to hurry because Lily's gonna go to sleep and we're not gonna see her for a month. Okay, gear. Click. Mixer. This. Boom. Click. I'm gonna download the drivers for the mixer, and I might be able to. Website. Boom. Why for a month? Because she like just leaves and she doesn't talk to me for like a month. Because that's what she fucking does. Okay, support. No. Oh, it's PV here. Boom. Features, reviews. No, where's support? How do I get the... Are there no drivers for the mixer? There are no drivers for the mixer. Or do I have any master musicians in chat that can help me with this? That like... Where are my musicians at? I thought you fuckers were supposed to be talented. Test, test. Test. Testing. Some fucking loser from chat just joined this fucking server, and I can't, and they won't tell me how to make their shit work, even though they made their shit work. Fuck you, whoever you are. I hate you. Oh, but you guys can't hear him playing, can you? Fuck. Where are all these new dumbass fucking sound menus that Windows has? God, it's so annoying. Holy shit. How do I get back? How do I get to the normal? Oh my god, everything is going to trigger me today. Manage sound devices? No. Device properties? No. Manage sound devices? Device... No. Oh my god. Oh, sound control panel. Thank god. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. I should just host someone and figure this shit out tonight, and then you guys can go do dumbass shit tomorrow. Okay, fuck it. All right, I'm gonna host someone else. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay, be careful. I love you guys very much. It's been fun. Oh my god, there's like nobody online. Luna's streaming. Oh, I'll host Lemmy. I love this guy. I don't want to host Anna because you guys are gonna be mean. Fuck you. All right, I love you guys. Rip one.